Welcome to the Fables podcast. This is the Patron Therapy episode featuring Don Tony, a colleague and a fellow shaper of the mind. We had the idea to invite patrons to come onto the show with their problems so that we could sift through their mind, mend any issues they may have, and send them back out into the world to continue on their illustrious careers as neurosurgeons, train conductors, cops. I thought people would come in with funny little anecdotes about their lives. Oh, my mom caught me putting something up my ass. Why am I attracted to midgets? Help, Don Tony. I can't stop drinking gasoline. Well, I'm sorry to say the audience of this podcast, their minds are a little bit more complex. Their problems are a little bit more complex. These issues could not be fixed with a quip or a joke or a jingling of keys like you would to a baby. No, these were harrowing stories, dark, dour tales. And I do not suggest this episode to the faint of heart. There are some giggles. I will not lie, there's some giggles. But it also goes some places. So buckle up and get ready for a wild ride. After all, these are your fellow compatriots, and they need help. Okay, welcome to the Forehead Fables podcast. This episode, we are going to be fixing the minds of our patrons. You're very troubled people. I don't personally look at the comments a whole lot because you guys scare me so much, but one of my associates here, Mr. Poob, also a sculptor and fixer of the mind. We actually like to consider ourselves mind carpenters. Rough carpenters. We work on the framework of the mind.
Carpeting.
God, we're good. We're good.
But written down? Are you reading off his
No, I'm not.
He does. He literally looks like he's reading off my
Okay. But for some of that fine detail work, we brought in our guest here, Don Tony, who does this for a living. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then
we're all kind of like knowledgeable about this sort of stuff. So
yeah. He says people cry to him sometimes.
Class, you know?
Yeah.
Dude, this thing reeks.
I know, mine's kind of stinky too. I've only smoked out of it once.
It tastes and smells like somebody put this part up their butt at some point. Okay.
And then we got Brian. Brian seems to be on his A game. He dressed for the part. He said one word since he came in here. Even off air, he really isn't. He's getting a big yawn out there. He's on his A game. He's ready to fix minds.
I slept 1 hour today, dude.
He's going to perk up as soon as a real troubled person comes in. He's going to spring into action. He's going to be like, I can fix this fucking guy right here.
It's like Leonardo DiCaprio on set.
Yeah.
Is he like that? Is he?
Yeah, you see all the time he's just like, oh, I'm fucking tired. And then they go, action.
And he springs into it. Underneath us, we have Stalt, the man behind the scenes. Yep. And he's sifting through the troubled patrons, figuring out who the really troubled ones are. The ones that we can really go sifting through the debris of their mind and do some good.
So they can keep subscribing.
Exactly. The people that are like, I'm about to cancel my credit cards and end it all. And he's going to be like, wait.
Priority.
Wait.
Yeah.
Talk to these guys just for a couple minutes and let them change your mind. Keep those Amex cards plugged into the system. Do you guys want to go ahead and drag one up?
Has he hasn't vetted anyone, has he?
Yeah, there's people in the patrons with problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don Tony's trying to do some sort of disclaimer, and we should go ahead and just drag somebody up.
Just ignore him.
Yeah. So really fast, I am a licensed therapist, but this is for entertainment purposes. If you have a real issue and it seems really life-threatening, I will refer you out to like Psychology Today, get you an actual therapist. I am a therapist, but I'm not going to be one in this format. This is entertainment purposes only. Yeah.
Seems like he's questioning the legitimacy of this.
Yeah, this is a little.
Do you see how we're dressed?
So I'm licensed to practice in one state. I don't know what state these people live in, and insurance billing, other logistical concerns. So this is entertainment purposes only. TM license on the line here, people.
Not for Sam and I. We're wearing turtlenecks.
Yes,
in different capacities, but still.
Yeah, I don't know if my liability insurance covers Discord hooligans with problems.
You know what? I don't know if mine does either, so I'm going to go ahead and say yes for entertainment.
All I want to say is I don't have errors and omissions insurance. I don't have liability insurance.
I'm not licensed.
So if you're suing me,
I'm licensed by God.
You're going to be fighting me in court. I'm going to show up. I'm fighting tooth and nail, okay? You're not getting a penny out of me. But yeah, this is completely legitimate, guys. There is no entertainment at all here. We are fixing minds.
Nothing
bring
funny
on the
about
freaks.
What we'll
Let's
be
do it.
talking
Yeah.
about.
BB's in there.
Yeah,
Sig's
that's why
in
I was
there.
confused. I was like, why is he in there?
BB,
Was he chosen by random?
I don't know.
That's sus.
Let's bring him up and just see for a second. BB.
It's a fake BB.
Hello. Yeah, sorry. I got, what was it? Stalt invited me to the call the other day and thought I was the moderator, so my bad.
Oh, okay. I thought
There
you
you
were
go.
a different BB.
No,
Do you have a problem that needs to be fixed? Or did you
Can't
just
stop
find
impersonating
your way
people.
into that chat?
no, I got a problem.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the
welcome.
offices. Yeah, welcome. How are you?
What ails you?
Yeah.
What? I'm doing all right as of now, but I guess I got this dynamic that I'm having trouble with, which is with my mom and dad. They're both separate. Had me in a back of a Mercedes like 20 years ago. And then didn't get together at all after that. So my mom thinks that I'm just like the smartest person in the world, just thinks I can do anything, become the fucking president at any point. She just
Sounds terrible.
Malcolm in
No,
the middle type
no.
mom.
It's nice that my mom believes in me so much. And then I live with my dad currently, and my mom wants me to move in with her and go to college somewhere else instead of going to college in the same town I've been in for about 8 years or so. She says, I won't pay for college if you stay there. But the only really reason why I want to stay here is because of my dad. And I feel that if I leave my dad, he might just fucking end his life or something. So I'm really troubled about the decision. I don't know if I should just trust that he won't just end himself, or if I should take this opportunity to go to college somewhere
Come
else.
to the right place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you are
This is the
comfortable
perfect
opening
place
up
to ask
about that.
Yeah.
So, like, follow-up question: what evidence do you have that he would end his life if you moved away?
So as of right now, like, he has no social life whatsoever. He's been in this house. He works from home, doing like reselling and stuff like that, and he just doesn't talk to anybody. The only person he talks to is me or my grandma. My grandma lives with us as well, and it's really hard because he's just stressed out every fucking day. He cleans up the house all the time. He's like, God damn it, you guys are so fucking messy. He just and he's always doing shit.
Do you help a lot with the day-to-day chores and stuff? Or like, would that be a big thing if you left? Or is it more less mess to actually end up cleaning up, and maybe it could be better?
I definitely don't help. I mean, not that I have an excuse.
A good point though,
Yeah.
towards you being able to leave.
Right.
1 point. 1 point to mom.
30% less clean.
How old's your dad? What age range?
He's 43.
Okay.
Have you spoken to him about this?
No, I am deathly terrified.
Let me
What are you
go
afraid
ahead
will
and
happen?
say that there's nothing that a little bit of communication can't help. If you
Well,
just
yeah.
up in,
That's actually a very good point that you mentioned, and I was gonna. Yeah, I'm surprised, Sam. That's actually a really good.
Turtleneck
Yeah,
on and a little
I'm
bit
actually
of a
really
blazer.
surprised.
well,
Sure.
I talk for a living, so
Have you tried talking about it? How poignant. No.
But no, you mentioned that you're afraid. You mentioned that you're afraid of bringing this up with him. What are you afraid will happen if you ask him? Wait. Not ask him like, hey, are you gonna off yourself if I move? But like, if you broach the subject of, I maybe have a good opportunity to go to college, don't dox yourself, but wherever, what are you afraid will happen if you mention that to him?
So I guess some context, my mom and dad really hate each other. They always think like they have an agenda. Like my mom thinks that my dad has an agenda, and my dad thinks that my mom has an agenda. And so I'm just afraid that he'll think that I take my mom's side over him or something, and then
Tough.
shit goes south from there. I don't. I mean, I think he doesn't like intentionally try to guilt trip me, but sometimes there's been points in my life where like he says something and it sounds like he's guilt tripping me. I mean, my mom is definitely the same as well. I mean, of course, she doesn't want her son to move away from him, but I moved away from her because I didn't feel like I wanted to live with her at that point. I didn't like living where I was and just felt miserable. So now I feel like my dad's gonna be like, "Oh, because your mom's got all this money now, you're just gonna,
Interesting. A
up and leave me."
financial dynamic too to it all.
Yeah,
And
sorry, I didn't
if you were
explain
going
that.
to college, you would be in dorm, I'm assuming, or would you be living with your mom? Is she that close to the college?
No, it would be in a completely different state. My mom wouldn't be in that state as well. I'd be living
Okay.
with a coworker friend of hers in
What
a
year?
apartment.
But
What year?
you'd be worried that like your dad would take that as you taking sides and whatnot.
Yeah, I would be worried that my dad would just think that I don't know that I chose my mom over him. You know.
What does your future look like currently living with your dad? Is there any further education that you're going to be pursuing living with your
Upside.
dad, or are you just there as a guy that yanked the gun out of his hand when he has it?
I mean, as of right now, I'm just working at a well, here. I discussed with my dad that I wanted to go to college around here as well. It would, but he doesn't. Sorry, just doxed whatever college, whatever.
Cut it.
So
it'll get, yeah.
I can't pay for it. My dad can't pay for it, and my mom does not want me to stay here to go to college and then become nothing. She thinks I'll just rot here. I mean, right now I'm working
Become
at a
your
printing
father.
factory.
Mm.
Become maybe I don't know. Maybe
So no, I was gonna say there's a couple like logical leaps you're making. So there's plenty of miserable people who live their whole life miserably and don't kill themselves. So you're making a jump in assumption that like my dad's life is miserable. If I leave as one of his only supports, he will definitely kill himself, which is not guaranteed to begin with.
Right.
Also, it sounds like your grandmother is a dependent of your father, so he also has another reason to live. And I also find it quite manipulative, not intentionally, but the idea of like, I'm just gonna spend the rest of my life living here under my dad's roof. And you said he's in his like 40s, so he could live another like 40 years. You're gonna like risk your financial future and success based on that.
Yeah, I honestly, if I could step in really quick, I wouldn't hamstring your own future just to accommodate potential suicide by your dad that you haven't even talked to him about. You're like, Daddy, don't you want to see your boy grow up and be somebody? I don't want to be reselling shit, taking care of you the same way you're taking care of your mom. No offense, but your life sucks. I mean, don't say that to him. Word it in a much better way.
Sam. We're trying to convince his dad not to kill himself.
Yeah, I'm telling this guy. This is the important part is his dad didn't come to us for help. His dad obviously has resigned himself to a pretty depressing life and is in a negative space.
Yeah,
I'm saying
tell
this
him, let
guy
him down and then give him Don Tony's card.
You
Boom,
can't
win-win.
you can't just subject yourself to a crappier life just because of that. You know, you're a young guy. You got your whole life ahead of you. You got to shoot for the stars.
I'm sorry too. It's such an unenviable position to have divorced parents that are like really competing against each other for you and stuff.
Yeah,
I got lucky, but I still have like very much like the guilt trip every time. It's like, oh, you chose Thanksgiving over there. You hate me. You don't want to come. You don't want to be with your mom.
Exactly.
They're the masters of every time I talk. I'm like,
Yeah.
It feels like it flushes me with indecision because you're constantly weighing, who am I gonna, hurt by making this choice? But at the end of the day, you have to look at you. Who are you really hurting? You
yourself.
Or them?
And also, I do want to say I do have some insight into this position because my mom was the one taking care of my grandma, and my mom was in this self-perpetuating depressive cycle of she's like, I don't want to be here taking care of my mom, but she had to, and she kind of felt trapped, and so maybe your dad kind of has the same thing, but he shouldn't he shouldn't just also drag you down with that, if that makes sense.
No, yeah.
Everybody chooses their own path. Don't clip your own wings to save your father. Sorry,
Not
Dad.
that it's easy, but
Yeah.
He said in
Also,
the
the debt. I mean, that's a huge thing too. Like, if it is true that like if you go to unnamed, undoxed university, your mom will give you a full ride. As someone who has way too much money in student loan debt, it sucks. Don't do it. Like, honestly, I'm not going to pay it back.
You know,
Hope the
hard it
government's
was
not
for
watching.
me
I'm
to
not
get
gonna pay
a
it back.
full
So anyway.
ride from your mom
Yeah.
sexually.
He's a therapist, not a financial advisor.
Yeah,
No, don't ask me for money issues, but you know.
Sounds like a very
Yeah.
prestigious college, by the way. Unnamed, what, how did you say that again?
Unnamed, undoxed university that he'll be
Yes.
attending.
Yeah, because just going to college doesn't, grant you all the path. Like, you got to be motivated with it. So if you take that opportunity, you better, really take it. It could cost your father's life. So just do well there. And you also could I think, call him if you end up going to that college. Call often, send him a little letter, handwritten letter. Parents love that kind of stuff. Little gift, fruit basket.
Is it driving distance? Like, could you, in theory,
No.
go visit on the weekends? And no.
It would be across the country.
Does he have a smartphone? Could you FaceTime
No, yeah.
him?
I mean, he's tech savvy as well as I guess any normal. I don't know, normal person. Just
can
the
open
average
email?
person. Yes, he's only 43. He's not like
young
ancient.
dad, yeah.
No.
Get him into World of Warcraft, and he'll never be lonely again. Get him into some gaming, some sort of online gaming,
Get him
and
a couple puppies at once that he has to take care of along with his mother. And
No, yeah.
A couple of fail
Maybe
safes.
move in one of his mom's friends, and then he'll have multiple old ladies to take care of, and it'll occupy his time.
is he in
Be
the
like he
dating
never
game
left.
at all?
Sorry, what was the question?
Is he in the dating game at all?
No, he hasn't in
Mm,
over a decade.
interesting.
And more legitimate advice, I do suggest, in times where relationships are stressed, mostly by what's not being said and perceived, I guess, stresses to a relationship that just
All up here.
a good 10-minute fucking talk
in the
alleviates a lot of stress. The mind spider is really the source of many conflicts in a relationship.
Evil and
It's evil, right?
anxiety.
Yeah.
And
Right
false truths.
Yes. Just sit down, talk to him. You don't even have to, the first 10-minute conversation, 20-minute conversation, you don't even have to broach the subject. Just talk about maybe
What's
your
the weather?
aspirations.
What's the weather today, Dad?
Yeah. And
student debt's really bad nowadays, Dad, and
Yeah,
it's
the weather
there's a
here
crisis. Have you
sucks.
heard? There's a crisis.
Weather's way better over there.
job prospects are pretty bad in wherever we are.
This town.
In this town. And
Yeah.
mom's awesome. Say that a bunch.
You could always lie,
See,
too.
make sure-
Just go, hey, listen, I'm going over there, but I still hate that bitch. I'm on your side. I'm just getting her money. And then he'll be like, I got
I'm
a little
scamming her.
undercover agent. Meanwhile, you're playing both sides, and you'll end up on top.
Does your dad have a problem with people getting educated? Is he anti-education?
I think he's the same as you. He dropped out of high school.
Oh, yeah. I'm very anti-education. More educated
he's
somebody
not-
Why you're in
is.
Florida.
Yeah,
He's not
pretending like
anti.
this, yeah.
In any way. I mean, he wanted me to graduate high school because having a high school degree really helps.
GED. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So you did graduate high school,
I did, yeah.
and he didn't.
No.
So you think you're better than him?
Okay, what? No.
I'm on your
okay,
dad's
I don't-
side. Don't ever fucking leave. You leave your dad, you're killing him. Yeah. That's Don Tony said that.
Yeah. Put an endorsement right on his head that says
No.
endorsed by Don Tony.
No. My stance is truly, I agree with the communication that, my esteemed colleague here has said. I think I also think you're jumping to some logical conclusions that can't necessarily be reached without other evidence of, I know many grumpy, miserable motherfuckers who have not killed themselves.
Yeah.
So I just think that like your future is important, and who are you pointing at?
Brian.
It's probably different I pointed at Brian and Sam on my perspective.
Very good. Okay.
I didn't point at
Mine,
you.
you're pointing at me, and I was like, I'm grumpy, but I'm not miserable. But yeah.
Brian, what do you have any insight on this
Brian,
father
please.
relationship?
Yeah, just say I'm gonna go be somebody, and then just close the door and never come back.
Yeah.
That's another option.
This guy,
You don't have
if
to-
you're
you
gonna
don't have
listen
to-
to
you don't have to think
anybody
about the
It
fallout.
says the person with no father, right?
Yeah.
if you're gonna listen to anybody
And the
about
door
how to
slammed.
deal this, how to navigate a relationship with their father.
Yeah.
Anytime
Yes,
somebody
man.
comes in the future with a father problem, we're gonna first let Brian speak.
Bring it
on
to me.
now. Yeah.
Say
Thank
the
you. That'd be
like
great.
beast is out of the cage and then walk.
Yeah.
I'm loose. Say I'm loose and I'm a danger.
I'm awoken. I'm awake.
My eyes awake, Dad. You can't keep me in this cage anymore. The beast is risen.
My mind spider is uncaged.
Squashed.
I'm gonna go do something crazy on the other side of the country.
Yeah, but
see me
honestly,
in the
not
news.
even if the mom wasn't a factor in this, I would say look for some escape paths. All right, like it doesn't look like future's bright with dad. No offense.
But you don't know that
None taken.
necessarily. But yeah, it
know
definitely
that,
seems
but-
like there's a brighter end of this
Yeah.
over there. But we don't. We only know. as
Could
much
you
as
could you
say,
talk
but-
in terms of states? Like where are you now state wise, and where is mom state wise?
Well, mom and dad live in the same state. We live in Wisconsin, but we would be. I would be going straight over to California.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Weather-wise, you got to go for it. She's paying for you to live in California. Fuck
Absolutely.
it. I didn't know that at first. Wisconsin, you're hanging around Madison.
It's a no-brainer.
It's beautiful here. I love the Midwest.
Better schools.
Get a couple of years over in the sunshine for free and come out of it with a degree. And then worst case, you come back to Wisconsin. I mean, you'll be there
Wait,
for
what's the degree
Christmas
in though? Like,
That's I mean, no one knows going in what they're going to graduate with. For the most
even
part,
the
right?
best degree in this climate, you might not get a job,
I'm kind of all over the place, but the main thing I've been thinking about was either something related with graphic design or
just
on the
talk about
completely
that.
different spectrum, political science.
Okay, so money's not going to be a factor in your life in the
Yeah.
future. So maybe you get
Yeah.
the education, then you come back to Wisconsin, and at least you'll be educated, and they'll think this guy's a little bit fruity. He's been out in California. He's doing drawing and such. Talking about
you have a chip on your shoulder.
Yeah, talking
smoking
about
weed
politics.
over there.
Yep.
Well, and remote work, cost of living is probably lower in Wisconsin, definitely than California. So, I mean,
I think
Stay in your wheelhouse, Don Tony. You don't know anything
Yeah.
about economics, okay? You're a mind person.
Talking about
I
not
know
paying
enough
his dues.
about California's expensive as shit, and I don't know about Wisconsin though, but I imagine it's not that bad.
it's on the come up now, but it's slowly but steadily. I mean, if you live anywhere else but the capital, then you're just fucked, to be fair.
What about, have you ever considered backup, podcasting, streaming, anything like that? You could
No,
okay.
that's
well, good.
that's like the luck of the draw. You gotta be.
Mhm.
I mean, sure, I've thought about it, but never seriously have I ever thought about it. No.
Have you thought about telling your dad to look into it?
No, I have never told my dad about being a podcaster.
Have you thought about putting him onto some good podcasts so that he could learn about them? Maybe subscribing to a Patreon so he could end up here one day.
Yeah, no, I would love for him to join the podcast here and watch the
Generational.
episode where I talk about this
Yeah,
specific
true.
issue.
It'd be a worst
Yeah, no.
nightmare.
Yeah.
In your
find this.
defense, if he does listen, you never badmouthed him once. You said he's a great guy.
We said, I love my dad.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah.
is a great guy.
You're conflicted. You're conflicted. That means you do love him. you know.
Now, you did mention that your mom really has always believed in you and thought you could be anything. You didn't say the same with your dad, which makes me a little cautious.
My dad doesn't think I'm just gonna become like a heroin addict or something like that, but
he's just like more grounded with like, you're not gonna be president.
Yeah, right, exactly. He isn't just over enthusiastic about my future.
Run a store or something, but not president. Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyways, I think you should. I think you should think about your future, and I think that's a damn good deal. And I think you should also talk to your dad and mend your relationship with him. Get some things out in the air. I wouldn't just like one day hop on a bus and be like sayonara. I would, let him know ahead of time.
Start packing your bags.
Yeah.
They'll go, what the hell is this?
Yeah. When you start folding up your shirts and stuff, and you got the suitcase on your bed, give them at least 20, 30 minutes heads up before you walk out the door.
Also, you should write to us in about a year and let us know, what path you're going down.
I wouldn't leave the house with his gun, but I might take the bullets before you go. And that way you at least know he's going to have to take the trip down to the hunting store.
He can't be bringing those bullets to California, though. He'll get in trouble.
No, I'd drop them off somewhere on the side of the road.
Yeah, when you're going through TSA, you put them in somebody else's bag.
That would be fun. That would be a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
That's kind of badass.
But hey, I appreciate you reaching out, and I hope this all works out for you in the future. And when you're in college in California, you write us a letter and tell us how great it is.
Yeah, I'll write a letter to your PO box, I guess.
Okay, awesome. Well, it was good seeing you.
Thank you, BB, and good luck.
Yeah, good
Thank
luck.
you.
Nice meeting you.
Night, you guys.
Bye.
Thank you, Don Tony.
You're very welcome.
And Brian.
Thank you, Brian, so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
I helped a lot.
What a guy.
Problem solved, right? I mean, that's
good. One down. How many? I mean, we could probably change the world.
I thought it would be fake problems. This is horrible.
No, that was a real problem.
You know what's
Welcome
scary?
to my
They're
experience,
going to get
man.
worse. I'm pretty sure.
8 hours a day, every fucking day. Welcome to my world, man.
Immediately when he joined, he's like, okay. I'm like, oh shit. I was kind of thinking this would be really funny, and now I'm like, well, there's gonna be some like really.
We're helping people.
Yeah.
That's the important part. We're helping people. Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
I gotta say, some of that advice was actually really solid. Like there was actually some really solid.
And I know you picked up on it, and I know Poob picked up on it, and Brian might have, but I think that guy's biggest problem is he is he's a repressed homosexual.
Why? Oh, because he wants to go to California.
Yes.
Political
science,
Wisconsin,
drawing,
graphic design, drawings.
Lots of tension with his father.
He probably drew
doodles. Has different colored hair. Probably
doodling on paper and boys' pants.
Has a penis.
Yeah.
Very gay to own one of those. All right, now we're gonna move Fragger in. Fragger 29, how are you?
Oh hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. What ails you?
And welcome.
You should start every session like that, Don Tony. What ails you?
All good therapists need something like that. Like Frazier had I'm listening. Yeah, all good. Dr. Phil has. I don't know what he has.
Frazier was a therapist. Interesting. I did not know that. I thought he was a barkeep or something.
He's like a
no. He went to Cheers and drank there, but he's a psychiatrist. Yeah.
What the hell?
An alcoholic psychiatrist? What could possibly happen during their day job to cause drinking like that?
He was super unethical, but I know we have this individual here with a problem of some sort, so we should probably talk about them
I'm so sorry.
More on
You're the most
Cheers
important
and
person in the room. What ails you?
Like my mother and father, they're going through a divorce. Like that's not really the hard part. The hard part is just seeing my father. He's essentially losing his mind. It seems like it. As soon as it happened, he just got fucking weird, just all sorts of stuff.
What kind
can you don't mean to interrupt, but can you like clarify? Like when you say weird stuff? Yeah, elaborate. Yeah.
Oh, hold on a sec.
I'm gonna kill that bitch.
Like he's just like
what is he saying?
Attached, really attached. Like, like he hasn't done it in a while. Just he would, he like circle around like the house and such. Like, knock on the door at nights and so on, trying to get in the house and everything when he when like they separated for the whole thing.
Oh, he would go to her house and circle around and try to like knock on the. Okay,
yeah. Where like me and my brother live and so on. Yeah.
Is it scary? Are you in fear, or is it like a desperate type
like
thing?
Gatsby, or like an
like
example of a movie? It's creepy.
A little scared sometimes. Like it hasn't happened in a while, but because I think he got the message, but or he's accepted it, but just you know.
How long were they married for?
I think 10 years or so.
Yeah, it can be difficult. This is his entire, I'm assuming, adult life, and the structures of it are falling apart at the seams. It's a hard thing for guys to, after divorce, they have to pick up their whole life and pull it back together. I think it's important in this time to have some compassion for your father. Maybe call him, maybe reach out to him.
Yeah, I do talk to him. Yeah, of course.
And tell him maybe it's not cool to go stomping around the house and
let's let Tony maybe take a swing at this one, Sam. Yeah,
maybe that's already been settled.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Now, are you implying there's some sort of court order or something? You said it's been settled.
Yeah. The whole thing's done, but it's just that happening in general. Just
you said it's been a while. How long has it been since your father was doing that kind of behavior?
Like couple months, but he stopped doing that because he got the message from getting. He got yelled at by my own mother, just like for like a solid hour or so, and like don't do that crap. And it's just the fact that it happened. That it's just it's scary because sometimes he'll like come over and such, and you'll see that weirdness he'll have.
It used to not be there, and now you're noticing it.
You can't look at him the same anymore. Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah. Sorry if this is like really weird or anything, or
you came to the right
anything
place.
Like that. Don't.
Yeah.
I once had a client tell me that there was a naked ghost behind me that was about to stab me in the back of the head. So this isn't that weird. It's okay.
Yeah.
So like your problem you're having is your problem that you're worried for your dad, or is the main problem here that you can't see your dad the same anymore and you're having a hard time with your relationship with him based on his borderline stalkery, full-blown stalkery kind of behaviors?
Yeah. That I'm also worried for my mother because of it. Because like it feels like this kind of craziness, it like comes and goes with some people, and yeah.
So if there's safety concerns, I would definitely encourage your mom, one, to like reach out to authorities for protection, and that could also encourage your father to get treatment and help. I mean, he's gonna at some point have to move on, like Sam was saying, and
like he's slowly doing that, but it's just the fact that you don't know if it'll like ramp up again, or
one step forward, two steps back.
Yeah,
backsliding.
I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record or anything, or I don't know.
You're fine.
Don't know how to describe this kind of stuff.
What's your dad's dating prospects looking like?
Grim.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
A doll of his mom.
His dating life.
Life size.
Have you ever seen a movie called
Get Pussy? Like,
have you ever seen a little movie called The Cable Guy?
The last guy.
I've seen some snippets of it.
In that movie, they throw Jim Carrey's character throws a party for what's that guy's name? I forget the guy from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Matthew Broderick.
And he at this party, Matthew Broderick gets laid. It's incredible. It turns his whole life around in terms of he's got more confidence, his different outlook on life. And it turns out later that it was a prostitute that Jim Carrey hired for him. In this instance, you could be Carrey, and your father could be Matthew Broderick.
And Brian could be the prostitute.
Yes.
I mean, a wise philosopher did say the best way to get over someone is to get under someone.
Yes.
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah.
The builder said that.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Thank you. I mean, I think like,
get him later.
Sorry.
I think there's a couple things here. I mean, I think like one is safety, right? So like that'd be the first step is making sure that like safety is there. I would definitely, not to harp on communication, but you could, depending on your comfort level, express to your mom and dad how this impacts you. I don't even know how old you are, but I'm assuming you're
22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that like safety, obviously first. I'm going to harp on the safety. I think encouraging treatment, and you could talk to your father and be like, "Hey, I'm worried about you. Like, I know it's been however long. How long were they divorced? He says that how long they've been married, but how long has the divorce been?
I think they're almost done. Like, I think my dad's gonna soon sign the paper, sign on the dotted line soon.
Oh, it's not officially legal yet, like a separation or whatever, depending on your state.
It's like they've been separated.
That might help, that final closure.
What's the financial disparity between the two? Did your dad make a lot more than your mom?
Learning from the last guy and applying it
hell
here.
no.
Good stuff,
He does
Sam.
not. He works at a
he
factory.
Makes less?
Mom is like a
so it's going to be a financial boon to him. To is he going to get like an alimony type situation? Is he going to get like a monthly stipend?
I have no idea.
What was her prenup like?
There was.
How's he going to know that?
I don't
Every
fucking know it.
child should know the ins and outs of their parents' legal docus.
They had some weird stuff with their corridor stuff, and like they both they did have some weird stuff and like involving like payments to my mother, and she didn't want any of that, and like she had to help. It was weird shit. Like she didn't like it whatsoever, and like he didn't like it either, and they like both. I think they both settled that, but. That's it, really.
I'm sorry, too, that you're dealing with being the child of divorce as a man. That's got to be tough.
I mean, it's not just like me. It's like me and my brother and my little brother.
Yeah. That's even worse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you said you're 22. I mean, not to try to be like... But I mean, you're an adult. I would definitely say like you could try to have like a man-to-man with your dad and be like, this is really impacting your other kids. Yeah. This is messed up. You need to get some help. I love you, but like this is not safe or sane for anyone. Definitely something along those lines. I would say too.
I should do that. I mean,
and maybe get some counseling for yourself also, maybe, because I'm sure this is hard. But also, no, divorce is super common. I mean, raise your hand if you're a kid of divorce. I mean, I feel like isn't that all of us?
Yeah.
I've raised my hand, but I don't have a webcam.
No, you don't need to. Yeah, I mean, you already implied that though, or explicitly said that. But I mean, we all here are literally from families of divorce, so super common. No, you're not alone.
You're not gonna
relatively.
Yeah, this is gonna be a small blip in your life, and you'll emerge from this stronger than ever. And you should take it as a note not to handle it in the future if you get a divorce with your little kids. I'm assuming you're gonna have like 5 or 6 of them.
I see it in the cards.
I see it.
Probably.
I feel it. Yeah. Well, I hope everything works out for you, and thanks for calling in.
Yeah, we don't have any super good advice, but
we don't trust a $5 a month therapist.
Don Tony's got you on the right path.
Yeah, it's just nice to talk about
communication
in general.
Yeah,
it's always nice
and that's why I said earlier, finding your own therapist may be beneficial. Also, a good reference, Psychology Today. You can go find someone in your area, takes your insurance, all that sort of stuff. So,
or your favorite podcast hosts. We also do it.
Yeah.
We do it for just $5 a month. I mean, that's how much is regular therapy? Probably a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than that, yeah.
So that's like, Netflix, just keep subscribing for like the next 10 years and you should catch up to.
Chat saying we should send Sam like half a penny a month. Like, just to be funny.
He would hate that.
I would hate that. Yeah, half a penny.
That's not funny. More money is funny.
No, like
do you even see a
like
smirk on this face?
No, you look very serious.
Unless it's like a wheat penny or something like that, then it might be.
Sorry if this was just
you
like.
stop apologizing.
I know I keep saying
enough apology, man.
You gotta apologize for saying sorry now. Too many times. No, you're. Listen,
that's what we're here for.
This is what we're here for. This is why we got into this line of work, and we dealt with worse. So. But
you should have saw the last
seriously, guy. Good luck with that. It's
I saw someone in the patron chat say something about how that last guy was or like something else, and I was hoping, God, I hope that wasn't me.
Oh, you guys both have had troubles with your fathers, so it's gonna probably be a theme here today.
Oh boy.
Surprise, surprise. Parents ruin everything. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Like Freud was onto something.
Bang your mom. Freud was onto something.
So, do you guys just kick me out, or do I leave myself? I don't want to be like rude or anything.
Would
like
you?
that.
What do you prefer?
When we kick you out, don't imagine it like get out. Imagine it like we're carrying you softly,
gently
holding the door open.
You.
I was gonna say it may be symbolic for you. Well, I was gonna say it may be symbolic for you to take some control over the situation and leave on your own accord.
Oh yeah.
As like a symbolic gesture.
Yeah, sorry.
And add some like door opening and closing sound effects, like you're walking out of an office.
Well,
there you go.
I guess I'll leave then. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming by.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you. All right. Well, bye.
Bye.
Yes.
All right.
The sound effects.
Wait, so are people watching this right now?
No.
No.
They're seeing someone in the chat. They've got a chat where they're like, what were they talking about?
Okay, gotcha.
When someone gets kicked down there, they're like,
they chatter.
That guy.
Someone said it perfectly last time. It's like the claw. I like the claw.
Yeah.
That guy was that was very real. That felt very sad.
It felt very real. All been real. This
felt very real.
That one was a little bit more harrowing.
You could hear it in his voice. And I'm wondering if the more beer I drink, the worse this will get. The way I react to these people, or because it's really important to keep it's kind of it's an interesting thing we've done here. We've taken a comedy podcast and brought on the most harrowing, things we can hear from our viewers, and we got to kind of throw jokes in there every once in a while, but you don't want to. It's really it's like you got to ride the line.
Yeah,
I think comedy's good though. I use comedy in my sessions. I mean, I think comedy's
medicine.
I think comedy's a good thing, Also, if you guys need to debrief at the end of this, we can have a little talk at the end of this if you guys are just broken and destroyed.
Oh, no.
That's called pillow talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fuck you after this, though. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
no. This is the fucking.
Yeah.
And then, afterwards, it's called aftercare if you're into CNC
like
or BDSM.
But later and purely emotional.
You're well versed in this, Sam.
Yeah.
Good to know.
But
good to know. I learned something.
Do you have
every
any
day.
closing remarks about that guy's situation for the audience?
Something that you were saving to say behind his back.
Yeah.
I mean, no. I think we said what needed to be said. I mean, I think the other thing is that it seems still really fresh and new. Like when he was first talking about it, I kind of felt like this is like an ongoing long issue because it's been a while, but it seems like they're still married.
New. Yeah. He made it sound like he was scared the guy's gonna break in and shoot them. I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" I'm like, "Dude, he sounds scared." I was like, "I don't want to talk about this."
Well, there's nothing scarier than a grown man that's losing everything. There's plenty of divorced dads that have done unspeakable things. But
men are scary.
Especially
dads, especially when they're getting divorced.
Yeah. Especially getting divorced from a lady that makes substantially more money than he does. But I think that guy's main problem is that he's obviously a repressed homosexual.
Yeah. Once again, he would.
Yes.
He said something about California too. I think. There was mention All these guys that hate their dads, closeted.
Yeah.
I love my dad. I'm the straightest guy in fucking America.
Brian, do you want to expand on that at all?
No.
Okay.
Can't
He never got to see how hot his dad was, so he never became gay. Or however it works, however Freud says it works. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
but I do think that the only thing I will say is I do think there is a crisis in this country for men right now in general, and I think this
become clear.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see it.
Tony's a meninist.
I'm not, but there is really an issue. I think it's just a disservice to not address that.
Architecture used to be more interesting, and now they've taken away the gargoyles, and they're making it all so modern.
Yeah. You're not a fan of the international style?
I think we should keep. Yeah. I
Keep
just see
the
those Twitter
gargoyles.
pages that are always like, okay, what the hell? Like,
yeah, return to classic.
Yeah. Let's get back.
What we need is a fusion of the two, where we have these really clean lines.
Gargoyle.
Yeah.
It shoots,
LED
hip-hop.
RGB lights.
It screams hip hop over the city.
Scream.
Flying buttresses with the techno gargoyles.
Buttresses that can scream. Somebody look into that. See what we can do. See if we can get some movement on that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we should probably pull in someone else because I'm already seeing that these are going to be a lot longer than the. Because we can't just be like, okay, your story sucks. Boom.
Yeah, I hope Stoltz not grabbing more people, man. We gotta put a halt on him. Send him a message, be like, slow down, man. You got
bring in one of the people from the bottom of the patron checks.
That one guy whose name looks like
Kenneth
Demon. It's like Demon speak.
Kenneth.
Holy shit! There's so many people. I'm scrolling right now. Jesus.
Hey,
Holy
Kenneth.
Shit.
Man.
Kenny, welcome.
How are you?
I'm good, man.
Wow, what ails you, my friend?
Well, I experienced a lot of pain over this year.
Tell us about it.
And welcome.
So, thank you. So this February, right?
Mm-hmm.
My papa, my grandfather, passed away due to a heart attack that instantly killed him. So it wasn't like he suffered and stuff like that. I went to the hospital.
But it's also so unexpected. So
yeah. I was at a friend's house when this happened, and I was like told that my papa had a heart attack, and I wasn't told any more information. I was like, well, he's had a heart attack before. He has stents, etc. And like I was told a lot of things about him that he survived before. Like then I was left alone for a bit because my friend's like, okay, I'm gonna go downstairs, check up on my mom, blah blah blah. Then I get a call from my mom, and she tells me, I'm coming to you. Your grandfather just passed away. And my world just kind of shattered, man. Like, he was not in my life a lot, but each moment was special for me because I didn't get a lot of time with him. And that was something that I regret a lot. Because
not to cut you.
You go right.
It's crazy, like that feeling, that memory, like that will probably never go away. Because I mean, I still remember, like the room I was in when I got this same. My mom called me. It wasn't her dad, but it was my dad's dad, and she told me, and it was just like, it doesn't feel real at first, and then you're like going through it, you're bawling. Same, I didn't see my grandpa's son, but he was always like the male figure, like the guy, I looked up to him a lot.
Yeah.
So, this is not, Don Tony's going to go on a much like better, but it's true what they say, like time does heal all wounds. Like this is very fresh. It'll get easier, and you'll learn more about him that you might learn to love or. This is fucked up, but I actually later learned in life that my grandfather was like a bad guy, and that made it easier too. I didn't know that. I was like, a hero has fallen, and then I learned later, like, oh, this guy's actually, he's human. Not good.
That was a good thing you said that, because I was gonna get to that point for him, but at the moment, at the time when it happened, all I felt was damaged, shattered, like I said. But then a rush of anger came through because I have in my family anger issues. It comes from my dad, his dad, and all I felt was like either I'm gonna punch a wall or I'm gonna punch someone. And luckily I didn't act on my anger, but I was damn near close. And
that's super common. I mean, like,
yeah.
Stereotypically, those stages of grief, I mean, anger is one of them.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't like to show my emotions too much. And at that time, my dad called me and he told me, you need to be the man for the house right now because your mom's going through something really bad. Because he wasn't there at the time. He was out, like, in Texas. He was driving from Texas down to Arkansas. And I was like, I'm going to have to hold this burden of keeping my emotions bottled up. So my mom has somebody to, like, comfort. Or I have...
Yeah, it's a super weird position to be put in, too, where, like, it all shifts from, like, the parent taking care of you, and then all of a sudden... It's like you're comforting this mess of like, this is, you know, the most stable person, you know, maybe. And then all of a sudden they're like broken down everything. And then they put all that on the kid. And it's not tough because, you know, it's their parent. But,
I mean, the worst part was...
Not fair, totally.
Yeah. The worst part was I needed to be strong from my mom and this, that, and the other. But as I was going home with her, or we were going to my aunt's house. As I was going to my aunt's house, my aunt kept saying, you look so much like your grandfather. You remind me so much of your grandfather. And it just kept breaking me. Because everyone gets to experience, though, you look like your grandfather. You should be lucky. I don't see it as I look like my grandfather. I see it as I look like me, and I don't get that gift that everyone else gets. And it's tough, you know.
It's weird because you're comforting them through just like they're kind of putting their stuff on you. I get that with I've never met my uncle in my life. He died before I was, you know, I was like 5 or something. I think he died in a prison or something. And then as soon as I grew out my hair and got a mustache, I hear that all the time on my mom's side. Everyone's always like, you look just like Mike. You look like Mike. They show me pictures and stuff like that. This is, well, obviously different. You know, I'm not a therapist.
Yeah.
I didn't know the guy. But it's weird hearing that. And I'm like, well, I'm not him, you know? Like, I probably have, like, very little common with this guy. I just kind of look like him now. And, you know, they show me a picture. Sure as hell, you know, he's just a guy with a mustache and hair. But that's all it takes.
Yeah.
And then, like, it's like people, it's like they were nicer to me. Like, some of my relatives that I don't really ever interact with, they're, like, putting him in me. They're forcing my uncle inside of me. And it's not comfortable.
Yeah.
The, you know, you shouldn't look at it like it's a negative thing. My grandfather, when he passed, by the way, kind of similar circumstances, he died of a heart attack, and he was this guy that, he had a massive heart attack and stroke in the early 90s. So, and they said he had a huge personality shift after his stroke, which is common. And so they told me, you know, you never really knew the true Henry. That was my grandfather's name. And, and then every couple years I would get a call, or my mom would come to me and be like, hey, he had another heart attack. This is the one. He's going to die. And so I got brought to the hospital so many times thinking this is it. And then we'd get there and they would fucking put him back together and he would walk out of there. And then so it got to be like the boy that cried wolf, you know. I was like, is this guy ever going to fucking die? And then eventually when he did die, I didn't believe it. But my grandma, she now looks at me and goes, you look just like Henry did, you know? Yeah. And it's, I think they get comfort out of the fact that I'm literally a physical, I guess like continuing his legacy type thing. Yeah. Like there's someone out there in the world that looks like
their memories living on a little through how they see it. And then that might be lost when, you know, you're old. They're not going to be telling people that. And sorry, Sam, like not to distract from you, Kenneth, but When you were going back to the hospital, like all these multiple heart attacks, did you find that made it harder? You said it didn't feel real, but was it easier to accept that he had passed because you kind of felt like it had been coming for so long? Or was it, I mean, it's never easy, but you know what I mean? Less unexpected.
Yeah, I get that. Well, before I was born, he had a really bad heart attack. And that was like forever ago. And he said he was only gonna have so long, like 2 years, 3 years tops. And he beat the odds by tenfold, maybe half extra. Like he was like man of steel type. Like if something was to break in his body, he wouldn't care. He would just push forward. But at that moment, like it just, yeah, it's just different.
So how well are you functioning currently? So it's been 10 months about.
Yeah.
How are you like on the day to day currently?
I'm pretty happy.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm a type that sees the glass half full. I don't see things like, oh, today's gonna be a horrible day because this happened or that happened. No, I'm like, today's gonna be good because I'm here.
Good. Okay.
So,
and the reason I just ask, and for anyone that's like listening, that's dealing with the loss of a loved one, like it's normal to be, you know, broken and sad about it. When symptoms of grief and mourning go on for like a year or so, they call it like complicated grief, and that's about the time when you need to definitely go see a therapist. Like if it lasts that long and you're still broken, I mean, I couldn't tell by the way you were talking if it currently still impacting you daily, like you're just, you know, down and out or whatever. But just for anyone else, not relevant to you obviously, but for anyone else listening, if you're still like broken up deep and really dark over the loss of a loved one, it's been about a year, it's probably complicated grief and you need to go see a therapist. Yeah.
I mean, it's still hard to talk about for me, but you know, it's a reality that I live. So it's not like I'm gonna run through this same day over and over. I gotta go forward from here.
Good. Well, and that honestly may be so. Like for instance, when my grandfather on my mom's side died, I mean that was like 15 years ago, 16 years ago, and my mom still has a hard time on like he died on Thanksgiving, and every Thanksgiving she still has a really hard time. So like there's still maybe moments. And I know for me, you know, like with all my grandparents are now dead, and there's random days it'll hit me, and I'll just be like, damn, I really miss grandma, or you know, I look at my Coke machine, and I'll be like, damn, you know, grandpa, because that was his Coke machine.
When you put your hat on.
You see him? I look like an old man with this hat.
I'm just jesting.
My grandpa did wear hats like this actually. But
there it is.
Yeah, and
but no, actually, what's funny is I took. So like my first name's Donald. I guess that's I don't really care if people know that. So is my grandfather. So like I actually switched my name over by going by my first name after he passed to keep like in memory of him. So sometimes it helps to do something in memory of them, that you can kind of like the memory live on, the tradition or whatever. So for me, it was going by Don instead of my middle name. Yeah.
Well, that's what I do now too. My papa's name was Kenneth. It was something that I got to cherish as my first name, and I was happy with it. I want to be known as Kenneth professionally because that's what he did. But at home, he was like Papa, so he didn't really care for first names. But honestly, everyone just calls me Kenneth now because, you know, username and all. But
well, what's also kind of cool is when your mind starts to slip and your memory starts to suck, you can know how long you've known someone by what they call you. If they call you your first name or your middle name, you can know about when you met them.
The funny thing is, all my friends used to call me by my middle name. Now they all call me Kenneth.
Oh, well, they fucked that plan up then. Okay, well, you're just gonna be fucked then.
Yeah, Dunton, why don't you take a step back and let us deal with this one?
What do I know? Yeah.
So after that, some months passed. I have some breakdowns at work. Of course, it's still like grief. This was like a month after I had a breakdown at work because there was a song that reminded me of him. And I was like, okay, I gotta take a step back. But the worst day after that day was, of course, his celebration of life that he had. And it did not feel like it was for him. It felt like people trying to place themselves in his spotlight in a way and say like, oh, this is what your papa would have wanted. Like, they just did things that I wouldn't agree with, but you know, it is what it is.
You need to
those
remember
are typically for
that,
the living because he's dead.
Bingo. Yeah. Funerals are for the living.
Yeah. Well,
my mom's whole funeral thing, they did hymns and all that shit. She didn't believe in.
I want my funeral to be what I want it to be, though, in a selfish way.
That's what she wanted too, but you're going to be gone, so it's like whatever helps them with their closure.
No, it's about me. Can I not have one day my whole life, even after?
I want to be stuffed.
You have the day where
I
want
to be stuffed. Hey, he loved the Fonz.
Yeah.
He was always talking about if I will haunt the fuck out of anyone that fucks up my funeral, makes it Fonz.
Those
themed.
South American guys that do, they like embalm them and then pose them at the wake.
Yeah.
That's cool. I think that's a trend that should be used.
I've always thought that would be sweet.
Yeah.
Just even
awesome.
like put my face on a dummy or something and let it be like I'm still around.
Like an animatronic.
Like skin your face and
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine myself just placed in a chair and just stay in that same position forever. Like,
well, you'd be dead.
My mind would still work. And I
like if like being alive now, thinking, oh, there's a potential that was happening. Like, it's scary in a way. Like, how do I want to be preserved? Just bury me or just turn me into ash. Don't try to make me into an art piece.
Yeah. That's where we differ, but we have a lot in common with our grandfathers.
Yeah.
I mean, I like antiquing. That's like, that's the one thing
out of an old ass pipe. Yeah.
Antiquing is fun.
Yeah. But the one thing that made me upset wasn't the fact that it was mainly because of the funeral. Like, it's a funeral, but people who did my papa wrong by stealing his stuff, selling it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Came to that same funeral and were like, sorry for your loss. Like, they didn't sound genuine. And it was like, why are you here? Are you here to do business? Are you here to actually be sorry? And come to find out, the guy who was his best friend was there for business. And he's like, I'm here to buy this or sell this for you, blah, blah, blah.
Was he like a life insurance salesman or something?
No, he's like...
He wants to take over Big Papa.
He's a scavenger, pretty much. He's like a scavenger bird.
I hear.
After someone passes, oftentimes the vultures swoop in, family, friends, stuff like that.
Reminds me of Bilbo Baggins' estate when he left the Shire. And now Frodo was, had to kind of beat away all the other Baggins and stuff, trying to get his riches and his memories, and they want it. The little green envy monster wants a little piece of that when someone's gone.
Yeah.
And the weirdest thing is I don't know any of their names. They go by like the weirdest names. One was named Porky, one was named Beaver. Like, it was like
Grandpa was in like an acapella group or something. Yeah. He was in a quartet, and
like a 1920s gang or something.
Collect. I want that pinstriped hat. That cane is mine. Yeah.
Well, he didn't collect anything too like out of the ordinary. He was a like your blue collar man. So he had like a bunch of like tractors. He had like propane tanks, and, like airplane ramps for some reason.
I did.
He just
sounds cool.
He has an airplane ramp so he can like drive a vehicle up and just work underneath without having to slide under or anything. I thought it was pretty cool, but also very dangerous.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how does ramping an airplane work? But I get what you mean.
I also was imagining an airplane taking liftoff by hitting a ramp.
Yeah, really short runway,
end of a cliff or something, and it's gonna like.
Well, he was a airplane mechanic for a while.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's how he got those pretty cheap, pretty easy. It was shipping them to his home was hard. He was like a well-traveled man. He went to Korea. He went to Virginia.
Does that make you want to do those things one day?
Oh,
like, do you want to be?
I'm a historical person. I like just the aspect of traveling.
Yeah.
I like how the list of exotic places was Korea, South America, and Virginia.
Well,
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
As someone from Virginia, I get it. It's awesome here. So I totally get it.
He was.
It is for lovers, indeed.
He only traveled like 2 places, really, like outside of the country, which was those 2. But in
still really cool.
the States,
yeah,
he was like in like at least 38, 39 states for travel, typically building planes, fixing planes.
I don't think anyone in my family had ever left the country, like before my dad went to visit an exchange student once. So it's like, if my grandpa went to Korea, we'd be talking about it at every, family function. I have a similar, like my grandfather was super into skydiving. He'd done it enough where he could go on his own and stuff. And I've always wanted to like just go and kind of have it be like a little like homage or something. Just to, see what he got out of it. What kind of thrill.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, this is about you, Kenneth.
Yeah. Thank you.
You talk.
Well, for 6 months, he was stationed in Korea to help build planes and stuff. And with doing so, he brought a few of his family to Korea with him. Not everyone, of course. Just
South
like
Korea?
his. I don't know.
I'm assuming so.
I'd hope.
Yeah,
I hope
so.
he was.
Yeah.
But he got to stay in this one little Korean home that was owned by these like wonderful people that still claim to be his like friends now, even after his passing. Like they send like letters to like his loved ones and like hope you're doing good and hope you're doing well. Like of course they don't speak English, so they're like having somebody translate it for them, and it's like written out like in their language, and then just underneath is like the actual language.
Just shows the touch of his impact on people, though.
Yeah.
Well, except for Porky.
Yeah, Porky.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck Porky.
Fuck
Yeah,
Porky.
that guy's a bitch. Probably fat too. I mean.
No, he's the
name like
Or it
skinniest.
could be an
He's
ironic
like so
name,
tall,
like-
so skinny.
Yeah.
He looks like
Porky Smalls. He's the tiniest. Yeah.
he's gross. Honestly.
I don't know why I just said yeah. I'm like I had something to say. Tony, you got any?
I mean, it sounds like you're adjusting properly, normal course of grief. I mean, I would say just, ride the emotion. I mean, it's, if you feel strong emotions about him, it's normal. I would just say, like, it seems like you're adjusting properly.
All right. Glad I'm not.
It sounds
broken.
like it. I mean, it sounds like it at least.
You're
based on
gonna
what you
be
said.
all right, Kenneth. You're gonna be all right.
Sounds like it, yeah.
I mean, I have my days, like I said, but who
Everyone
doesn't?
does. Yeah.
Yeah. I would just keep in mind if it goes like over a year, if you feel like you can't function and like what you've said contrary to all that anyway, but that's just what I would say is like, that's when we know there's a real problem. Otherwise it's normal to be sad after the loss of a loved one. I still miss my grandpa. He's been dead like 15 years. Other two died one died this year and one died 2 years ago. So, I mean, obviously there's still days where like it, there's some emotional swelling. Otherwise it's, sounds like your normal trajectory of grief.
Yeah.
I remember.
I don't know if this, I don't think I want to immediately prescribe this to your situation, Kenneth. You can do as you see fit, and I don't want to be the guy to go do illegal
pouches and beer.
Yeah, don't do illegal substances.
You're about to push shroom.
I'm a clean
microdoses.
person.
Yeah.
Should I not?
person.
All right.
I'm just fucking. I just knew you were gonna say
yeah.
it. Just fucking with you.
At points in your life where you're having a hard time coming eye to eye with grief and getting up and over that hill, and I guess coming to terms with it, psilocybin has done incredible things for me. It really, there seemed to be like I don't want to say like a bottomless well that I was in, but mushrooms definitely dampen that fall.
Me always feel like I pissed or shit my pants, which is an interesting. So
every user has different.
For some, it can cure them of their grief, and for others, they just feel like they wet themselves.
Yeah. There is, you know what? I don't know if you've planted that symptom into my life, but since you've said that, now when I'm taking shrooms, I go, did I just piss like a little bit? Yeah. Like, is there a constant tiny trickling stream of piss coming out the end of my dick?
You know, I feel it going down my legs, and I check them.
No, I check the head of my penis, and I go, and I squeeze it and go, is there like a drop coming out? No, no, there's not. It's dry. We're good.
Can I taste a little
and I
that?
feel like that wasn't a thing until you fucking said it and like kept pushing it into my life. Every time I bring up shrooms, you're like, "Did you piss and shit your pants like I did?"
And now it's your ass.
Yeah, you fucked up my goddamn life. But
and it will also no longer help you with your grief.
Yeah, it probably won't ever help me.
You just ruined it.
But hey, that's what I suggest.
Yeah,
you know,
try some stuff out,
especially during that like disbelief part. You know, where you're just. You can't even come to terms with it.
Past that stage.
He's definitely past that. I'm saying this for the audience, you know.
Well, and you're gonna have future grief you have to deal with. Which
Can we
is
get the Don Tony stamp of approval there?
Whoa, it gets
on the
fucked up on shrooms.
What's your stance on psilocybin, Don Tony?
So I mean, like I feel like you guys ask me this like every time I've been on here. I would go. I would look up peer-reviewed literature on the effectiveness of it. I have seen
literature. I told you.
I have seen that some people say that microdosing of different things can have benefits for you. Mm-hmm. But I would look into the literature. That's not something I'm super up to date on. And since I'm not a medical doctor, I don't advise people on medication or
Mm-hmm. Your other option is
chill ass podcasters. We'll tell you, take some of that shit.
Take some of that shit, dude. If you do antidepressants, SSRIs, they make it hard to come, and they fuck up other aspects of your life.
You can't have that, man.
Whereas mushrooms, you just feel like you're pissing a little bit all the time.
I've found if you go to the gas station, get a 40 of King Cobra, put some of the gas station just like random, like this pill makes you fuck, like throw a couple of those in it, drink it all up. You don't even remember where you are, let alone what problems you're dealing with.
All very good. All very good points. Brian, do you have any grief overcoming?
I was going to comment on the drug portion of this. I have a long history in my family of drug problems.
Okay,
avoid it then.
Everything.
Stay away from that shit. It's in your bloodline.
Meth, pills.
Yeah,
stay away from the voodoo.
The whole nine. Like it's like a lot.
Legally, I have to tell you to drink Voodoo Ranger.
Hey, I was gonna say we also have an alcohol problem, but I'll accept that one.
Drink responsibly.
When I turn 21, I will try it out.
Don't drink at all.
Yeah. And also,
I would drugs either. Yeah, you're not. You let your brain develop.
I don't dig drugs.
At 25, you're gonna hear the pop. Oh my God, I'm fully developed.
Boom.
You're gonna go what? You're not gonna be able to, And then
my sister's fixing to be 21, and she's like, "Oh, I can't wait to drink. I can't wait." I'm like, "Why? Why do you want to start so?"
Hey, I was that guy.
Quickly?
I was very straight edge until somebody broke me, and
I was also that guy.
Good job, Poop.
Yeah, and then no, it was actually Bizzle.
I was gonna say, I'm not like a bad influence. People see how much fun I have.
I think it is important for you to fully mentally develop before doing any sort of weed drinking.
I wish
psilocybin, stuff like that.
I wish some of my friends took that advice. Some of them kind of.
I've lost some friends because they didn't take that advice, and they're changed. They're different.
Yeah. Well, Kenneth, thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Yeah.
I really appreciate y'all, and I enjoy being here. And honestly, I did not expect to be here at this moment, so I appreciate it very much.
I didn't either. Yeah.
Well,
have a good one, Kenneth.
Have a good one, man.
Y'all too.
Yeah, man.
Nice talking to you.
Awesome.
Wow, that was a good one. I feel like we really cured that guy and his friend.
Yeah, in the beginning he seemed really low, and then towards the end he seemed much happier.
I kind of feel like he was fine to begin with, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like he just wanted to talk with us.
It's good to talk about, you know. Some people it is
good to
hard
talk about it.
I do that. I mean, I do that shit on this podcast all the time where I'm like, I'll just start dumping on some like serious shit, and it's just like cathartic, and I don't really think about like, a ton of people are listening to that. It's probably not that.
Well, you have to remember that a lot of these people are they're going through similar struggles, you know.
Yeah.
Listen to all the parallels that we had with his life.
Yeah. I really resonated with what you said too, Sam, about the grandpa, like having people always telling you like, oh, you never really knew him in his prime or whatever. Because my grandpa had ALS, so it's like physically, like you would not believe this guy used to walk. He used to walk around and be able to talk good. But like I just like I only ever knew him from like right when he was able to walk like an old man into like the same with we said too, or what Kenneth mentioned, like they gave him like 2 years. Like my grandpa was supposed to be dead before I ever knew him. He just was like one of the rare ALS people that lasted a little bit. But yeah, I hear that all the time. Like, oh, you didn't. It's like almost like you didn't know him or something. Like I know they're not saying it like that, but it's hard not to take it like you never really knew this guy. Yeah. And it also
your memories don't matter, bro.
You only know the weird part of him.
This guy also touched on how like the fangs come out with surrounding family members and friends and stuff, and I have a problem with a lot
of songs about that.
I have a problem with when my grandfather passed. I hold him in high regard, and a lot of surviving family members, that mostly women in my family now, all the dudes have died off. They, you know how usually people remember the good things. These women only remember the bad things, and it's just like they just like shit.
I've got a weird take on that because it's off. But if they did truly, like that's hard for when I had to hear about my grandpa actually being like a dirtbag.
Yeah, it's
like I don't know if they're just being like these are the bad things, but or if they're like you really didn't know this guy, like you really like this dude because he's cool to you, but actually.
I was like, can't just like one of my favorite people just be a good guy?
Let me have it. Let me have it.
You don't have to tell me about all the bad stuff. Like when I go, I don't want people to remember the horrible things.
Skyrim video.
Yeah. I don't want them to be digging up all using the Wayback Machine to find all the deleted videos.
Video.
Remember the good shit, you know?
Like the Kinchi video.
Yes, the good stuff, you know?
My legacy. We're at Fables episode 50. And also I know I didn't want to say it, but Sam, you probably picked up a little bit on it. The closeted portion of Kenneth, because the name Kenneth.
Yeah.
Because the name Kenneth is kind of almost reads like Peneth.
It does,
like
Peneth. Another incredibly repressed homosexual.
It's got an E and an N right next to each other, and it's like.
And it has a list just built right into it too.
Because I'm pretty sure he was dropping stuff about it.
Talking about having emotions.
Yeah.
Feelings.
He was a little bit too eager to come talk to four guys.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I love your podcast.
Yeah, but it's
we are pretty hunky. I mean, it's definitely a good trap that we've set here.
I think it is. I'm looking in the patrons with problems chat. I'm feeling like there's going to be a lot of repressed homosexuals in there.
I'm picking up on vibes of at least 8.
Yeah.
And there's only 7.
Do you want to see if if Ed has the courage to talk again?
We can try. I saw him typing.
I just got a message
my
from Stolt,
working.
our producer, and he says Ed's stuff is fixed, by the way. They're on their, he says they're on their computer now. So yeah, we could bring Ed up.
Yeah, bring him in.
Let's see. Hey Ed, how you doing?
Hey.
Hello.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey, good to be here. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too. What ails you?
See, I got a lot of issues actually. How have the problems been so far? Been pretty serious or been jokey?
Pretty dad heavy.
Pretty dad heavy.
Lots of daddy issues.
Lots of daddy issues.
But it's more serious than you'd expect. That's a good question because you don't know like how low do I make these barriers.
Yeah.
Keep in mind it's still like 3 of us are us.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh yeah. No.
But Don Tony is like actually. very helpful, and like he will not make fun of you or anything.
He's endorsing everything he says here.
Yeah.
So
and it, just
Well, I mean,
use
I've been
those
shocked that
expressions.
most of these issues all seem legitimate and real. I was really expecting a bunch of like, my penis grows out of my butt and like weird stuff like that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Inverse erections and all sorts of weird stuff.
That
But no,
is-
it's all been very serious.
Those are
actually.
legitimate issues, by the way. So if that is why you're calling in,
don't be
feel free. Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I wish that was my issue, really, the dick out of the butt. But see, unfortunately, an autistic
that down.
individual, live in Florida, but also a trans individual. Diversity hire. Congratulations, guys. So I got a lot of issues. I would say, daddy issues, sure. I have some of those, but mostly mommy issues. I got a little bit of variety in there. But Don Tony, here's the thing. How do I not eventually kill myself is the thing, because like I feel like eventually gonna go to that point, but like right now I'm riding high on the antidepressants, pretty good on there. I'm working as a custodian at a high school, which is not a fucking glamorous job, but it's a job. I'm not a very functional, not a very functional human being. So the custodian job, pretty chill, but like I can't really show up sometimes, 'cause, again, autistic individual, kind of hard to exist. So how do I not kill myself eventually is my question.
Well put.
you said you were trans?
Yeah. Not out to the general public, Florida's not exactly the most friendly place in the world.
No, it's not. No, it's
One of
not.
the worst.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
in
Especially
America.
Central
I mean,
Florida.
short of the Middle East,
Short
I would
shoulder.
say it's
Maybe globally, but where you could have
Yeah.
landed,
So I got a whole heap of problems. Yeah, I got plenty.
So I mean, my first question I would ask is, are you currently in therapy?
No. I've tried it a couple times. Not really my thing. I mean, I like to see sharply dressed people as much as the next person, but they don't really get me. I guess that's a very original thing to say, but
Well, and so that's a really common issue. I mean, and one thing that kind of sucks about therapy, and as a therapist, I can definitely say this, is like the number one predictor of success is that relationship. So like if you don't trust your therapist, if you don't think they get you, it's not going to work, right? So as much as you probably don't want to hear this, I would try to find one that you do mesh with. And there are a lot of therapists. I don't know about Florida, unfortunately, because Florida's, it's Florida, but like there are therapists who specialize specifically in LGBT issues, trans issues, that are very much competent and trained in like best care, that sort of stuff. I mean, so I don't know if Florida has this, but I can tell you any other state would. So I imagine Florida probably does. I'm gonna do some, while we're talking, I'm gonna do some research. A good way to find a therapist though, Psychology Today. And in Psychology Today, you can even you can pick what state, you can even pick specific issues. So like you can type in, LGBTQ and that sort of thing. Yeah.
yeah.
Litany of parental issues.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Do you mind me asking how old you are?
22 years old. Believe it or not.
So a lot can change in your life. I mean, I can tell you when I was 22, I was a hot mess, and I don't mind disclosing some stuff. I mean, I've never said this on this podcast before, but like I used to be addicted to opiates. I have a long history of drug use when I was younger. Been sober now, well, California sober. I mean, I'm drinking right now, but like as far as like pills and stuff, over 10 years sober. I went through like a Suboxone program. I'm telling you, if you asked 22-year-old Don Tony, would you be a licensed therapist, happily married, all that stuff, I would have been like, hell no. I mean, honestly, so a lot can change in your life. I mean, that's the biggest thing I would say as far as a reason to try to keep going day to day is you can't take your current situation and project what your life's going to be like. And I'll be 37 next year. So like you can't project, 15 years, what would my life be like? I mean, you just can't. I will say you are at high risk. Like, and as you just mentioned, I mean, the suicide thing, I mean, like just based on your demographics, I mean, you are at a high risk. So I really would encourage trying to find a therapist that gets you the issues you're going through. Florida may make it tougher. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I don't really know what Florida's like.
My odds aren't great, but
I also will add, what's your social support circle like? You have like a big circle of friends?
I mean, I have a few close friends. My thing is I was mad depressed in high school, so I did not keep a lot of people when I left.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of barely went by, skin of my teeth, graduated, and then just fucking dropped everyone, even my great friends, you know.
Yeah.
So it's kind of difficult finding people who are cool with me, you know, and like, and all my issues, I would say. But like, you know, I mean, there's good people here. It's a whole boiling pot of different kinds of people you get in Florida.
Yeah.
You know, a bunch of people, Puerto Rico, New York, and, you know, of course, the rednecks. But
yeah, it's not all like the stereotype of Florida, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you are. You know,
it's important to find
Indiana,
a tribe.
and it's,
I think.
Everyone calls it a flyover state, but it actually has a lot of beauty in it. I found
Florida, the flyover state.
No, Indiana.
No, I've never heard anyone talk about.
No, I was
Florida
talking
that
about
way.
Indiana, and now you, of course, know what I'm talking about. Yeah, flyover state. Oh, it's actually got a lot of gems.
There's some cool parts. You know, I have family from Indiana. There's some cool parts there.
Well, yeah. I wouldn't have
But
told
not
me
to make
that.
this about Indiana. I mean, we can have our own therapy session
should
about how
focus
terrible it is to be
up
from
on-
Indiana.
on Indiana
Yeah,
for a little bit, at least 20 minutes. But
so I can tell. I don't dox yourself, obviously, but just like quickly looking on Psychology Today, and I'm not paid by them. I promise you, it's just like a really good resource. There are definitely right now. I'm looking at a certified transgender care therapist. They are in Florida. They are verified and endorsed. I mean, they exist, is what I'm saying. So I would really give it another shot. A lot of therapists will also do consultations for you. So they'll allow you for free to talk to them for like 30 minutes just to even see, is this a good fit or not?
Yeah.
But I hope is what I would hang on to is that like there, you know, a lot can change. Like honestly, 22-year-old me, hot fucking mess, junkie running dry kind of person, and you know, you just don't know what your life can turn into. So I would really, that's the big thing. I mean, I don't know if in this podcast format I could give you any actual advice besides that. I mean, it seems like you have a lot going on.
I mean, look at you now. You got a cool flannel and a hat. That's pretty awesome. I mean, yeah, I can look forward to that. That's pretty good.
Not overnight. Of course, it takes a decade.
You start with
the flannel comes,
flannel,
yeah.
and then years and
it's
years.
just the dream of a flannel.
Like Spider-Man drawing of like, what will my outfit look like?
I cannot wait to be
what's the cliche? Diamonds aren't. What is it like? Something about diamonds have to be built under pressure or something, right?
Yeah, but
something like that.
The diamond is like not always a diamond.
Yeah, it's like a lump of shit, and then under pressure it turns into beautiful.
It would really suck to come out a lump of shit. That's all I'm saying.
But you cannot polish a turd.
And this is like completely probably not real advice, but you know, I'm sure you got some hyper focuses or something. What about the next iterations of those focuses? When I look towards, God, you know, if I killed myself, I'm not going to see what crazy like technology we're going to have one day. You know, when I was younger, I'd always be like, what if one day I can just go like plug into a video game and I miss that because I killed myself? You know, I would be pretty bummed out. Or before, you know, GTA 6 or something like maybe a good book. Maybe there's a good book series coming out you're excited for. But just reminding yourself, you know, the little, you know.
And to take that point and kind of jump off on it,
please.
If you do have hyper focuses, you also may be able to find a career field that caters to you and what you're like super focused on, right? Like I don't know you specifically, but hypothetically, if you had this just like photographic memory where you could just remember dates and things really well, maybe like an accounting or some sort of calendar creator. There you go. Yeah,
just like a calendar, like human calendar. We're gonna need those when the computers when Y22 or whatever hits. And
so like with the CEO, I'll sit at the side, tell him the day.
It is Tuesday.
What
it
time
is
it
now
is.
about to be Wednesday.
You guys are focusing on occupations a whole lot. Do you have a disdain for the custodial arts, or?
No, I mean it's a chill job. I have no issue with my job. It's just like some days I wake up and I'm like, God, I really don't want to get out of bed, and I don't get out of bed. So it's kind of hard to not do that sometimes. But
So behavior activation is something you could look into. So like a way to improve your mood, it's called behavior activation. And basically it's the idea that like a lot of the times our behavior can influence how we feel, right? So like maybe finding a morning routine that is pleasant and cheerful. So if there's like, you know, a certain song that makes you smile, like I know for me, I can't not smile if I listen to Easy Street. It's a stupid song, but it makes me smile. You know, so maybe like structuring your schedule and routine in such a way that like elicits positive emotions out of you. I also think Sam made a really good point. And I've said that a lot tonight, which is really surprising, but I think Sam made actually a really good point about finding a tribe. The social support and finding a tribe, you know, I think that really, I don't know if there's, you know, support groups or if there's other people. Go to movie
night in Babe HQ sometime. Come over to my Discord.
I was gonna
watch
say,
a movie night. It's
I've
a good
seen
community.
a lot of lost souls that have found their people on this Discord, and then
Not
quickly
this
Discord,
like the Discord,
and then quickly they go, "Hey, do you guys want to go to a place that's less toxic?" And then they go and make their own Discord, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I've gone to Babe HQ to a movie night, and it's utter hell. It's actually
not.
I have.
there.
Yes, I have been there.
What
multiple,
movie?
Multiple
times.
Multiple times. I've dropped in and I tried to watch the movie. I forget what movie it was, and I just saw it was playing. I was like,
was I there? Because normally I go, silence!
No,
this part's about to be really good. This part's about to be really good.
Oh, that's what people want when they're watching a fucking movie.
I
Is
go,
when,
wait, hold on, big jump scare coming.
Yeah.
Big jump scare coming.
Mm-hmm.
No,
replays
of
it
course,
like 3
and
times.
as it gets more popular, of course, everything gets kind of drowned out. But in the same regard, a lot of people went from this Discord to my Discord. They started movie night. Now they've made their own Discord to get away from that movie night and do their own. But if, you know, people, it's the same thing. Find community there. It can help even through Discord and shit.
Finding like-minded folks helps a lot, I think. And
you're right.
Not only that, but I'm going to touch on what Don Tony said. He said that I made a couple good points.
Surprisingly good point.
I was going to say Don Tony actually, he made a good point about me making a good point, but he made a bad point about finding a positive morning routine, because I saw another therapist, no offense, Don Tony, I was cheating, and I was watching a competing podcast, although I think no podcast competes with us.
The Tate brothers,
and it was there was a YouTube short of this therapist saying, in the morning, if you want to change your life for the better, brush your teeth with your left hand or whatever your other hand is. If you do like one hand, your right hand, brush your teeth with your left hand.
I've seen this.
Yeah, and say I love you into the mirror multiple times.
TikTok.
And he says, say I love you into the mirror, looking at yourself 25 times. Then
words of affirmation or something.
Yep. Which that's I did that. That worked out great. I love myself afterwards.
I love you all the time, and I can't.
Hey, right back at you. Anyways, then afterwards he says, then you need to take 25 deep breaths. Deep breaths. Mm-hmm. So at this point, I brushed my teeth in the shower. So now I'm in a steaming hot shower and I'm doing my deep breaths. About 15 breaths in, I get, I what's that called? Where you,
where am I?
Yeah, I was breathing so much, I became, I fucking fell in the shower. I almost fucking killed myself. This therapist led me astray. He tried to murder me under the guise of helping me out.
Making a bad point. What does that have to do with making?
This guy said the same thing you said. He said, "Do this shit to improve your life." I did what he said.
Don Tony didn't say brush your teeth with your left hand and wipe your ass with your feet.
That's
okay,
like a superstition.
This is basically what he said.
What
I'm saying.
Play back the tape. Play back the tape. That's not what I said.
There is something in.
Ed, let me tell you something. Okay, some of these therapists, they have nefarious intentions. Okay, some of them try to kill you in your shower. Okay, so don't just listen to everything they say.
You were brushing your teeth in your shower.
Except for you, right? I should listen to you.
I feel like I could hyperventilate even outside of my shower. Okay, I could
in a chair.
I could have been doing my deep breaths with punji sticks behind me. You know, this guy doesn't know. So that's all I'm saying is that maybe therapists take what they say with a grain of salt, but your favorite podcast hosts, it's not concrete, whatever they're saying.
Yeah. That sounds like solid advice. I'll take that to heart.
We're assuming we're your favorite podcast host too, which is probably.
If we're not, then go ahead and do deep breaths in the shower with a big fucking spike or something on the ground behind you.
Yeah, actually, you do meditate in the shower, which is what I would call that. So I don't know how you managed to do that to yourself, but I will be mindful.
Hey, you know what you need to do? If you meditate in the shower, go down to Trader Joe's and buy some eucalyptus stalks. Hang them in the shower above your shower head, and the steam activates the eucalyptus. It's a game changer. I'm telling you, it's a game changer.
I actually heard of those. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I do. It's awesome. It's incredible.
Some peppermint oil, rub it around your face. You'll be like, whoa. Back in the morning, really wake you up. Do you keep a clean space in your bedroom and stuff?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Because
I know a lot of people. That's the start of it. Can just be something as simple as.
You didn't see me, but I shook my head. So no, I do not do that.
Well, that can help a lot.
Once
again,
that's classic,
like
by the way.
Tony.
You're like a contractor that has like a house that's about to be condemned, like a custodian that has a dirty house.
Yeah.
Listen, my cleaning is at work. It's not at home. Right?
Yeah. Don't let him walk in that bedroom. But you just, I find when I'm getting in like a pretty big fucking slump, I look around and I'm like, yeah, it's visually like this is the least I can do to try to help it is like keep a tidier space, make my bed. And then I'm like, well, this doesn't look like a guy that's too bad, take all of my beer bottles, throw them in the trash can. It can help, I'm sure, right, Don Tony? Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, some people do believe that like the space you live in is a reflection of your mental state. I mean, some people do say that.
By some people, he means Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, people that are.
Oh, is that?
Other people do too. It's not just Jordan Peterson, but yeah, he does say that.
Oh, there's a book that someone's like, read this book, and it's like very classic, like. I make my bed every morning. No, I don't want to kill myself. And it didn't really help a ton, but also
Is that book by that Navy SEAL or something? I feel like there's like a Navy SEAl who has some sort of life hack book where it's like, make your bed every morning.
That and Tuesdays with like Morrissey from the, I can't remember. It was some two-factor books where people are like, you got it bad, read these books. And it didn't super help me, but then I left it in the living room and my roommate read that book and I've never seen his bedroom look better every day. He actually stole the book from me. He's got it on his bedside headboard. So it's a little reminder, like, keep this space a little clean. When you get off work, you go in there. You're not like,
Yeah.
Maybe you're a little more like,
What's your opinion, Don Tony, on self-help books to begin with?
I mean, I think with self-help books, it really depends on the author and what they're drawing from, right? So, like, for instance, there's a really good self-help book.
Don't read those books.
No, there's a really good self-help book that I've advised people to read before. It's called Your Erroneous Zones, and it's evidence-based. It's actually based on a different book. It's actually written by a real psychiatrist. It's like a self-help book to get implementing CBT fundamentals and interventions in your life. It's really good. And then there's going to be some like bullshit ones.
Yeah, I was going to say
cognitive behavior therapy.
Sounds like malarkey.
Yeah.
Like intro to weed. Start taking some CBD.
But yeah, so I mean, some of them are good, some of them are bullshit. But same with therapists, some are really good, some are bullshit. Same with doctors, some are good, some are quacks.
Podcasters.
Podcasters, some are really entertaining, like this bunch. Some are, better or worse.
All the other ones.
Therapist.
Yeah. But one thing I have to say that I think actually may be beneficial, it may not help at all, but we'll see. So like you said, some mornings you wake up and you can't get out of bed. So there obviously are some days that you wake up and you feel fine and you get up and you're productive, right?
Yeah, I would say when I start to get like that, it's very consistently, I'll be more like that than like a few months before where I could just fucking get up and do what I need to do. So it's kind of like when I consistently work for like a few years, I just start like fucking, I fall off basically is a thing.
So it's not like every other day, every few days. You have like long bouts of being productive, feeling good about yourself, and then like months of not. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay. Well, then the advice I was going to give is probably not super relevant. What I was going to say is the days that are positive for you, I would look and try to find, and for anyone else that's listening, if you have a problem, so we look for exceptions to the rule. So if the rule is, I have a hard time waking up and I feel like shit about myself, the exception to the rule, the days where you don't feel like shit about yourself, you want to see what's different. Because sometimes the solution to our problems don't seem directly connected to the problem. That's a solution-focused therapy fundamental that they use. Like a weird example, hypothetically, like there was, well, it's not hypothetical, it's from this book I read, but anyway, an example of this kid wet the bed every night, right? And there was a few nights that the kid wouldn't wet the bed. So they were examining what's different about the nights that he doesn't. And they found out for some reason when dad puts the kid to bed, the kid doesn't wet the bed. So every night dad would put the kid to bed and the kid never wet the bed again. Now they don't know why that is, but it fixed the problem. So sometimes we don't really care why this works or why it doesn't work. If it works, it works. So sometimes it's beneficial to try to examine what's different about the good days, and then is it replicatable? Can I replicate what's different and see if that takes the problem away? I do think your issue is more complicated than that, and I do think that like you got a lot of cards stacked against you.
And
I mean, if I'm being honest,
be that simple. But
I'm not. I mean, I also don't believe in just lying and sugarcoating stuff either. I mean, you got a lot. I mean, and you know you have a lot. But that's why I think, like, going back to what we first said when you first came in here, I definitely think trying to, again, as much of a pain in the ass as it is, trying to find a therapist that like actually gets the issues you're dealing with, is not bigoted, is understanding, and is compassionate, and trying to build some sort of therapeutic relationship that could help you. That's what I would advise, really, at the end of the day.
I'm waiting for a good book to come out.
Mm-hmm.
That's always good, too.
Yeah, if you find a book with specifically my issues, I would love to read that book.
You read Percy Jackson series, it's not necessarily exactly what you're going through. But he has dyslexia, and that can really...
There's parallels. No, there's not.
I haven't read them. You also have to stick around for the new Fallout TV show. Hell, you got to see how that goes.
I saw stills from that, and if that was what's keeping me from killing myself, then things are going to be...
It looks pretty good, but I'd be more excited about maybe House of Dragons season 2.
It looks like I made it. It's pretty lackluster.
Dude.
It looks like a Lifetime
Look at the hubris
TV show.
in this man.
Maybe if it were a picture of a little... Yeah, I made this full production act.
Yeah,
it looks like a fucking cosplay show or something.
I mean, you're a good YouTuber, but goddamn, Sam.
No, it looks like it was recorded with a fucking camcorder. It looks like
that's what like 50 to 80% of all
okay.
video. We're going in the realm of the superheroes are out, video game adaptations are in. There's gonna be a lot of cosplay looking game movies. But
yeah,
what do you think, Ed?
Yeah.
I was not listening, but yeah.
I don't blame you.
All right, get out of
here. Thanks. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Psychology Today.
Send us an update. Yeah, if you look into Psychology Today or anything.
Jordan Peterson says, clean that room. Nobody likes a custodian with a dirty room.
A Navy SEAL also said that.
Jocko Willink or whatever. That guy.
Is that his?
And consider speedrunning as well. If you're trans and autistic, look into speedrunning. Yeah. That is apparently a big thing.
That's where you'll find your tribe.
Keep yourself
Game's done quick.
I'll be a migrant.
GDQ right there.
For grooming or something.
Like maybe Animal Crossing.
Oh, I don't know.
Why would I want to do that?
What, Animal Crossing?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. It could just be fun.
I hear they're cute. I don't know.
Speed running.
Yeah. Speed running.
Autistic people love speed running.
Listen to a video game OST while you're doing it.
I'm sure you would know, Brian.
Yeah. You listen to Hyperpop?
Yeah.
I don't know
what the hell what the hell's Hyperpop?
I don't know.
Do the kids at this high school that you work at, do they ever give you trouble? Do they ever bully you?
I mean, not bully me, but they do like write down like "kill all trannies" on the wall and like
swastikas. Maybe a change of scenery.
That's a floor.
They're just fucking around. It's not usually. It's not really a bigoted thing. I just think they're being edgy. So
that's
I'm
fair.
not really that concerned.
Just those funny hate crimes. Yeah.
Yeah, those funny little slurs they write on the wall. I love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't suggest it, but there's many other good states in this great union of ours. Also, I mean,
Mississippi,
no offense, Sam,
it's
but
not always so
Alabama,
easy to...
Arkansas.
And that's why I didn't propose that as the solution to the problem, because it's not gonna. I mean, these problems run deeper than the Florida Bayou or whatever. But
and the surrounding states that you could get to on foot aren't too great, but
no, and Cuba's not super friendly either, probably. Yeah.
You don't see many people getting on makeshift rafts and going the opposite direction. Yeah.
But it can be done probably if the tide is right. It could probably be done.
Do you think that the Cubans throw you back on the boat and push you back over to Florida?
No.
No, they welcome you with open arms, do you think?
They grab you up.
No, yeah, I think they'd be super friendly and accommodating. They look at me.
I don't know. I feel like travel.
Value, you know.
I don't know. I feel like Americans aren't allowed to, but that may be our government not allowing us to travel to Cuba. That may not be Cuba's government not allowing us to travel.
I heard Obama lifted the embargo.
That's going to be your solution in the long term. But look into maybe woodworking.
Yeah, I'll just
maybe the long-term solution is a series of short-term solutions.
Wow, well said.
That sounds so deep.
That sounds like the beginning of the book I read about making your bed and stuff. A journey of 1,000 miles, Ed, begins with a single step. Remember that.
All right, yeah.
Anyways, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Like, you all didn't help me at all. Fuck you.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to come. I just wanted to bum you guys out. I didn't want to.
You didn't bum us out.
Actually, you were probably the least bum out person out of everybody.
Yeah. Honestly, First time you smiled.
Jesus Christ, who else was in here? What
your delivery was funny when you came in. I don't know. You just see you got a good banter.
You have a good sense of humor on you. Yeah, good sense of humor on you for such serious issues.
If you don't have a sense of humor about this stuff, you will kill yourself. So
stay funny.
But please don't. Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, please
don't.
Don't
worry,
first and foremost.
I won't for at least another 5 years, I would say. So
we'll take that for now.
Short-term steps.
No liability for you
Look,
guys.
he used to not wear that outfit, and now he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'll look into that outfit. Yeah. Well, it's been great, guys. Love you guys so much. Super nice. Love the outfits. Turtlenecks, pretty cool.
Thanks. We all have them.
I want to shout out Stolt. He was super sweet about my the technical issues I was having. Just cool guys all around. Love what you guys are doing. See ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Thank you for coming on, Ed.
Thank you for calling in.
What the hell?
The autism got out there at the end.
Do you guys need to piss at all?
Sounds like you do.
Use.
I could pee as well.
Okay,
I think it would also be a boon to our mental health to relieve a little bit of urine. Maybe
not
get a little bit more of. If we get some more of those, my dad is going to kill my mom stories. We might get a couple more beers.
Yeah.
I could maybe do another beer.
Becoming their dad if I drink 2 more of these. But I'll be right back.
This one's a lot longer than the last one.
Well, it's because the last one we can cut someone off a little bit more without feeling as bad.
A little more rude.
Yeah.
You say this one was longer than the last one, or like the people?
Each.
Oh yeah,
that's to be expected with therapy because you can't fix a mind in mere minutes.
No, it takes us at least 10 minutes to really solve their whole life.
20.
Yeah.
We should charge by. If we were therapists, we would not be able to charge by the hour because we'd have them fixed by then.
Because Don Tony is just one man, but 4 men working on one mind. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
We're like a pit crew. We're a mind pit crew.
Next person we should slam them with 4 ideas in 5 seconds.
We could honestly do like a lightning round also at the end where it's like, give me your problem in 3 words.
Really serious. And we're like, okay, lightning round. What's your?
Do you want to do that with the next guy? Just be like, we're running.
Dude, I say we just see how it goes. Like I don't know.
Okay. No. I'm gonna bring in Sig. He's been there since the beginning, I believe. Oh wait. There's Great Value Jack Harlow. That's Sir Floppa.
Yeah.
You want to bring him in?
Wait, really?
I mean, we got the people in there. Just bring any of them in.
I'm on it.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
Hello.
Welcome.
Good. Hey,
what ails you, my friend?
Right.
Oh, your picture talks when you talk. What the hell?
Yes, it does.
Oh my God! What a country! Holy shit! Okay.
If you want to turn on your camera, you can. By the way.
Oh, is he? You got a camera?
Well, I mean, he had his camera on in the other chat, didn't he?
Yeah, has their cameras on.
Okay.
My hair doesn't look like Jack Harlow anymore, but here it goes.
Okay.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Okay. I'm doing.
I heard you had some troubles recently.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened, man?
You want to elaborate?
Yeah.
Tony, get him.
Or what? Or, okay, well, I guess here's the first thing: is what brings you here. I guess we could start there. Is what brings you here.
Guys,
I think they have other information I don't, so I'm not going to try to like lure you into disclosing something you don't want to. But clearly, you have something you want to talk about, or you wouldn't be here.
I don't know, just speak my mind, or kind of, I don't know. There's just things I feel like I need to tell people. Couple. That pipe looks awesome, Sam, but
he does look very majestic with it.
A couple days ago, I kind of freaked out and was considering taking my own life. Kind of stupid now that I look back on it, but I've had quite a bit of stress kind of bottled up for a long while now, between issues with friends, family, work, a couple other things, and it just kind of got to the better of me for a little while.
That's horrible, man. I mean, you seem to be in good spirits when I talked to you less than a week ago.
Yeah, it just kind of got over the edge.
So I was going to ask, what kept you here?
Yeah.
Because it's, I mean, obviously, like, unless this is a weird fever dream, you're still alive. What kept you here?
I don't know how, but somehow my parents figured out. I was actually at a Tim Hortons eating lunch, and I was asked by the police to come to this like, I'm not gonna say it was like a hospital or anything. I wasn't 1050'd, but they asked me to come talk to some people at like a voluntary kind of I don't know what the word is, like suicide prevention kind of place.
Like a crisis center kind of thing?
Yeah,
like this.
Yeah, kind of like this.
Like one of these.
Similar vibes.
I was there for like 18 hours. I spoke a lot about I think it's a lot of problems with my family that's been getting to the better of me. I've had a couple of situations that are pretty horrible, kind of blamed on me, or people think that I did it. And it's pretty devastating, and it's pretty depressing.
That sounds terrible. Did they give you any follow-up treatment after, like, did they give you any referrals or any recommendations there?
They gave me a recommendation to another place I could go. I think I'm probably going to go through with it, but, I figured.
Through with the recommendation?
Yeah.
I just need to clarify.
Okay,
you talked
yeah,
about. Okay.
Yeah,
I need a clarification there.
Okay. Through with the recommendation.
Definitely go through with the recommendation.
Okay.
Don't go through with anything else. Yeah.
I just had to clarify because I was like, we're about to have a very serious conversation here in a moment. Okay. Yeah. All right. And are you Canadian? You said Tim Hortons?
No, I'm actually living in Ohio.
There's Tim Hortons in America?
Yeah.
You let them across the border?
I'm like a state over from Poob.
True.
What the fuck?
I did not know there were Tim Hortons over here.
You didn't know that?
They let them through the border. That's wild.
What the fuck?
I know.
Would
it's
him
terrifying.
being Canadian change your
Well, if he was Canadian, I would say probably more access to care. I mean, I know there's normally wait lists, from what I've been told by fellow Canadians. Not fellow, I'm not Canadian, but I've been told by Canadians is that, there is just more access to care was all. But so you were given a recommendation. Is it just for outpatient therapy, or is this like what was the recommendation?
It was for outpatient therapy.
Okay, good. I find eating that donut during this conversation very disrespectful, Sam. Like, I was trying very hard not to laugh, but he's sitting here opening his heart out, and you're sitting here just like...
Exaggeratingly.
That's what's keeping him here is that fucking donut, dude.
God damn, dude.
Me and Sir Floppa are
man.
tight, okay? If he was here, I would have give him one of my donuts, all right? What are you getting blamed for? What's the tension?
I don't actually know if I can say this.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well,
yeah, you don't have to
say it on the podcast.
That's fine.
Fair. Family dynamics are tough, though. I mean, it really is. Yeah. I mean, hopefully one of the recommendations would be for family therapy also, I would hope. I mean,
I am going to interject real quick and say that environment plays a huge part in people's disposition in life. And that fucking room you're
in a room of a ghost.
Yeah, that room that you're in. If I had to wake up and see that room every day, I would be.
This is just where my computer's at.
Wait, I assume that was a green screen.
No,
it's not.
No, that's a real room, bro.
I had him stand up in the background and sit in that chair. Last time I talked,
the clock in the background is going right now. I wound it for you guys. I wound that clock.
Well, I see the pendulum going at the bottom, but I mean, one
that can make
that
a
too.
cat profile picture talk could set up a pretty advanced
That's what I'm
green
saying.
screen system, even with the green
Background.
screen couch you're sitting on. To convince. But no, I've seen many a movie night this exact backdrop, and I see where you're coming from, Sam. Maybe not your total design, but it's definitely interesting. It's definitely a unique space.
I feel like if Sir Floppa was to furnish his own room, it wouldn't look like that, is what I'm saying.
No,
it'd probably look even more like that. Ice cream parlor in the back, a little
big gumball machine.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've got 4 sisters, 2 of which don't live with me right now. One of which used to live with me until she was about 20, and she ended up moving over to my mom's house and recently just had her second kid. She's 23, which is a little, I don't know, I'd say maybe a little early, but
yeah, it's a bit much.
It's when I was born. My parents were 23, but yeah, I get your point. Second kid.
Yeah,
I guess it was my mom's second kid, but whatever.
Cute kid though.
It's not about me. Yeah, I was a really cute kid too. So
correlations.
It's just been me, and I live with my grandparents. It's just been me and my grandparents.
Yeah,
you don't have to say that.
And that was implied when you turned on your camera.
Yeah. The familial conflict? Does it involve the grandparents, or is this the other, like the people who you don't live with, or the extended?
It's kind of a mix, because I get kind of shamed on by not my grandparents but other people, and my grandparents are just kind of tough to deal with, and I'm not really there because I work an 8 to 6 Monday through Friday, and my grandpa just had his shoulder replaced. My grandma just had a stomach surgery, so none of them can really do anything, and I'm surprised to even have the time here to do this, but it's been rough the past couple weeks.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
And not to make like any light of it, but I'm also assuming your grandparents are like very old by the decor.
My grandpa is 69 and my grandma is 68.
I was way off. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm 19.
So not very old.
Yeah, not.
Yeah. I was predicting at least late 90s, but
Jesus. Yeah.
Early hundreds. I don't know.
I feel like
genetics.
69 is too young to have that room in the house.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, I feel like, because I have a grandma that's about 85, and she might even be like 5 years in the future decor-wise from this. A lot more. How many dolls are in that house? Any porcelain dolls?
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's good.
There are some.
That house
I mean,
looks
but that
like
chair
someone
is
that survived the
salvageable.
Dust Bowl or something.
Like that leather chair is really cool.
There's
and that
another one
grandfather
right
clock is cool also.
Yeah, the cabinetry.
Like those are
there's
awesome.
a lot. Hey, look. I'm saying,
It's like
not
vintage
bad.
It's not wrapped in
crystal.
plastic, so it's not that far gone.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And like that woodwork, like outside of the when
Good
you leave the
paneling,
room.
Yeah, it's
that's
definitely
pretty
got
cool.
great
Actually,
bones. I'm assuming that house.
Speaking of the wood, this hardwood is currently illegal to import. It's Brazilian tiger wood.
Very cool.
Nice.
That is
Very cool.
So great bones. I mean, you have something to live for.
Yeah.
That house. I mean, if that's morbid, I'm not going there. Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, dude.
The
That's
Sapporo's
an
talking. I
interesting
apologize.
question.
That's
Do you
more
think
of
it's
a-
gonna
not
be
going
left
down that
You're a
road.
therapist.
In the future?
Okay, well, let's say I'm take that question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, that's something to look forward to for sure. Yeah. You
take
could
down
you
that
could do something
wallpaper.
with that. Yeah. You could definitely hang up some cool youthful posters.
Basically there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just repaint, and you're about 90% of the way there.
Yeah.
Well, first you have to take down the wallpaper
And look at that
before you
beautiful
repaint.
hardwood flooring too. It's just
Yes.
Is that also Brazilian?
So what steps have you taken since the the event? Is your
since the Tim Hortons incident.
yeah.
We can
Yes.
call it what
since,
it is.
Since I went
We'll
to
call
Tim
it that,
Hortons.
Yeah.
I've been talking to a couple different places to try and get some outpatient therapy. I mean, I was looking in Discord like yesterday and I saw this event and I'm like, well, that's exactly what I needed.
It's fitting. Yeah, it's fitting.
Yeah, it's almost
I
as if
hate
someone
to say it, but like
set
you
this
definitely
up.
should don't use this instead of going to therapy.
Yeah.
Man.
No,
Make sure,
I
make
know
sure you
that.
follow up with the in person. Okay, I just wanted to.
I
Just
also
just
want to
the
stress
first step in a journey of 1,000 steps
it is.
the beginning with one step.
But we've also been dealing with people whose trauma is kind of down the road a little bit. This seems very fresh and
a little too
above
fresh,
our
yeah.
pay grade, if that makes sense.
In this
You got a tier
environment.
3 Patreon
Yeah,
sub,
in this
maybe we
environment
could-
as well.
Yeah, I must say this is very much what I do daily, but not in this environment, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think what's important to start with is definitely coming up with, just to bring it back, some sort of safety plan. And I'm sure they'll do this once you meet with a therapist, is coming up with a really good safety plan, which should be identifying like what are the triggers for, suicidal thoughts, what are some coping skills you can implement, who are some supports. Again, we're going back to, you weren't here for it, but like this has been a recurring theme, is like finding your tribe, having a good support network. So like definitely, I'm sure that'll be day one what they do with you when you meet with a therapist, is they're going to go over. Have you been in therapy before?
No.
How do you feel? Well, again, how do you feel about going into therapy?
I feel like I definitely want to try it.
Good. Okay. So like for some people, and I don't know if this is for you specifically, but anyone listening, like demystifying here a bit, your first appointment, they're just going to get they call it a psychosocial history. So they're just going to ask you like, well, why are you here? Tell me about your family. They're going to go through the incident, the Tim Hortons incident. Then they're going to come up, probably first thing they'll do is use a safety plan, which, I definitely think that's needed. Do you have access to firearms in your home?
No.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
That's good. Step one.
Depending on what your plan
Explosives?
Them
was.
fingers clean, Sam. Jesus.
Yeah, lick that shit clean.
Have any
That's good.
any
No
Ohio
guns in that
TNT or
house.
anything? Some Tannerite? You gotta be careful.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, part of the safety planning would be whatever method you were planning on doing. We need to make sure that you have no access to it.
Don't go back
so
to
whether
Tim Hortons.
Yeah, keep the
Eating
donuts
yourself
away.
to death in a Tim Hortons.
Not allowed anywhere near Canadians. Good advice we should all follow.
It's very easy not to go to Tim Hortons. That place sucks. that could have been a trigger on
Is
itself.
that in poor taste
Tim
to
Hortons
ask
isn't that bad.
how you
Am I
planned
right,
on
Brian?
doing it?
No,
it's not poor taste at all.
Oh, yeah. How were you
A
planning
therapist
on,
would ask that. I mean, like in
doing
therapy,
it?
they're going to be very blunt
this
and
is
like
also-
straightforward.
As
But
much as
here
we're
we're not,
like
yeah.
being like this is therapy, it is still also like a
It is a
public
podcast.
podcast. So
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Share
but
what you're
like he
comfortable
said,
with.
remove pistols, and the guy doesn't have a hole in his chest or anything, so obviously he wasn't doing that.
Well, no.
You know? So if he tried sticking his head in the oven, I would say get rid of your oven, get that out of the fucking house.
No. Here's the thing: is so he didn't. Well, I'm not trying to get you to say or not. He didn't say he attempted and survived. He said he was contemplating, and it seems to me the way you described it, someone intervened before an attempt was made.
Okay.
So So safety planning would be making sure, we identify what the means were. So the things they look for is like intent, means, and like all that sort of stuff. And so like if you can. Like, for instance, not to get too graphic, but if it was going to be a gun, you would remove the guns from the home. If it was going to be, I'm not going to tell your audience different ways to kill themselves, but you get my point, right?
toilet, putting your head in the toilet, flushing it.
Yeah.
spinning
Big
your
acne
body down
anvil. Get
Flushing
rid
it
of
gets
that.
rid of the water.
Yeah, I'm saying you would get sucked down.
Oh, okay.
Getting flushed
Everyone knows
away.
that.
That's
Yeah.
what they say.
That's where the poop goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one of the worst ways to go. Don't do head in the toilet.
No.
That's my advice as a therapist. Don't do it that way. But Sir Floppa, I do want to stress, don't kill yourself. That's not cool. And we do care about you.
Well said. It's very, very poignant, Sam.
Yeah.
Don't kill yourself, Floppa.
What?
It would. I mean, that's just what Sam
You
said.
You cut out at the don't.
You
cut out there?
Fine.
Yeah,
he said don't. He said don't. I heard
Yeah,
him
he
say
said
fine.
don't.
Yeah,
I swear to
then.
fucking God. It's just this internet. Floppa, if you're going to listen to anything I say here today. No, I do. I mean, Don Tony's already said it, but like actually making the steps to meet with those people and knowing it's not like some sort of horrifying, like, they're there to help you and everything. It'll be a better space probably with something this fresh to discuss. You can actually tell all the details.
Yeah, and it's not scary. I mean, I know for like a lot of men, we view this as like weakness. You gotta be tough, and I mean, it's the best thing you can do for yourself, especially in like your situation. And like, there's, and I think it takes a lot for someone to admit that they need help and to, go get the help. So, I mean, you definitely should be proud of that step, and honestly, I know we're not helping you necessarily today, but your story may encourage, and I know this seems really cliche and stupid, but I can tell you, just like anytime I've been on the podcast, even if it's silly, goofy jokes, it has encouraged people who've listened to it to go get help. And I know that because I have motherfuckers, and stop doing this, people messaging me all the time asking me to be their therapist.
Yeah.
So
I'm one of them. And he denied me. He
actually
said no.
That is true.
And
Well, it's 'cause
it takes
you
a
know.
lot of strength for a man to ask for help in a situation, and
Definitely.
especially for like a therapist that they know, and then for them to reject them, that
Can
hurts.
be bad.
That's
more-
even
hurts.
more strength.
But,
That's even more strength to get over
yeah.
that.
But
God damn it.
don't stop seeking help.
My dad went to
No.
therapy, Floppa, and he's from Ohio, so it can
It
I
can be
probably
done.
know him.
Even
There's only about 14 people in
Yeah.
Ohio, so
Yeah.
probably one of my cousins or something, one of my bastardized cousins out there, man. You gotta check. What's your last name? Don't say that on air, but
Y'all are kinfolk.
first name is Big, second name is actually Floppa.
yeah, big Floppa.
Oh.
Sir, first name, is that just your title? Okay.
That's my
Title.
surname.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually funny.
So your last name is Sir.
Oh, it's that's funny.
Confusing.
That's a type of joke I love. It's just stupid enough. That's awesome.
Oh man, I have another donut over here that I want to eat, but I keep getting ridiculed.
The disrespect. At least wait till we don't have someone in the room. At least, like, at least wait
a whole
until.
box.
What about you know what? What about?
I'm starving right now, and I hate watching you eat those. I haven't had dinner.
Well, if he gives you permission to eat the donut, then I don't see what's wrong with that.
You know what, Sam?
Yeah,
you can eat the donut.
What a bro.
Such a weight off my chest. Thank you.
Unprofessional.
You know, usually these people come in here
therapy
and they try to get fixed by us, but you know what? You fixed me, Floppa. Thank you. The weight off my chest. I also have some of this Bass Pro Shops Uncle Buck's blue raspberry licorice.
Uncle Buck's.
Yeah. Can I have some of this too?
That sounds really good.
Yes, son.
Can I have some too?
No.
Eat them at the same time.
I didn't bring any snacks down here. I just
famished.
You're absolutely famished?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God, that looks good. Don Tony, got any... I mean, you already said it, I guess. It's pretty,
Yeah, I mean, I think in this situation, you're already linked up. You're getting linked up to professionals. That's great. I mean, do you have any questions on like what therapy looks like or anything? I mean, I could definitely answer those for you if you have any questions at all.
I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit, I don't really like a whole lot of change, which is why it was a big step to change jobs when I wasn't being paid enough. And I'm a little bit nervous going in to dump my heart out to another stranger.
Yeah. So what about the, being vulnerable and expressing all that stuff to a stranger? I mean, as I'm saying this, I feel like I know the answer. But what about that makes you uncomfortable or scared or nervous?
I don't know. I don't really show, not really an outgoing, like emotional kind of person. So I don't really cry. I don't really get sad. I mean, I get happy, but that's kind of the extent of it. So it'll be hard to, I don't know what the word would be. It would just be hard to kind of dump it all out.
Open up.
So I'm not going to lie to you, that first appointment, they'll probably ask you a bunch of questions, right? But a lot of it's going to be even things such as like, where are you from? Tell me about school. Tell me about, your education. Tell me about what you're working. So it's going to be a bunch of questions. If the therapist is good, they'll hopefully try to build rapport with you and make you comfortable. And honestly, like your first few sessions is probably not going to be day one you walk in and they're like, all right, open up and just like let it all out. Like they'll probably start with like incremental steps. I don't know if I should keep talking. I'm assuming they're AFK, but
yeah.
But in general, I'll wait till he gets back. Fuck it. How are those licorice, dude?
Oh my God, they're incredible.
They sound
really are sublime.
No.
Yeah.
I once had a blue raspberry licorice as well. We have this Okay, cool. I'll finish that story later.
I see a shadow disappearing into the distance. I'm assuming you got interrupted.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my guess. Yeah.
Almost bedtime.
Oh, it's almost bedtime. Mm-hmm. Do you have a mandated bedtime?
No. It's just I need to get up early.
Gotcha.
I was gonna say, he said he works at like 8 o'clock or something.
Oh, good heavens.
But like, so I mean, as far as like the comfort level, you'll get used to it, and a good therapist will make you comfortable. And I would also go into it and let the therapist know, like, hey, this is my first time in therapy. I'm not the most comfortable, and they should help make you feel more comfortable. Also, just remembering it's confidential. They've heard it all. Like, we hear some wild ass shit. So if you're worried about like they're gonna judge me or it's embarrassing, like trust me, they've heard infinitely worse than your situation. I'm sure. Like for real, I would be. I mean, I could tell you some stories. That anyway, your issue is
names off. Yeah, I can tell you some names, some stories where they're from.
No, I can't do any of that. But I mean, no. But like obviously, as I said earlier, there's confidentiality, so they can't say like what was your ridiculous name? You something about Floppa. Anyway, they won't say like Sir Floppa from Ohio, yada yada, right? But like, anyway, my point being is that they heard it all before throughout. They work 8 hours a day. I'm sure 8 hours they've heard intense stuff. Like, just be yourself, be honest, and just let them know your comfort level. And it works if you can build a good relationship with the therapist. So if you find that the one that you're given doesn't really mesh with you or click with you, ask for another one. That's normal. Like that, there's nothing wrong with that either. So, yeah.
I also want to say that that is a male trait, is to be very stoic and kind of bottle things in and try to be an island. I don't know why guys feel like, myself included,
societal pressure.
Yeah, there's something about like
bred in you.
It's maybe a sense of emotional self-reliance or something that we strive
John Wayne
for.
Movies.
Yeah, stuff like that kind of feeds into it.
He was a pussy.
He was a pussy. Yeah, he tried to fight that Native American woman at the Oscars. I saw that. Yeah. And I feel like he could have benefited from some therapy, maybe. But there's I think there's a lot of help that could occur from just talking about your emotional problems. And even if you don't, for the audience, maybe not directed at you, Sir Floppa, but if you have like friend groups, like bros, friends, talking with them, it can it's almost like therapy. Me and Bizzle have some serious heart-to-hearts, man. We've resolved some issues of the mind and soul just by talking. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm more of an emotional man than ever because of that, I didn't open up to anybody. Don't roll your fucking eyes at me, Boob. Pussy. I've had conversations with you too, Boob. We have heart-to-hearts on the phone all the time. I don't want to disclose that to the patrons, but me and Poop sob on the phone frequently, weekly. We get on the Patreon, we read the comments, we call each other, we sob. Okay, and it's related to the Patreon. Therapeutic. There's nothing to be gained from just bottling this stuff up and then going down to Tim Hortons and letting it all unfold,
Yeah. And real strength is confronting our issues and growing and being, like avoidance. If you want to go on the like manly strength versus weakness thing, really putting stuff under your rug and avoiding is, in my opinion, would be weaker than confronting your issues, manning up and dealing with your problems, right? And if you brush everything under the rug, you got a lumpy ass rug and you're gonna trip and fall over it, And
that's not a clean room. That's not good. And a clean room is the first step to mental health.
I guess that's true.
Yep.
Someone
that's
said
from
that.
JP.
Yeah, it's true. A goddamn Navy SEAL or something. He was a frogman or whatever. He's almost a Navy SEAL. He said that.
Frogman.
He's like a frog hopper or something. I can't remember. I read the book a while ago. It sucked. But
my toolbox is infinitely cleaner than my room is.
Get your bedroom in working order. Okay?
By the way, patrons, audience, you were about to see a working man's hands. Sir Floppa, show those things off. Show those fucking puppies off, dude.
He's been spraying dog medicine on them to harden them.
Yeah.
Oh,
this guy's got like 80-year-old farmer hands.
What do you do?
Look at those things. Bam!
They're burned. They got burns.
They're burnt. Dude, look at those knuckles. Look at those damn calluses.
Calluses, cuts, scratches all over.
Imagine one of those fucking things grabbing you by the neck. Look at even the outside of those.
Don't touch the antiques with those.
It's like a coal miner's hand. What the hell?
And how old are you
put
again?
That stuff on them?
What stuff?
He's putting dog medicine on them to toughen them up. I saw a guy on TikTok doing that. He's on
There's
like day
this
50.
stuff that I thought like, oh shit, let me Google this. What is that shit for? Like mechanic like balm for your hands or some shit?
Oh, are you talking about that orange shit?
Yeah.
I mean, we
have.
Yeah,
we've got
working
that
hands.
like gritty kind of soap, and it works well. It's just doesn't get it all.
I don't want to. My hands are not nearly what you got going on.
You have the hands of a
I
newborn.
have my uncle who was a blacksmith. He called me. He said I had palace boy hands. Okay, but I will say that the soaps with the abrasives in them, they if you have calluses, they tend to like almost like etchings into your calluses that then the next day will get even further in there. It's almost like the opposite of helping you out. So like some people that have, like a really like blue collar job where their hands get all fucked up every day, they'll tend to gravitate towards those soaps that have sand built in, and I feel like it exacerbates the issue. You don't want that stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's my little Linus Tech tip to you, and stay away from Tim Hortons. But Floppa, thank you for calling in.
Yeah.
And I hope everything works out for you. And that shadow looming in and out of the room is worrying me. It's very scary.
Scary, bro.
Yeah.
But remember, you're being brave and courageous by getting help, and like that's one of the most manly things you can do besides rocking a nice mustache. So.
Mm-hmm. Or having those hands.
I wouldn't call that a mustache.
What?
It takes time. You talking about my mustache or yours?
No, I was talking about mine.
I couldn't grow a mustache at your age either, though.
Sam's.
Yeah,
mine? What the fuck? Why do you attack me randomly? I don't even have a mustache. I shaved for this, sort of.
No.
Probably because you like therapy and books, you pussy. You can't grow a mustache.
Pussy bitch.
I shaved with some 50 grit sandpaper.
Yeah.
We are what we eat. We are what we eat.
That's why you're an asshole.
Sam's a
I'm a pussy.
Sam's a fucking
That's why
donut.
Sam's a donut.
I'm a donut and a piece of licorice, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sweet, baby.
Cunnilingus joke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wappa, see you at movie night tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I better see you here.
Every time you're not at a movie night, I'm calling the Ohio PD.
We're calling up
to Tim
every
Hortons.
Tim Hortons.
Go to Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
When are you going to join in on a movie night, Sam?
I've been busy, but I think tomorrow I actually was pretty disappointed. I had plans the last two, and I quite enjoy them because I normally watch one and then I strong arm like I want to watch this movie now. That's one of the ways I get off.
All right.
Problem solved.
Well, you have a good night, Sir Floppa. Go to bed. Have a good restful sleep. And wash those fucking hands before you stick them in your eyes, dude. You're going to get pink eye. Holy shit. Oh my God. Stop. Even the back of them, dude.
Christ, dude.
God damn. Anyways,
These are extra large glove hands.
Yes, they are. Jesus.
What the hell does he do for work? What do you
I work on cars.
He's like that guy. He's that guy with the two hammers that bashes through mountains. Henry.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? Like Folktale.
Yeah.
Henry, whatever, he beat the mining
steam engine.
Train.
Yeah.
He's flaying down the. Who the hell is that? You guys are the most badass.
Does he have
guy
like an
ever.
ox or something?
Yeah, the blue ox.
Henry
like,
Cavill.
boom,
No,
boom,
not Henry
boom,
Cavill.
boom.
Henry Cavill is quite
No,
the specimen also.
Henry
though,
Cavill's
but,
fucking hands look, they're pussy hands compared to his, dude.
His name's John Henry, dude.
John Henry?
John
You're like
Henry,
John
yes.
Henry, but white.
And he had the blue ox, right?
I don't think all I know him from is him just being like, you know what, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna beat whatever. And he just he had like two hammers and he just like went through a mountain really quick. I don't know if it's real. I think he's like a Johnny Appleseed or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, John Henry
Appleseed's-
had a blue ox or something. Yeah. He was
had a
steel
blue
driving. He
ox
was
or
called the steel driving man.
Steel drive. That's badass.
Yeah.
Be like John Henry.
Yeah.
John Henry wouldn't kill himself.
No, he wouldn't. All right.
I don't
Sir
know.
Floppa, have a good one. Good night. Thanks for calling
man.
in.
All right.
And we'll see you tomorrow, right? At the
Yes,
movie
we will.
night?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Awesome.
Most indubitably.
Okay.
All right, thanks for
good
calling in,
news.
man.
Bye.
See ya.
See.
Guys, I think his main problem is that he's obviously a repressed homosexual.
Ohio, it's hard to get out there and meet those guys. I wouldn't go to a Tim Hortons to pick up dudes, though. I would go to maybe a BP.
Yeah.
Okay, next person.
You could dunk them donuts.
I'm gonna pull up Veggie. They've been in there the whole time.
Do it.
They've all been in the whole
I know,
time.
but some of them got added late. Hello,
Hey, Veggie, how you doing?
Veggie. Welcome. What brings you here today, Don Tony? I learned that one from you.
Well, I heard Don Tony was going to be here, and I thought he might have some good strategies for building positive habits and maybe getting rid of bad ones.
You've piqued our interest.
Yeah, what are the good habits you want? We'll start there. What are the good habits that you're trying to build?
The good one to start with, and I think a lot of gamers could probably use this as well, just working out.
Yeah, I struggle with that a lot.
I don't work out ever. I've never been to a gym once in my life.
Well, it's just a good habit, so I figured you might have something on there.
Don Tony, this is therapy for you. Okay. Now, what's the next thing that Don Tony can do to fix his foul deposition?
What else do I need? I mean, because that's why we're here, is to help me.
Well, have you considered getting LASIK?
I think the glasses are a good look. Without my glasses, I look like a weirdo. Okay, like look at this.
I'm not gonna lie, the glasses fit the look.
You look like
well.
a railroad hobo without the glasses.
You'd have to change everything. The whole vibe.
For those clothes. But now I see a gentleman.
But so we're talking about building good habits, right? So in general, when we try to, behaviors that are reinforced are more likely to continue, right? So what I would advise for any habits you're trying to build is I would, one, try to get a structure and routine.
Wait, isn't he giving us advice?
No, he said he wanted advice on how to build these habits.
Yeah. Oh, I thought Veggie was giving us advice.
He's just giving an example.
Okay. Sorry, I am not an accredited medical professional. I cannot give you any advice.
Oh, okay. I thought you were coming in here giving us tips. Okay.
So in this format, I can. Here's a tip. Sorry.
Where's the tip?
The tip was for him to shut his fucking donut eating mouth. Okay. Let Don Tony cook,
But so one, I would try to get a routine and schedule, and then when you stick to your schedule, I would provide yourself some sort of reinforcement, and it needs to be something
eat a hamburger when you're done.
That you don't always have access to. Like, so for instance, I'm just going to use like cookies as an example. If you have this favorite type of cookie that you have plenty of it, you won't do the behavior you're trying to reinforce, right? If you can just go grab the cookie that you want. So it gets kind of tough, but I would try to find some sort of thing that you could provide yourself as reinforcement. I imagine if you want to go to the gym, eating a hamburger afterwards would be counterproductive, I imagine, right?
My favorite cookies in your mom's pants.
This is serious.
I take that personally.
I'm sorry.
Bad timing.
That was bad taste, but it's always... Laughter is one of the best medicines, even though not a lot of laughs out of that one. I giggled, which makes me 2% feel better.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Well, that's what matters,
also,
really.
I interrupted.
My mom's,
I wasn't necessarily.
It doesn't matter how my mom feels about this,
I was
but
mainly
it's okay.
just saying that to anyone.
Anyone's mom?
Listening I don't know.
Okay.
Veggie, what's your mom's? I'm just joking.
Not great, my friend. Not great.
I'm sorry. What I'm sure Don Tony will ask, but like, what are some of your negative habits you're trying to break out of?
Well, I've tried to stop smoking pot a couple times. Weed.
It's tough.
Can't ever really stick with it.
Non-addictive, my ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the barrier you're finding with quitting?
Want.
Honestly, I think it's just maybe a little bit of want, but I'm not really knowing how else to fill my time.
It makes boredom. It makes boredom feel more fun.
Yeah.
More manageable.
Yeah. But I figured if I could find a way to build good habits like going to the gym, then other things might follow with that. Just gotta
so the reason I was asking was, are we self-medicating for something, or is it really boredom? Like you just don't know what to do, so you get stoned?
I mean, most people say, they always feel good when they're smoking weed. I smoke so much, I don't really know. I guess I don't have a good idea of what it's like being sober as an adult. So.
Do you smoke like right when you wake up? You start getting high, or do you wait a little bit?
Most days it's when I get up. Yeah,
I've found for not necessarily quitting or anything, but it helps me feel like a more productive member of society. And I'm not saying it's easy, because you're gonna wake up and be like, "Fuck, I want to smoke weed," but like waiting till the sun's down. For me, at least, and like my roommates, like we always started, in college, we were just like absolutely degenerates. And if we had one of them that's like, guys, let's wait till it's goddamn the sun's at least down. Like, let's do this in darkness. Mm-hmm. And just even doing that helps me feel like I'm not like a complete degenerate with it, where I'm like, okay, I've done my day, and now as a reward, I will smoke some weed and have my and then you'll start also feeling that, because you're probably to the point where you said you don't even remember what it's like to be sober. Like, you're not even really getting the awesome effects of weed. You're just like, you have to keep smoking and smoking, and then at a point you're getting diminishing returns. You're not even really getting any higher. You're just smoking more of your weed and feeling more and more like mind mush.
So this point I'm going to make is applicable to both the gym and the marijuana. Whenever you're trying to create new habits, it's best to do it incrementally, right? So like if you set a really large goal for yourself, like I'm going to go to the gym every day of the week and not smoke pot ever again, you're probably not going to succeed, right? What I would say is a better way to do it is maybe like what Pooh was saying, where you like taper down. So like if you're used to smoking 24/7, maybe wait till it's only nighttime. If you're going to want to start going to the gym, maybe go once a week. If you could do that for a couple weeks, now increase it to twice a week, or whatever your end goal is. I would break it up into like incremental steps, as opposed to trying to dive in and be like, because then there's going to be like disappointment, shame for not meeting your goals, all that sort of shit. So I would start baby steps. Like if you're trying to go from smoking 5 times a day down to like, 0, you want to probably start with, okay, this week's going to be 4 times a day. Next week will be 3 times, whatever. It's just easier that way. Also, if you do have any, now when I say withdrawal, I mean, I'm not talking like physical, but like it has been shown that marijuana, you could be maybe a little bit more irritable. If you have been self-medicating, maybe you'll start to find I have these other shit that comes up, like anxiety or whatever it is. So that's what I would advise. But I also don't think there's anything wrong with smoking weed, like just recreationally. I mean,
do you have like access to a lot like easy weed too?
It's right down the block from me.
Yeah, see, that's dangerous. I'm like a goldfish, dude. Like the more you have, like the more it's a lot easier to smoke all the time. You got a lot of weed. I found like now I'm in an area where it's like I don't want to deal with college time, like going to some guy's house and being like, I need some weed. It's it's not legal here.
Am I the only one who didn't get the goldfish reference? What do you mean?
Like a goldfish grows to the capacity of like its environment. Like it can keep getting bigger if it's in a lake versus a bowl. So if I've got like a bowl of weed, I'm gonna smoke a lot more versus if I'm like, I really got to make this last. That doesn't play for you though, obviously, because you have easy access. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And
I don't know. Okay.
I've never heard of that. It sounds like.
Have you tried making your bed in the morning?
Yeah. Have you tried reading a book? I just got blood. I
was for a while, but I kind of fell out.
Why are you bleeding?
I like nervously pick when I'm talking and stuff, and I picked a scab on my arm, and now I got it. Wait, you can't. I got it on my cool turtleneck. Probably worse than anything that's happening to Veggie right now. There's blood on this cool turtleneck.
I do want to chime in a little bit.
I'm sure you got some great advice.
I am currently on a tolerance break. I got like, you do the month-long tolerance break, so I'm not fucking spending all my money on weed. And I got probably about a week left.
Allegedly, he's in Florida.
Got about a week left until I'm back into the swing of things. But it has changed my mind in terms of how I'm gonna consume weed
when you get back.
When I get back, and I've realized that it did definitely just get to a point where it was just absent-minded consumption, and it's kind of changed my mind in terms of like even caffeine, dude. Anything where like where I'm ingesting stuff, I'm definitely gonna be seeing it as not only more of a reward, like I've done my work for the day. Now it's time to unwind.
You can't even drink.
No. It's just like sometimes I wake up and I just go like, boom, I'm gonna have some coffee, and I'm like, I'm just sitting there pounding coffee. But now when I go in there and I make an espresso shot, I'm like, I'm gonna sit down and enjoy this for the purpose of having some caffeine.
Interesting. Yeah. When's the last time I had a Celsius and I went, oh my god, the flavors.
Yeah,
some mindful consumption. I like that.
Yeah, but same thing with like weed. Like I used to have a weed vape. It was just sitting here on the desk. And I would just sit down and I would just crank on it. And it's so now this is what I did. Sounds very simple. How tall are you, Veggie?
I'm just under 6 foot.
Just under 6 foot. How tall are you?
I am 6 foot, of course.
6 foot. How tall are your ceilings?
Right here.
Teetering 6'1".
They're If I had to say, they're probably about 10 foot.
10 foot? 10 okay, get a shelf that's right up there at the top and put your weed up on top of that shelf out of your reach. And then that dude, you got it.
No, dude, it's not.
That'll handle it. You'll be all right. You won't even think about it. It's so high to get up there.
You got to get a little stool or something.
It's totally out of your reach.
Put the stool in a different room. It'd be crazy.
But no, it is hard. They say it's not habit forming. It totally is.
Dude,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't get that
my
shit.
My friends and I used to clean out the bong and then like take the black shit that'd come out of it and be like, okay, that might be enough for like, we try that out. We can make you get very, if there's any bit in the house, you'll find it when you're like really.
I've never got down to that.
Or harvesting resin and stuff.
It was really hard to get it. We were very poor. So we were like, let's get I mean, just about 2 days ago, I was starting to check on the floor around my area. Like, maybe something fell down here. Maybe I'm literally just about to be there where I'm out. And that's a good thing, not having it be legal here for me, because I'm going to have to wait.
Be fucking gone.
But I'm already, like, nervous about it, where I'm like, okay, I've got this much keef left. And once that's gone, I'm completely fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know. D'Antoni, how do you in one sentence, how do you fix this guy completely off his weed addiction?
In one sentence?
One sentence. Yeah. Not a run-on sentence either.
You know, when you smoke a lot of weed, do you get the munchies pretty bad or no?
I do.
Because that's going to that also helped for me when I started being like, I want to work out. It's been like really hard for me my whole life to ever self-motivate to do it. All my friends are fucking huge. And oh, fuck, I suck. I can't work out. I know that when I get really high, I just eat like an animal. So if you want those two goals, that might help that they're like pretty directly conflicting. Like you smoke a little less, you eat less. It's going to help your workout journey. I don't know if that would motivate you at all, but like, it's not gonna. If you want to work out, getting high and eating a bunch of snacks all the time isn't gonna, help.
Might not make me feel so good.
Yeah, it's not gonna help your journey. So maybe just overall eating healthier, because you're not smoking as much weed, or like keeping less snacks in the house for when you get high, so it feels less fun.
I live at home. And
I got a stack pantry.
My grandmama buys a lot of snacks for my younger sibling.
Oh, dude, that's when I go to my dad's house and there's like a real adult's pantry. Holy shit! I'll eat 10 Go-Go squeezes, in a row.
Yeah, that's an adult pantry. Go-Go squeezes.
I mean adults with kids. I have a little brother, and I'm like, what are you bringing to lunch? Like, what do you got in there?
My fucking daughter
like a school
is
bully.
so spoiled. Abby makes her a nice lunch every day, and she doesn't eat it. So when she gets home with her lunchbox, I go pilfering through. I'm like, oh, you didn't eat your fucking Oreo single snack bite like pack? I'll sit there and just eat a bunch of little Oreos really quick.
I do the same thing.
Yeah, it's also a lot of people do just like you said earlier, they smoke to just occupy their time. Find a hobby, a passion, something to kind of fill that void, because it is just a great way to just blow by the evening. You're just like, I got nothing going on. Be productive. Clean your room.
My work doesn't have anything going on during December, so I've really been feeling that.
I meant more of like a personal hobby that's productive, not work
tinkering. Well, you could become a tinkerer.
I mentioned work just because I've been out of work, so I've been smoking a lot more than I normally do.
Oh yeah.
Get a job.
But if we had to
have
one sentence, I've been thinking about this one sentence this whole time.
I was totally joking, but let's hear it.
No, I was thinking about it. Okay, so I would say.
Weed stop, please.
No, I would say like active scheduling tapered down paired with distress tolerance skills.
That's not a grammatically correct sentence.
You can use two sentences if it makes it more cohesive.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so I would. That was a sentence.
Can you explain the stress tolerance part of that?
Yeah, distress tolerance. So like skills that you can implement that help you deal with distress or like unpleasant feelings. And because like for a lot of people, when you like quit, you may get like irritable, you may get more anxious, things like that. So distress tolerance skills, if you Google it, they'll pop up. It could be things like, mindful meditation, progressive muscle relaxation, grounding techniques. So like things that will help you get your mind off the things that's distressing, calm your body. If you Google distress tolerance skills, a bunch of stuff will pop up. Yeah, a bunch of stuff will pop up.
This is also just more like this is like
that was a sentence. Well, I tried to make it a sentence, but it was butchered and terrible.
Sorry, real therapist advice by any means. Just guy that smoked a lot. But do you are you a guy that like when you get high you can be around like groups of people, like go out in public, or do you more shell up?
It really depends on how much I smoke, but I'm definitely a lot more sociable.
Do you have you're more sociable when you're smoking?
Yeah. Well, usually I'm pretty introverted.
Okay. Well, that's very interesting.
It does depend on how much I smoke. If I get really stoned, I don't want to be around anybody.
Do you have friends that used to be like really big stoners and then they quit because they had that one panic attack that they always talk about where they're like, holy shit, I grew up with a lot of people. They were smoking way before me, and then we missed each other because they all had, separately, a big freak out where they're like, I thought I was going to die. I don't want to smoke weed anymore. Maybe smoke so much and then go somewhere so uncomfortable for you that you make that panic attack happen, and you'll be completely disinterested. It's like
I honestly have therapy. Considered that. One of my
aversion therapy,
used to smoke a lot. He isolated himself for a good while, but he got out of it. He can't really smoke anymore. Anytime he does, it does give him that anxiety.
Yep. I know a lot of people where I'm like, this guy he was right there in the trenches grumming it out of that bong and smoking it. Now he's like, I don't want any. How'd you do that? Well, I just had a really, really bad freak out.
Scared straight.
It sounds like when a dad catches his son with cigarettes and goes, smoke the whole pack right now.
I actually have seen that work too. I've seen one of my friends wanted to quit smoking, smoked the whole pack, threw up a ton, felt more sick than he's ever felt in his life. Doesn't smoke anymore. This is more just like old timey advice, but
yeah. And take a big tablespoon of castor oil.
Have a guy hit you every time you take a hit. You go, yeah, you like that? Yeah. Bam.
You like hits?
I'll show you hits. Yeah.
But I think keeping yourself busy and active, like was said, like I don't remember who said it earlier, but someone said earlier, I think it was Sam.
Me.
I think it was Sam. But anyway,
Sam with his great points.
Yeah, give him the gold star.
He's coming up with good.
If I had put on the other turtleneck, I'd be getting all these props, but
you would be. I do like your jersey though; it's very cool.
Thanks. I was fishing, so
I know.
Veggie,
I threw you a bone.
What? Sorry, I don't know why I'm asking Veggie a question. Don Tony, just cure this guy.
No, I was just gonna say, definitely keeping yourself busy. Idle hands go to the genitals, kind of thought. So, I would just keep yourself as occupied as you.
I've never heard of that one.
As occupied as you can. And then if you start to find that without the marijuana, you're feeling anxious, maybe do some progressive muscle relaxation, some guided imagery, deep breathing, and then taper down. Like I said earlier, any goal you want, it's easier to do baby steps. Incremental change is more likely to be sustained than if you go, I'm going to do cold turkey tomorrow. I mean, some people can cold turkey but most people would fail.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, I think Bizzle was telling me that he actually had withdrawals from cold turkey stopping weed, but he was at the point where he was just doing insane dabs and stuff. I didn't realize you could actually have physical withdrawals, which is
he was just losing a mental battle that was then shooting into his body, but it's not physical. It's purely in his mind. Well, you see what part of the mind that is actually right around where the big spider
is. The spider is actually the weed.
This is
afflicting your mind. Yeah,
that's really on there, but
you could have withdrawal effects. You definitely could. If you, for instance, you can have anxiety pop up, different things, racing heart, who knows. So Bizzle definitely could have had some sort of physiological symptoms that maybe were, psychosomatic kind of thing. I don't know if there's actual physical withdrawal from marijuana, but you definitely would have psychological, emotional dependency for sure.
Smoke too hard, you can.
It usually stops me from sleeping very well whenever I do take a smoke break.
That's so true. But when you do fall asleep, how about those dreams, right?
Yeah,
Dreams
the
are
dreams
crazy. That's
become
kind
that.
of like a motivation, because I don't know if you, like when I'm on a long stint of smoking, I don't dream really, and
No.
it's, I miss it. I miss the dreams.
Do you have really weird dreams when you do dream?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, typical.
Mine always feel really vivid. So
I always see this. I have the same dream my entire life every time, but that's just typical shit. And yeah, when you take that tea break, you get that dream back. That dream that tells you how you're gonna live and die. Where
you only have one dream ever, and that's very typical shit.
Yeah, it's just typical stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Who likes to hear about dreams unless you're in them? But
that's true.
None of you guys are in that dream, by the way. So you're not
I
interested.
will ask one more thing. When you guys started working out, if you guys do, what did you start with exercise-wise?
Does anyone in this group work out?
I mean, I kind of do. And for me,
I haven't in a while.
Sam's is very different. So I don't. For me, like I've always found weightlifting really boring and stuff like that. So just biking is a lot more like, I'm actually kind of like, it's more fun for me for some reason. And then there's these, you can get weird weighted. I mean, it's basically a kettlebell, like kettlebell shit like that. Or I have a weighted mace. And it's just, for some reason, like, itches my brain a little more to, like, you swing this thing around and there's, like, a full workout for it. And it's, like, it feels like I'm just throwing around a weapon. Like, it's just more fun because I'm like, oh, this is cool.
Is that the shit I've seen people, like, hit tires with and stuff? Like, they'll, like, swing it over their head and, like, hit a tire?
Well, my friend came over and was like, I do this, and his forearms are the size of my, body. And he's like, I just love throwing this thing around, and you get them a different weight.
What are these called? They sound pretty cool.
It's just like a weighted mace. If you like look it up on Amazon or something, it's just basically long bar, ball at the end.
Yep.
I start with like a 10-pound one because they're more. The weight distribution feels like more than 10 pounds.
It'll turn you into Popeye for sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to build a very interesting body.
In result, I want to look like an art character.
Yeah. But just doing stuff like that just to help you get into the routine and then work it. Like whatever, if you can find a workout that feels fun for you, then working in more like traditional like dumbbells, fucking bench press, stuff like that. But
I will actually, I'm going to agree with you there. I have a very traditional just workout of just like a.
I just use free weights, dumbbells.
Like doing the bike, doing like 30 minutes on the bike when you're finished with it, aerobic exercise, like improves my day. I feel happier, way better.
Runner's high.
There's an actual like emotional, like uplifting feeling to like, damn, dude. Because, I don't know. I guess it's like your body going like, you just chased down a gazelle or something, like.
It's also endorphins being released.
Something going on.
Is it usually the beginning of the day that you work out then?
Huh?
Beginning?
I know some people like to do it late at night.
Fuck no, dude. I don't do that shit late at night. I'm all tuckered out late at night.
You do it early in the day because it also helps you sleep. As well, I've heard.
Yeah, and that will help too with the weed when you're getting off of it and you're having trouble sleeping. If you're fucking tired enough from working out, you will go to bed. Also, just like a bottle of melatonin helps me when I'm like, pop a bottle when I'm really like I'm not gonna make it. Stuff like that.
All right. Well, I got some notes written down. Good talking to you guys.
Glad we could help, Veggie. Nice talking to you.
Also,
meet you, Veggie.
What hand do you brush your teeth with?
Oh my God! Don't listen to this guy.
Oh no!
My dominant hand and my right hand.
Okay, brush your teeth tomorrow with your left hand,
and make your bed.
And when you're brushing your teeth, you're gonna look in the mirror and you're gonna tell yourself, "I love you," 25 times. Okay.
All right.
You writing that down? And then I want you to get in the shower, piping hot shower, steam billowing up, right? And you're gonna do 25 deep breaths. Got to get that oxygen flowing.
You're going to pass out if you do this, and you're going to hurt yourself.
You're not going to hurt yourself. You'll be perfectly fine.
Dude, the lung capacity of a man smoking that much weed, he's not going to make it through 25 deep breaths.
Okay. He got 4.
My lungs aren't that bad.
Okay, do the love part. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of self-love.
I got that bit down at least.
Yeah.
All right, well, good talking to you, Veggie.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Oh, sorry.
So I actually have a fun tip that hasn't been relevant yet, but it's like a fun, weird, and it works, and it's the weirdest thing. So if anyone out there has like cries, find yourself you cry a lot and you don't want to cry at any given moment, you squeeze one. No, you squeeze one hand, right? So like your right hand you squeeze, and then you curl the toes on the opposite foot. So you would curl like your left toes down and you squeeze your right hand, and you can't cry at the same time while doing that. It's the weirdest thing.
Porn stars do for deep throating?
Maybe, I don't know.
That is I've never heard that, but Sam, you do look very good with that pipe in your mouth and that outfit. You could wear that outfit to a parent-teacher conference.
Yeah.
And they might actually think you're a real dude.
Looks like a very stern principal.
Also, here's another pro tip, guys. If your friend can't stop hiccuping, tell them that you'll give them $5 if they hiccup one more time and really mean it, and they won't hiccup again. It's true.
Or you lose $5.
No, well, you have to be ready for that risk, but it's to help out a friend. So
does that actually work?
Well, my dad always did that on me, and I've found it does work if you believe it. Because I've told that to friends, they're like, "I'll give you $1 million." I know you don't have a fucking million. I know you're not going to give me $1 anyway, even if I do. It works about 80% of the time. I mean, there's like 20 other techniques to stop hiccuping, but that's my favorite.
I've never found one that works. I've tried all the stuff.
The
I've
scaring
tried,
one I tried recently. My youngest was hiccuping, and then I startled her, and then she cried, and while she was crying, she was hiccuping. I didn't know you could cry and hiccup at the same time. It was horrible. I felt really bad.
I always do the inhale as much as you possibly can, and then hold your
breath. That works.
That works. Or holding your nose and drinking a bunch of liquid. That's if I've got no one around me to offer me money. It doesn't really work on me because I know it now. But if I have to like self-administer, I'm like glug, 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 always take some out.
Yeah.
Poop running down the street hiccuping. Give me some money. Anyone have any money?
It's like the Heimlich. You got to learn how to do it on yourself too, on a chair or something.
Yeah.
Right,
that's actually one of my biggest fears is choking to death in my own house.
I've been so close so many times, so I've got to have a backup plan.
How horrible would that be if live on podcast while we're doing it, you see me eat a donut and I'm like,
I was honestly like thinking about it, where you're like, you're hoping. Like, well, I wasn't hoping, it's strong, but I was hoping you at least go like, but you didn't, so that was a little unfortunate. All right, we got to pound through these 4 dudes.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. I don't know about you all, but like. It's past my bedtime. Yeah. I'm down to keep going, though.
I know.
Because I'm a trooper.
We're moving up.
Okay.
Let the record show Don Tony's a trooper.
Yeah.
I can't read this full name.
Super Void.
Super Void.
How are you?
Super Void.
I'm
probably
good.
Great if you're here.
You can turn on your camera, by the way, if you want.
Yes, just when my laptop's freezing up, guys. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
God, this is horrible.
If you want us to drag you after the next person,
we can bring you. Yeah, we can bring you next if you need.
Yeah, that would be all right. I'd be all right with that. My shit's freezing up. Sorry, guys.
Okay, no worries. We'll add you back.
Oh.
All right, I'll grab the next
he
guy.
Was cool.
What if this next guy's the last guy?
We can't leave him. Hello?
Yeah, consider that one done.
Am I allowed to turn on my camera?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah.
I've been forgetting to say that. Everybody has their fucking camera on down there, and none of these people have then returned it back on.
But yeah.
Solid middle part right off the bat.
Yeah. Awesome guitars.
I know.
Do you want to see the entire collection before I get started?
Yeah, let's go.
So just a pan.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Are you in a dorm?
And a Neo.
Yeah. I've also. Wait, what was that?
Are you in a dormitory?
No. This is my actual.
Is that a Matrix 2?
Okay.
Is that Jurassic Park blanket?
Jurassic Park
blanket.
This
guy's got no problems. He's been fixed. Big Lebowski.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, what the hell can we help? Can you help me?
There's nothing wrong with this guy.
Yeah, I've totally got my life together. I have to be up at 4:30 for work tomorrow. I'm fucking no problems, man.
What ails you?
It's more so just I guess a decision that I made in the past that, talking to my friends, they say like, oh, it's playing the long con, and it doesn't really matter, but I still feel bad about it. So I guess just to start from the top, if that's okay, I'll go in chronological order. Is that I think in June of 2022, me and my first girlfriend broke up because she was moving to Montreal for university, and I was I was dealing with some issues that I thought would be resolved over the summer. They were not. But then, because,
she didn't really want the relationship to end, because this shirt was actually like a week after she broke up with me. She was like, I saw this shirt at Value Village and I thought of you. I know that The Big Lebowski was your favorite movie. And gave it to me. And that kind of was a mind fuck right afterwards, So obviously I was very spiteful and angry at her for that, because I was like, you still cared about me, but you broke up with me. Mm-hmm. I didn't understand it until afterwards. And then, through the process of getting over her, I realized that she'd be coming back to town for Christmas. And, she went to Montreal for an engineering program, and I stayed in town for an engineering program. And I thought, like, she kind of had a superiority thing where, it was always like, she always had to be, like, better than somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had come up with a plan where I thought, how funny would it be if I just said, like, I dropped out of engineering, and, I'm thinking of switching into geology, because my sister's a geology major, and her and I prospected over the summer, and I was like, oh shit, that's fucking cool as hell. And so, she came back into town. I told her, like, yeah, I dropped out. The second I said it, completely believed me. Like, didn't even... My question was like, oh yeah, like, I could totally see that. Like, I remember you said that, like, like, geology is super cool, which I never really had. I just kind of said I like being a...
Go on.
Boob, I'm sorry.
No, my bad.
You threw off my timing, man.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
He was gonna say it rocks.
Yeah, that was supposed to be my line.
Fuck. Yeah.
I said that to a geologist this summer, and I almost got fired.
I'm so sorry, man. I didn't know you were. I thought you just missed the mark with the rules. My bad.
We're supposed to fix him, not bring up past trauma. And
yeah. It's almost worse than my sister's doing her thesis on, like, sandy loam and aggregate soils, and when she said sandy loam, I was like, sandy loam? Who is she? Where can I find her? And then I got hit. She didn't appreciate that one.
Going back to what happened when she was like, oh yeah, you seem like a geologist. You were never going to be an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. All of my coworkers who I had worked with at the pool, because that's how me and my ex met, is that we were lifeguards together. And then, Sam, I know that you poop. Fuck.
Yeah.
Poob, I remember that you were a lifeguard.
Call me Sam,
once upon a time.
I'm already feeling like I'm like I see some connections to a past relationship I've had, but please go on.
Oh shit.
But I was the girl, but go on. I'm just fucking with you. No, I'm just joking.
That's like an M. Night Shyamalan twist right there. Well, anyways, I digress.
Yeah.
So all that happens. She rotates on deck afterwards, and all of my coworkers are like, I swear to fucking God, like, are you not in engineering? Like, you passed, like, I passed Calc 1 with a 100, like, all my other classes were, like, 80s and shit, and I was like, yeah, I did, like, I didn't drop out, I just kind of wanted to fuck with her a little bit, and then, months pass, she goes back to Montreal, and one of my friends, from work, does an internship in Montreal over the summer, and I get a text while I'm on a date with another girl saying, like, Sam, I hung out with your ex, and she asked me, like, what you were doing, and I was super confused because she said, like, yeah, I thought Sam just, like, dropped out of university, and so she thought that I had just dropped out completely, had been living in the bush for, like, a year, trying to, like, figure myself out, and then my friend who was in Montreal at the time fed into the lie and said that I completely dropped out, and that I was going into the, like, outdoor recreation program instead, which is essentially just like camping, canoeing, and whatnot. And yeah, that's where I've left it right now. My overall plan when I had first formulated it was that, she'd come back this winter, she'd have that whole year of, like, he's done pretty much nothing, with his life. And then when she asks how geology or anything, I just go like, the fuck are you talking about? I'm in engineering. Like, you can see my transcript. Like, I pretty much just like gaslight her into thinking. But now that the dust had done, Tony, question, you're looking a little confused.
No, continue.
No, continue.
Yeah, continue.
Because like after, like literally, like as the semester started, and something like lifted where I just kind of stopped caring. And I immediately regret kind of telling her that because, after all the dust settles and whatnot, I was like, fuck, like, I respect her immensely as a person, like, despite all her flaws, I still, like, the relationship was never gonna go far, like, glad it ended, but, like, I've ended things worse. I mean, better with worse people.
So you haven't done this plan yet, though.
No, and
well,
right
the
now
plan's
I'm
in motion, is what you're saying.
The plan's
right?
in motion, but
yeah.
right now
you have regrets.
I regret kind of doing it, and part of me, like, I'm torn because I do kind of want. I think it would be funny if she was like, because I'm friends with her cousins, we do like logger sports together, and the guy called me and said, "Hey, I heard that you dropped out of mechanical engineering. Like, what's up with that?" And I was like, I told him the little lie, and he said, "Okay, cool. I'm gonna keep it up." So now there's like a whole bunch of moving parts to this, and like I've kind of invested too much time into it, but I feel bad. Like I feel like I
a spiteful lie that's gone too far, and now it's got too many people in motion, and when it's revealed, she'll be like, how many fucking people have been lying to me? Ooh, boy, it's not a nice
because
spot to be.
I feel like it. I'm just hoping that she doesn't come back for the Christmas break. That's my like kind of getaway plan.
Is it too late to play it off when she gets back? Be like, I was totally joking. I was just
fucking
with you a little bit.
That's the only way out I can think
wouldn't
of.
have given a shit.
Yeah,
like, I feel like I wouldn't care regardless.
Too deep. At one point, you have to revert to, I was just joking.
Yeah,
I was joking. Not that you're crazy and you imagine that, but in fact, it was just a big jest because I think you have such a refined sense of humor that you would totally understand.
Yeah, like a compliment sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like your options. I feel like your options are either you come clean or you reverse the gaslight and continue to gaslight and be like, I never told anyone that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no one ever told you that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's
not
kind
a
of
good
where
path.
I'm at. Right? Well,
or you drop out for real and make it a real thing. I mean,
that's the third option. Okay, you have three options.
Thing is that I might be close to that because I did get a 0 on one of my midterms, and I need a 70 overall to stay in the program. So I'm.
That's your big problem, okay? This broad with the lie, that really doesn't, I don't think, matter in the long term. How'd you get that 0?
Yeah.
Like, you get points for writing your fucking name down? I mean, how'd you fuck up that bad?
Okay, so the prof that I have is like, he's one of those people where if you fuck up the process, then it's just a 0. It doesn't matter if you get the right answer. If you fuck up the process, it's 0. And I walked out of that exam, talked to my friends, we're like, oh, fuck yeah, dude, like, all got the same answer. And then I saw my mark. It was 0. I went to his office, and then he just kind of said, you're dumb.
So I'm not a mathematician, but how can you solve the problem wrong but get the right answer?
See, the thing is that I made it easier. It's like a circuit, and there were 4 resistors in parallel, and I made it so that it was like we had to use like one of Kirchhoff's laws laws of a node to find a current going into one of the nodes, and I just decided, fuck that. That's super complicated. I'm just going to simplify it so that it's 2 resistors, and then do the whole
Boinky's law. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good workaround. Of course.
Yes.
Naturally.
Can't you say I did it more better than you, Prof?
Guys, he's clear.
I said I did it the smart way.
What's your question?
Weren't you in software engineering?
Yeah.
Don't you have to take that class? Don't you have to do that?
What, mechanical engineering?
No. I mean, for software, you have to take like electronics courses.
No, not in my program. You have to take like all the math classes and shit, but like, I didn't have to do anything like that.
I was gonna say like, I assume you have the middle part underneath that hat.
Well, it's more like a mash down, just kind of. It's not really a part in a hat, but yeah, of course.
Why can't you just like, I can shave so that I have like somewhat of a mustache.
We want to switch places.
Yes, temporarily.
And you think I would get you, well, maybe better than a 0 if I wrote my name down.
Yeah.
But I'm so disconnected from education and learning as a whole.
He could fix that girl problem probably a lot better. Yeah. I've seen Poot smooth over a situation where he spit basically a whole beer on a guy and didn't get his ass beat for it. So I'm sure he could talk to this girl and be like, I was joking.
I keep
didn't you get that, you dumb bitch? And it would have been
What
perfect.
Are you crazy? Yeah. I'm crazy here. I don't know. I think really, if it's so, you've come here with this qualm of like it's eating you alive a little bit. How far it's gone? This problem with this girl.
Yeah.
I think coming clean, especially since you're aware it's not going to. You said you weren't going to get married or anything. I think it's just going to alleviate a lot of the like nighttime, like, oh, this has gone too far.
See, the thing is that I don't think about it ever. Like, it barely crosses my mind. But the thing is, though, is that as Christmas slowly approaches, there have been days where I'm like, oh fuck, I might have to.
It's getting there.
I would just bite the bullet and be honest. And I mean, and I think one thing to help you.
You're telling me text her right now. And
No, I would confront it if she brings it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't fucking bring it up ever.
Yeah. I mean, I think 5-10 years from down the road, this is going to be irrelevant anyway, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Wait until your deathbed and then call her.
Tell her that you also tricked a couple other people. That way, it's not just her. Taking that way the joke's not all on her. Say, oh yeah, I also tricked my cousin and my uncle and a bunch of other people, and I've been it's just kind of like this bit I've been doing.
Say you're working on acting, right? And you were practicing.
Double down. I'm switching into acting, not geology.
Or throw out so many lies that she doesn't know which lie is real, right? So, or you could just throw out like 30 different lies, tell like all the people around her different stories, so she thinks everyone's just
Let's play one truth and 30 lies. Okay, you got to find the right one.
Me and my sister are twins. We were Siamese, and then we got separated.
I mean, also, like you're saying, there's a possibility you do actually switch into it. So it might just. Or you're saying you got a 0, You might get removed from the program. What's your backup?
If that happens, then I kill myself.
Okay. Well, it's good to. You said you liked going on that whatever dig site or whatever geologists do, sifting through the dirt. You prospected. If that's like a genuine, you've already got the connection with your sister in it.
What kind of prospecting? Gold?
What do you want to be, a musician or what are you?
Underwater or?
No, like on the surface.
On the surface? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, like outcrop. Like, it was pretty much just like walking through the bush.
And like in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, they actually gave us.
No, like in rivers and stuff, creeks. People do prospecting.
I'm
pan-sifting or something?
Ontario gang.
Okay.
I'm in.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I prospected in Ontario, so it was pretty much just walking through swamp, and then I'd see a cool rock, I'd hit it, and then I'd put it in my backpack.
Oh, that's cool.
And apparently you can just make. Yeah, but the thing is though, is that if you find people who are willing to hire you, then you just get paid a shit ton of money to do that.
Then,
you can just.
Listen, I switched out of it's a different engineering path, but I realized to the point that I'm like, I probably can't do this forever. And I was already looking at, ooh, thank God for the patrons. I'm here for now. But I'd already been like, okay, what year are you in school?
A second.
Okay. That's still pretty early to even know. I hadn't declared until second year.
The thing is, though, is that it's like, I know that this is going to seem like an insignificant amount of money, but we're not like super wealthy here. It's like 10 grand a year for tuition, and I don't have the kind of money to just say like, yeah, 2 years was like 20K.
That's completely fair. I lucked out that I'd taken intro classes my freshman year, just being like, oh, this could be cool, and then it kind of worked out where I still could graduate on time.
Required.
Don Tony's got a great tip. Just don't pay it.
That's what I'm doing. I mean, that's my game plan.
Are you deferring loans, or are you gonna just not pay them?
So I mean, it's either going to be just like not pay them, or I may go back for a PhD and just like kick the can down the road. Yeah.
Now, I'm telling you, this next question might be a little bit more up your field, but a lot of my friends have been telling me to, like a lot of my friends with ADHD. I don't have ADHD as far as I know, but a lot of my friends with it and that have gotten diagnosed with it, they thought that I had it. Like almost every single one of them were like, I thought you just had that. Would you recommend, like,
Adderall's sweet. I'd recommend having it. I'd recommend having ADHD and getting Adderall.
You probably would have done much better on that exam if you did have Adderall, whether you have ADHD or not, probably. But
I'd be a software engineer right now if I had Adderall access.
No, but like, are you asking like, should you go get assessed, or like when do you know,
or smoke it?
Oh, well, if we can do it right now, just like a quick 5 minute.
No, I can't. That's more of a psychiatrist or psychologist would run you through some assessments. There's like, I mean, the thing nowadays is everyone thinks they have fucking everything. Like the amount of people I've seen that think they're on the spectrum that aren't. Penis. Yes, that, I mean, that's all. It's, you know, grower, not a shower.
It's small. It's not a micro penis. Like it's not everyone has everything.
Yeah. Well, so I actually was meeting with someone. Was it yesterday? My days are all bleeding together. Yeah, it was yesterday. I had a client who thought that they maybe were on the autism spectrum, and they were asking me, should they go get assessed or not?
And like Roblox, dude.
I told them the same thing I tell everyone on this is like, if money is no issue, yeah, go for it, you know. But I know it may be different in Canada, but I know in the U.S., like these tests are not cheap. Like to go through a full battery to determine if you're on the spectrum or not, it's gonna be like $2,000 out of pocket, right?
God.
ADHD, some psychiatrists will just give you like a quick little like screener and just ask you and give you the meds. Some of them want you to do like a full battery, and that's expensive, at least in the States. I mean, Canada could be very different. So not knowing what the Canadian system's like, I don't know, but I know like here I would just ask like, are you functioning fine? Like just because a friend told you they always thought you had it, I have it, maybe you do too. I mean, that's not really worth anything, right?
You get a 0 on a test.
That's not necessarily.
Yeah, but that's because he tried to find
a lack of
studying. Were you not?
No, that's because he tried to find a quick, cute little workaround.
I tried to get out of it.
You tried to be too clever for a mechanical engineering professor, and there's nothing they hate more. Okay.
Yeah.
You do the shit how they want you to do it, and it's. I hate any problem where it's like show all your work, show every step. It's fuck me, I don't. Sometimes I'm just throwing out a guess, man. You're not going to let me even get a little bit of credit for a guess. Like, come on.
One of my profs, he came into the lecture right after the midterm and said, "I started grading the midterms, and I'm sad."
Yeah, that's a typical. They guilt you. They're always like, "Oh, guys, like this is the worst class I've ever had." They're just talking out of their ass. They just want to light a little fire.
Yeah.
And he also says like, he grades the assignments just based off of like if you've done them pretty much and if the answer's right. But then
that's how most people grade them. Yeah.
But he'll come in and he'll be like, I know that you guys are using the solution manuals. I can see that you're using the exact like word for word the exact same one. Please don't do that.
You ever cheat?
Like, what do you mean cheat?
Like on a homework? Are you cheating or are you really learning? Yeah, what are you cheating? Are you cheating your way through?
I'm learning.
Okay.
I'm learning. I can do impact and momentum problems.
I did a lot of
the future of Canada depends on you.
Did not help.
I know.
It doesn't prepare you for the test.
You've let the maple leaf down.
I've let them
or whatever Canadian thing. I don't know. I'm not Canadian, but
Tim Horton.
I feel like Brian had a stake in this. What do you have to say to your fellow
Brian, let's
countrymen?
Get your first real input on
Taking what?
How do
What
you
did you
help
say?
him with all his problems?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Brian. I get that it's late, but like,
fix him, Brian.
Yeah, Brian, perk up a little.
I don't think you have a problem. You failed the math test. I thought this is reserved for people that are fucked
You're
up.
a liar. You got a wall full of guitars. You're handsome. You're better off than half these fucking people in here. You're obviously smart.
man,
You're smarter than Professor. It's
Backup
late.
plan could
We
be
got 3 more.
You're like
This
Willy
guy ain't
Wonka.
broken. Don Tony, you said you were going to call people on their bluffs if they said they were broken and they ain't broken. This is the guy.
This guy from
stop
Goodwill
proving.
Too much yelling.
We said we told Stall, get us the broken people.
Guitarist.
This guy ain't
could be a good
broken.
backup plan you have. I mean, clearly you can play guitar like you got like 6 of them over there.
Or he's a collector.
You just watching me play guitar. I never busted one out.
You just collect them.
No one who
fan.
can't
I
play
have a
guitar owns that many guitars. I'm sorry to
got
say it. Like
2
no one who
trumpets
can't
I've
play
never
owns that
even
many of
fiddled
them.
with.
What if they just look pretty? I heard ladies like guys with guitars.
They do.
I have a
That's true.
12 string.
Is that why you're a lifeguard? Can you swim?
It's the fingers.
No, I just look at
Yeah, you can't swim.
Can you fix me there, Don Tony? I just,
Nah, you need a physical therapist probably for that.
Okay,
or something.
no, hold on. I'm looking at it right here, and it says medical issues of all kinds. That's a medical issue.
Well, that's Brian's category.
You're
I mean,
trying to
you guys and
outsmart
I
the
could solve
professor
it.
again.
Well, he asked me about medical issues. I'm
This
not.
guy's
a
got an
doctor.
ego problem. This guy's the guy with the superiority complex, trying to always be better than authority
Yeah, it
figures.
sounds like you guys are a good match.
You hate your ex-girlfriend.
And possibly a histrionic personality disorder as well, needing all the attention. You know,
and
This
drug
is
seeking. He keeps
classic.
asking for Adderall and shit.
This is classic.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
This is the
Trying to
college
find
experience that you're going through right now. This is the typical, like, you make it in a year or two and you're like, oh, fuck, what am I doing? Like, maybe some imposter syndrome in your field after getting a 0, but bounce back, actually, like, do the shit the way they want them to do it. Tell the girl that you were joking. I think you'll be
is that
fine.
another donut?
Yeah, learn how to
Dude,
swim.
Good God.
Yeah. Oh man, he took
You
that one
fucked
out
up
too.
like 5
it's almost
donuts.
done already. I
The
didn't even.
disrespect.
I didn't even see you eat that one.
That's kind of grotesque.
How's that
the amount of donuts
disrespect?
you're on. It's disrespectful because this guy's got a real problem.
No, he doesn't.
He
This
doesn't
guy's
really,
fucking
actually.
fine.
This guy wants Adderall and he can't get it that easy. So you gotta
Steal it from your wife like I do, all right? Like,
Yeah.
what do you want me to tell
I
you?
think I have a wife.
Oh, well, you would if you went and lie all the time
But it's so much fun.
and drive all the women away.
Lying and tricking women are classic fun things to do, but you let it go too far, you're just kind of paying the price. You're just getting the stress you're feeling right now is earned, and you'll grow from it. Next time you'll go, I'm not going to let it
Tell me
go
I'll
this
become
far.
a better liar in the future.
I'm
And
telling
I'll
you, if you
craft
don't
lies that won't bite
want
me in the
this
ass.
stress, you'll learn not to.
I
let it
get
go
the
so
feeling
far.
this one will never bite you in the ass. I get the feeling you're worried about
Probably
nothing.
get
It's
away with it.
inconsequential. Yeah, this isn't really that big of a deal.
Yeah. You're fine.
And as far as the academics go, like oftentimes what we think we're best at isn't actually what we end up being best at. So I went into college being a chemistry major. And that's obviously not what I did.
Shit.
Yeah. So like
Now you work on brain chemistry. It's kind of.
kind of. I just talk to people more so though. I mean, I feel like that'd be more like a neurologist or something. But yeah, so like I guess my point is just that like stick with the engineering. You may end up being better suited for something else, and you'll find out in your journey.
And if you don't have enough money, you're too deep now, so you might as well start trying it. And then you can, if you just get the degree, you can use it for a lot more than you probably realize. Like it doesn't have
I thought Canada had like free everything. I mean, isn't that what we always hear? Is Canada's like free college, free healthcare, free?
Okay, it's cheaper if you're from here.
If you live
but
in
it's-
province, it's cheaper.
It ain't free. Yeah.
All right.
The liberal media's lied to us.
Yeah.
We gotta get 3 more people before Don Tony falls asleep, Sam.
Before you guys kick me out, can you put me back in? I want to say goodbye to them first.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, thanks for coming on.
Thank you for calling. Your name's Sam too. Look.
Yeah, that's why
That's pretty.
I
Nice.
was talking to him, not you, a second ago.
Oh, okay.
It gets confusing.
Yeah.
All right.
Too many Sams.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Good luck.
He's gonna go in there and be like, guys, it's over. I was the last one.
Get out of here.
His final gaslight.
I'm a liar. I mean,
Was
I'm
it
not a liar.
was it Super Void? Was he the one we were gonna?
Oh, yeah. Bring Super Void back in.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello?
Yeah, I get. You need help, man. You got the sad
You need
samurai
tech help.
picture. That's definitely.
You can turn on your webcam if you'd like to.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Indeed you
optional,
do.
but
Hello there.
Hello. How are you?
Hey.
Hello there.
What brings you to us today?
I got a lot. I feel like too much.
What are the bullet points of why you're here?
Yeah, you got 3 minutes. What are your?
Yeah, give us a lightning round.
I got 30 seconds. You have 30-second round. Alrighty. So at 7 years old, my mother passed away.
Ooh.
At 11 years old, my dad passed away. And then for 9 years after that, I was being taken care of my grandmother, who then passed away just this year in February.
Oh, fuck.
And so I'm wondering if I got some sort of, if I got something from it, I guess. If I got some sort of PTSD or something.
I thought you were going to ask if you had some sort of curse following you for a second.
Yeah.
That's a lot better. Yeah.
Poop is an expert in curses.
If you want it, boons and curses. It's a two-sided coin, that kind of trickery. But, this is definitely a Don Tony.
I think I know what the curse is. It's just alcoholism. That's really about it. That's really what got most of them.
Stay away.
It's the biggest curse of them all.
What's your ethnicity,
family history?
If you don't mind me asking.
I'm sorry?
Your ethnicity?
Native American.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's a
big stereotype.
Yeah,
that's real. I know.
No, it is. It's definitely real. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so you're wondering if you have some sort of PTSD or some issue from this. I guess I would ask you, what makes you wonder if you have that, besides just the obvious? And the reason I say that is because, like, the example I would give would be a whole platoon could go into combat and not everyone would leave with PTSD. So, like, certain people have different levels of, resiliency. But what has you worried for your mental health?
It's just about how often I have, like, these, like, depressive thoughts and poignant thoughts of just always going back to thinking about how my family was, about people I loved, people I've, cared about for so long, and then I just can't, like, I don't know. I try to move on with it. Yeah, I've definitely tried to move on with it, but it's just always a strong feeling that kind of, like, still gets to me, even to this day. And especially with this year where I was essentially being taken care of up until, I was 19 years old, and then for the whole year now, I've just been living by myself and just living in the remnants of what my grandmother has propped up for me and how to take care of myself.
That's tough.
I can hear it in your voice too, man. I am definitely sorry for your loss. I mean, that is terrible. You may have something going on for sure. I mean, that's a lot of loss for anyone to experience at such a young age. I mean, honestly, I can't say I know what that's like personally, at least. What's your support system like right now?
Just like my friends. I have 2 friends. They live in a different part of the state from me, but we get on voice chats, and I talk to one of them extensively about kind of the stuff that has gone on in my life, and I was able to vent through that sort of way. And throughout all my life, I've also had channels to sort of vent out, like, all my grief with my mother and my father. And then after that, it was just like graduating high school. I just also had, a little bit of a depressive state where I just felt useless. And then after my grandma passed away, now it's just more or less about being like, I have a job and I'm thankful for that I managed to get a job after she passed away. But nowadays it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I can open up anymore. I don't know if I can, like, to just normal people. And I just feel so, like, isolated from everyone around me at my workplace and just natural life and just, like, going outdoors, trying to just live. I feel like it's just, there's a wall between me and everyone else that I just can't come to either socialize or relate to all that good with other people.
I don't want to isolate, or not isolate. I don't want to, like, hog it. But so if anyone else wants to chime in, go for it.
This is definitely a more
but,
of
like,
this one is. We'll defer to the professional on this one.
This is serious, Tony. I'm going to refer from some of my normal jokes.
Okay. Well, we'll get to the jokes later because laughter is good medicine too. But
yeah.
So, what do you do? What do you do for your profession?
I'm just a wage cuck, really. I just work at fast food chain. I make blizzards
Nothing wrong
at
with
Dairy
that.
Queen. Yeah,
Blizzards
nothing
are
wrong
awesome.
with that.
Yeah, blizzards are awesome. So, so I guess like I do think you need therapy. I think therapy would be very beneficial for you. Do you? Okay, so it's been so long since I've worked fast food. Do you have any benefits like insurance or any sort of?
I don't think so. I think all they've got, like, even still, I'm shoddy on what they have. I don't really think they have any good benefits because most of it's just for like 16 to 19-year-olds, like people still in high school, like getting their first job. That's kind of what they hired
as
for.
little as they can give you.
Yeah,
that's what it was when I was your age too. But I just didn't know if some states, are better than others. But
if you're like the manager of a Chick-fil-A or something, you'll get some benefits. But
So and forgive me for asking this, maybe a very ignorant question. And I really don't mean for it to be, but it's relevant for a moment. Don't dox yourself, nothing of that nature. But are you like just in the general community where you live?
It's hard to say. I'm not like I'm not like an active person. I'm very much kind of just keep to myself at home, and that's kind of how it's been for a while. But I am kind of no, I'm not. I guess I would say I'm a little bit notable, but only to the people I've interacted with. That's about it.
I think I asked the question really poorly.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah, I didn't ask that question very well. Okay, so there's a thing called community service boards. And what this can do for you, a lot of the times there's programs in place depending on the state. And just one example, I know like Georgia, and I say this because a good friend of mine doesn't have insurance or the money to get therapy, and I helped him find a therapist via Georgia. Actually has a really robust community service board system. So if you look up in your state community service boards, they often will provide therapy for those that are under a certain threshold of income and that don't have insurance. So it'd be a great way to get access to mental health care for those who either don't have the money to pay out of pocket or don't have insurance. So depending on what state you live in, and I don't want you to dox yourself or anything.
Yeah.
But if you DM me, I can help you find something if you're comfortable, or if you want to do the research on your own, you would look up community service board, then your state and your county, and you can find if there's anything available. Also, depending on what state you're in and being Native American, there also may be other programs and grants available for you to get services.
Yeah.
Possibly. Yeah. So those would be some of the things I would look for. I mean, definitely you would be a great candidate. I mean, honestly, for treatment based on what you've been through.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, and I think this is like no surprise to anyone, there's no way in hell I can fix your issue on a podcast, right? Like, and you know that, but like, So I mean, honestly, like this is we've had a couple of these tonight that were like very much like it would be beneficial for you to see someone. So, I mean, if you want help finding, obviously I can't be your therapist, but if you want help finding someone and you're comfortable with that, you can DM me. It's literally, I'm on Twitter. It's DonTony_Lamb. I'm also on Discord, so you can find me, or you can just look it up yourself. You would look up community service board, your state and your county, and they would have a website. Even some like really underfunded states have this. So like I know where I used to work before I moved up to where I'm at now, it was a very rural, poor, underserved Appalachian community, and they also had these programs in place. So that's what I would look for is community service board, mental health treatment, and I bet you there'll be something out there for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and there may be other different grants and opportunities based on being a Native American as well. That I can't speak to 100%, but also stay away from alcohol, man. Like clearly,
I've been doing so for the past decade. Yeah, as long as I've seen that. Yeah.
About to say a decade. How old are you?
I'm just 20 years old.
Okay, well, hopefully you weren't drinking at 10 years old.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm not gonna lie to you that you've been dealt a pretty shitty hand, and my heart goes out to you, man. That's it's tough to have such a rocky foundation on life, And
yeah,
I think you should probably strive to get as many friends or other support circle as you can,
yeah,
neighbors,
yeah,
people in your life. Because we said this before, no man's an island. It's tough out there, even with a family. And if you don't have one, everybody needs help. Everybody,
Family is also what you make of it too. I mean, you can always
Love
for a lot of
trope.
What was that?
Just stupid. Just keep going. I love the found family trope. It really is what Jamaica. I love media that always has,
I believe in that too.
These band of misfits.
I do, honestly. Yeah.
Greater some of their parts.
No, I mean, for sure. Like, I'm closer to, like, my best friend than I am my brother. Like, so, I mean, just because you share DNA doesn't necessarily mean they have to be, and I'm not saying that you said that you weren't close to them, but the idea here is that, like, you can still have a family. They just may not share your DNA.
Yeah, it's just not blood.
Yeah.
I believe in that.
Yeah, I think you're in the right track, especially if you have a hard time reaching out in real life. Like, you have these friends that you talk to on calls, like maybe trying to reach out in more communities and meet people. I know this Discord is not the easiest place, but
I think this Discord's great. Okay, you can start here. You can look here.
The amount of times I've heard you, Sam, threaten to delete the whole thing just to clean your hands of it, but I believe you.
But there's a lot of bad, but maybe this one time there could be good.
Rays of shining hope.
But
I think
let's say if
the Patreons would have ample support. The
patrons will be here for you.
Yeah.
But if you do find yourself in some sort of circle here, and it turns, you start realizing you're turning into like a political extremist, you might want to leave and go find maybe some IRL friends of some sort. But online friendship is not a bad route to go. We should have said that to Ed, by the way, because I feel like it's easier for trans.
I said go to my Discord, and you said that movie night sucks ass. I was like, Ed,
well, that's not a great place to find I'm
just saying there's a lot. No, there's a lot of trans people in that Discord though that are like mods and shit. Yeah. And I know they.
Well, they don't know how to watch a movie good, but I didn't realize that's what you meant.
No, it's not all they do in there is watch it. It's once a week.
You said explicitly the movie night.
It's a good. Well, it's because it's literally tomorrow, and it's a good like stepping stone to just.
Well, Poop, just DM them at the end of this before you go do whatever you do. Go DM them and say, "Hey, here's the invite to the Discord." Just do that.
Fuck, I missed Ed, but I'll get you. I can't even see your username because I have it just says S ... What is your? What's your name?
Super underscore void.
Super underscore void. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
33.
Well. Yeah, I'm not saying.
Hopefully that name isn't insight into your psyche or anything, but
I appreciate the message. Yeah, I genuinely do.
I'll shoot you an invite though if you want to. Stop by or something.
I hope everything works out for you.
But do that too, though.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
Also, support groups. I know that's very cliche, also, but let's see. What's so AA is for alcoholics. There's a support group for family members of alcoholics. We've been at this for almost 4 hours. My brain is fried as hell. What is it called? Family support, alcohol. Al-Anon.
Yeah.
Al-Anon. I feel like I've heard of that. That's the support group for families.
For family members, yeah. So you never know. That could also be a place to look for some sort of support. I mean, at this point, any sort of support that's natural is great. And we say natural support, meaning ones that you're not paying for. So Discord support groups, and then I would definitely check out the community service board. And if you need help digging and looking, you can definitely DM me, and it may be easier to find me on Twitter. I am technically in this Discord, but I don't have any roles, and you probably would have to scroll through pages and pages to find me. But
yeah.
I sent you. I'll message it to you at some point. Well, I
do
it right now.
Thank you.
At some point, I'll push that off to in that like a couple weeks. Don Tony just today was like, yeah, I've seen a friend request. It's been years. Like, okay, well, sorry, I don't look at my fucking requests. Maybe there's some gems in there. I gotta shine some light on. You know,
Mr. Void, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, dude. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna send you a DM just so you can reach me if you need help finding it.
Website Don Tony mentioned.
Yeah, community service boards. Yeah, and that's for anyone else listening. If you need therapy and like you don't have insurance or you don't have the means, community service boards. It's a great way to get, and oftentimes if it's not free, they do income driven plans where if you make under whatever amount per year, you only pay like a fraction.
Yeah.
Tony's pocket watching.
And the other thing I would also just say too is that like the fact that you're still here says a lot about your strength also. So don't discredit yourself, right? Like, all like from a young age, the shit you've been through and you're still here standing and you're like working your ass off to get somewhere. I mean, you can't discount that, man. So that's just something also just if you ever feel down and bad about yourself, I mean, you're strong clearly.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people wouldn't bounce back and you're here still. So not to be cliche, but yeah.
They're cliches for a reason. Much like I love this. There's this saying. What is it? The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And
yes,
I've heard that before.
That's powerful stuff. Yeah. I've never heard that. So
I'm not surprised. You've been in another galaxy all night, man.
I see the screen fucking flickering, so I know he's not. You have a fucking game open or something.
I have some bullshit on. No, I don't have a game open.
He's got TikTok.
Average Brian moment.
Yeah.
Am I right, Brian?
Yeah, man, come on.
It is the season of Discovery in World of Warcraft. I'm sure he's grinding.
I wouldn't be caught dead playing an MMO. No way. No.
Anyways, we got two more. Mr. Void.
Yeah.
Good luck out there, man. It was nice meeting you. Thank you for calling in.
Yep.
Stay strong, brother.
Thank you, Sam. Yep.
Later.
Have a good one, you guys.
Yep. You too.
See you, man.
I was gonna move him back into.
Oops, I just disconnected him.
Dude, okay. Also,
before we drag the next person in, I was trying to find a tasteful way to ask if he lives on a reservation or not, because there could also be services in place, government assistance for that.
Let's pile through. Yeah, let's go through these. Oops.
Hello?
Hey, hello.
Is this a...
Hello.
Oh my god, wait, you just fucked me up because I was going to drag them and now I'm in the middle of dragging an entire channel somewhere.
Oh shit.
Okay,
Sid?
No, we're good. Okay.
You can turn on your webcam if you want to. Yeah, you don't have to. Oh, Sig, sorry.
Yeah, it's
How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up?
Welcome.
You dressed up for this too.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Nice.
Look at that.
What brings you
Looking
here?
good.
Wow.
Okay, so work has been horrible lately, and genuinely dark thoughts have. Yeah.
I know. I'm just fucking with you. Go on. My bad.
Dark thoughts. No, you're okay. Have genuinely crossed my mind. Things of like suicide, things like that have certainly crossed my mind a few times, and the last therapist I went to literally moved away as I was like scheduling it, and then the second one they just were too booked and then had to move me back till like March or April. So,
okay. What do you do for a living? What's the work?
I work so I'm been there for about 3 years. Basically what really gets me for some reason is there are supervisors who never done what I did, and they're trying to yell. They yell at new people. I've even seen one get physical with somebody. But it's taking a toll on me now. Like after being there for only 3 years, it's to the point where I just don't know what to do with my life. And the only like joy I have is like coming in here and talking to the people on servers and relative servers and everything like that. Because it's the only escape I have from my hell of a workplace.
Yeah, I heard.
So I mean, go ahead.
I was gonna say I've seen very similar stories of being absolute hell to work at, and I'm assuming made worse by the fact that it's holiday season. But
yeah.
What were you gonna say, Mr. Don Tony?
To start with, I was just gonna say, like, have you? And this is like a dumb question, but what? Based on where you live, are there other employment options, or is like the go-to option based on where you live?
It's easier for me to get a job here and stick with it. I've been there for 3 years. I know I have good job security there, which is one thing that I was scared of. Like, if I left and found another job, I don't know if I'd stay there, if I'd like it, and then if I'd be able to get back in. So I'm kind of just trying to hold my position here just to make ends meet.
And I get that. I mean, I definitely wouldn't. I don't think quitting your job would help. It would add new stressors, obviously.
Definitely.
But like, that's such a toxic, terrible environment there. Like, I don't think that's great either. I mean, does HR know that you literally have supervisors threatening, being aggressive, physical, verbal?
Well, yes, but here's another thing. We also they outsourced HR. They when I first started in 2020, we still had a HR department in house, and they fired them all and then outsourced them to another company. So it's weird, but I do know that action is finally being taken on the supervisors, and a lot of them are gone now.
Good.
But there's still like one or two that are remaining, but they're gonna be. We got to find replacements for them. Really, is all it comes down to at the moment.
What kind of hours are you working?
3:30 a.m. to about 8, 9, 10, 12 p.m.
Oh shit.
It changes by the day, really, but it puts a hamper on my social life because I gotta go to bed by like 8 p.m. and then I'm up and no one else is up, and then I'm up throughout the day, but then I take a nap after work because it's hard, labor intensive, and then when I get up, I eat dinner, and then I just go back to bed. It's just soulless.
Yeah.
So.
Caught in the cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the work-life balance, the working conditions there, not optimal. I would certainly, even with the abuse taken care of, and there seems to be a bright future in terms of fellow employees not getting beaten. The hours. The hours and just the general vibe of you fucking hate it. It seems like.
Yeah.
Nah, it doesn't. Yeah, I need a change of environment, dude. You got a life. You got a. It seems like it stinks. I'm sorry.
It does.
Yeah. It's the end of the day for us. I mean, we haven't been working hard ass days, but there's really no way else to put it. That seems like that kind of fucking sucks.
That sounds terrible. Yeah. I mean. And I'm like, well, I guess does the money make it worth it? Like, are you at least like raking in to the point where you like don't have to do this forever, or is it like mediocre pay, backbreaking labor?
It's in the middle. So we recently got a nice little jump. So when I started, it was I think 13.30, 14.30, something like that an hour. Now it's up to 21. 3 years later, and after 5 hours of working, you get time and a half. So it's not terrible.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to put my name in the hat for a full-time position, which gives you up to 41 an hour. So that's really the only reason I'm staying at this point.
Yeah. But the prospects of a full-time position, I mean, you're going to be doing the same thing, right?
Yes and no. When you're a full-timer, you pretty much get to pick and choose what you kind of do. So I can sit there and be like, oh, I want to do the easy shit all day. Or I can sit there and be like, oh, I want to do the heavy stuff. And I do like doing the heavy stuff because it kind of keeps me in shape. So it's not like I'm complaining about it, but it's more so the fact that the environment's toxic.
Yeah.
Not so much the work.
Yeah. And you said you don't have much of a social life outside of work?
Pretty much.
Well, how could you if you're working fucking 16 hours a day at those weird hours? Like, how could you have a social life? How many days a week do you work?
Hours.
Yeah, it's not that
5, Tuesday to Saturday.
Okay.
I hurt myself today, so I don't. They told me not to come in tomorrow or Wednesday, so today I don't know. Yeah. So.
What's your like? Do you live near family, or is that like? Do you have a good relationship with your family, or is that like another add-on to the kind of just negative?
Yeah. So, I have a good relationship with my mother and stepfather, who I live with currently, because my hours have fluctuated, so it's hard to find a place on my own. Being in for some reason people want to keep coming here, so the property value increases and it's harder for me to find a home on my own. And down the street lives my grandmother and my grandfather. Now my grandfather's depressed as shit, and my grandmother is the reason why. But like, ever since I moved out, their relationship has sort of increased. Like, their stress has decreased, so it's one less thing that they got to worry about. They don't need to feed me. They really didn't before, but it's just, I think they wanted the privacy, and I get it. So, but then there's family drama on top of that. None of her siblings get along with each other, and then she's always calling me and telling me about it. It's like, okay, great. Like, I don't need to know this, but I get it, because she doesn't ever go to therapy because she doesn't believe in therapy.
Yeah,
that's a classic. Yeah, right. Yeah,
that's how my mom is.
Yeah. It may not hurt to try to set some boundaries as far as what you can handle. I mean, like you, I mean, clearly you have so much on your plate as it is, between toxic work environment pushing you to the point of having, homicidal, suicidal ideations. I mean, like, you may not be able to carry her burden also. And I mean, that can sound really cold and heartless, but like the truth is, I mean, if you're, like, to use a shitty analogy, a cup can only hold so much liquid, and your glass is fucking full.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm at the point of overflowing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then you take her gallon and pour it on top of it. I mean, then you got, water everywhere.
It's just a mess.
So you said you're on a wait list until like March or April?
Yeah. I gotta read the email again next time I get a chance. But yeah.
That's with a new therapist?
Yeah, so we get full coverage on medical, dental, vision, stuff like that, and they do cover therapy and stuff.
That's nice.
Which is awesome.
But it's also going
great.
through their company,
Oh.
so it takes time to do things, it seems. So it's just another factor.
So
they don't really care for you here.
So what's interesting, okay, so you have full benefits, but you said go through their company. Is this like a Kaiser Permanente kind of thing, where it's like a one-stop shop where you go in and they have doctors and therapists and everything in-house?
It more so covers, like, okay, so say I wanted to go to like the closest hospital to me, they'll cover it, because the most I'll ever pay out of pocket a year is like $200. So it's really good medical, dental, vision stuff. And that's a big reason why, that's another large reason why I haven't left.
I get that. I mean, a lot of insurances won't even cover therapy. So, I mean, I totally get that. And if I was to guess, it's either where you live has a shortage. Well, it's either a shortage of therapists, too many people need therapy, or you're not in an urban area. Because I know, like, in some areas, there literally is just, like, one practice and, like, 3 therapists for the whole, area. So I guess then that begs the question, what do you do until April?
What I've been doing for the past, 3 years, I just... Basically, my entire life, for, like, the past 3 years has been go to work, come home, eat, sleep, watch TV, or YouTube, what have you. You're a big, like, y'all are a big reason why I'm still, like, sane, because I just laugh at the dumb shit, so...
They are good for the dumb shit. They are.
This is kind of our specialty, some might say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as great as we are, which we are pretty great, guys, if you admit, but I think you need some sort of social something outside of work, get home, depressingly watch stuff, go back to work, sleep, go back to work.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, working probably don't even get, like, there's not much of a social circle at work, is there? You don't get much time to talk or anything?
Well, between me working with some of the people out in the wing, yeah, I get, sometimes my buddy Matt and I'll be able to work all day together, or
okay.
Me and like a group of 2 or 3 people will be able to smash the DTW stuff, which is basically just broken Amazon returns.
Yeah.
All that stuff is bulk, 80 to 150 pounds. But, we get it done.
Yeah.
You could probably throw me into a truck with ease. So you could probably just pick me up, toss me. Holy shit.
Well, I wouldn't say with ease.
Yeah.
How'd you injure
throw me
yourself?
through a window?
You're dead.
Yeah.
Damaged goods.
Yeah, how'd you get your work injury? Just throw it like back or what?
So I go up top on the belts and break jams sometimes, and box. I stepped on a box arm and I just twisted my ankle. That's all.
And you got
Nothing too bad.
1 day off.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
But it doesn't even hurt that bad, so I'm not too butthurt over it. Not gonna lie.
How old are you?
24.
24. Okay.
25 in April. Yeah.
Okay. Do you wear a lifting belt?
I thought about doing that, but I can't find one within my budget at the moment.
Gotcha.
They don't provide any of that sort of stuff for you?
No.
Dude,
I feel like
they work them like dogs, dude.
Yeah.
They work them like dogs.
It's essentially legal slavery.
Yeah.
Is what a lot of people that I've worked with and a lot of people that are even above me have said.
But there is the upside of staying there, because you might get to a position where it's less
it's like a
intense.
candle or carrot on a stick type shit. Though.
Basically.
Like,
a lot of that kind of job force, just like the idea. But you said you're tossing your name in the hat for getting a promotion. What's that process like? Like, how do they select? Is it just who's been there longest, or?
Yeah, it's 1, seniority, and 2, like work drive and stuff. So if you're a good worker, they'll probably put you ahead of someone who's been there like 3 or 4 or 5 years. If you've been there 3 or so.
Okay, so that's kind of like where you're at. You're just hoping you go in, you do the shit. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
They recognize it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think the social aspect is clearly missing, like Sam said. And I think the other variable I would look into is like, what can we do differently, right? So like, this routine's clearly not working for you. I'm not saying leave your job, because obviously that may not be on the table, but like, you may have to start getting kind of creative on finding that social outlet or doing anything that brings you joy. I mean, it sounds like your life right now, would you say you get pleasure from anything besides these 3 goobers?
Jerking off.
That is always enjoyable.
Well,
yeah.
With the camera off, yes.
Yeah.
But I do. On the weekends, I'll go out to a bar, or something, will drink. I've helped my friends, fix their computer problems when shit's broken, and that brings me joy. Like that's something I love doing is computer work, and I was looking for a position there if they had something like that, but they don't. Another possible route I'd like to go down in the future is truck driving, but
it's another like long, like no social.
Yeah.
I mean, besides what you're talking on the goddamn
the
radio
radios
or
or
meeting
whatever.
up at the lots, but
You were thinking like long haul.
Yeah.
Like,
I was talking about semis.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about
Okay.
semis?
My
that's what I was
step
thinking of.
grandfather was a truck driver. He actually really, I think he liked it. He did it for a lot. You have to have like an incredible amount of patience on those long like drives and stuff. But
Yeah.
My
That's
issue.
Hey, we're fucking slave labor. I'm sure
yeah, I
you
was
got
gonna
patience.
say you probably
I do.
It'd be a lot
be able to
easier.
sit down for fucking hours at a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
My main issue with being able to get a CDL is I tore my ACL about a year ago, or had surgery on my ACL about a year ago, and it's been painful ever since. So I pretty much use, MJ to help curb the pain every once in a while.
They drug
And-
test or
For
Probably,
just
I
for the
think.
semi, but not for the package cars. But I really don't screw driving.
Gotcha.
I'd rather not do package car driving.
Yeah.
do they drug test for the higher position at like
Full-time?
that you're going for? No, okay.
Nope.
Well, it's weird too because it's legal. So I guess for truck driving,
Don't
you're going.
you drive
yeah,
across
yeah.
state lines and stuff? Yeah.
Really?
Not
But you
only
still see that in other states that have it legal too, where
I
you
know,
can
yeah.
still have like.
As soon
Yeah,
as I
like
said
drug
it, I
test.
realized it was dumb. It's just like a dumb part of it.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. Yeah, it makes
I
no
think
sense.
it's more like an image-based thing. Like they're like if you get into an accident and you
And
get
they find
drug
out,
tested,
yeah.
then that makes them look bad for not drug testing you before.
liability or something. Yeah.
So that's probably their mindset.
Yeah.
I'm in a pickle.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Quite
you
the
are.
It's like it sucks. Just like what an uplifting thing to be like. Well, just hold out for 4 months, 5 months, and see what happens. But I mean, Sam's right, but it's so hard. Like especially at 24. No one talks about how hard it is. Like, well, a lot of people talk about it. I'm talking about it right now. Like after high school or whatever, like making friends. Like it's so unnatural to just go to a bar and like start talking to people or something. You know, it feels,
Well, especially if you're not in any clubs or religious. Like, because a lot of people meet their friends through work, church, and like groups that they're in, right? And like for a lot of adults, I mean, I don't know about you, but like for me, I'm an atheist who works alone from home. You know what I mean? Who lives in the middle of fucking nowhere. So like for me, I have my wife and that's fucking it, really, as far as like friends in my area. You know,
That'd be perfect
it's
for me
tough.
if I never had to step a foot in there again. I'd be happy.
And you said you were interested in you said you tried to see if they had jobs. That was for what, a computer like tech problem position, or what was that?
Yeah, I don't know if they even have one. I just sort of spitball because I took a class in high school and I used to like that sort of thing, like building computers and fixing the issues that they had. Just brought me joy.
I was gonna say, I wonder if even like what kind of tech support jobs they have in that area. I know some of them you can do
remotely,
work from home, but once again, it's not like an easy thing to, especially when you are working, then going home, sleeping, waking up, sleeping. Like it's hard to have motivation to be like, okay, now I'm gonna start my hunt for the next thing. It's so easy to get caught up in just like the repetition of everyday life.
That's the hell of it, basically. I'm stuck in a loop.
The good thing, I guess, is that, we're not in hell, so it's not eternal. Job positions might open up. Things in positions that you're more interested in with computers, could open up in your area. You might get that full time. It sucks that it's like, nothing's guaranteed, but death and taxes or whatever they say. But There is upside, and I know Don Tony mentioned it earlier, but in his early 20s, I'm sorry to bring this up, Don Tony.
No, go for it. Yeah, no, it's fine.
You know, going through a very rough patch, and then could not have imagined the place he'd be in today from the 20s. It's very easy to get caught up in the predicting, this is my life, this is what it is forever. It's really not true, though. Like, you know, most of the time, it's just hard to see past your immediate future.
Right. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Like, I would not have guessed that, like, where I am today is where I would have ended up. So, I mean, you just never know. And I think, like, the other thing really to focus on is just, even if it's small things you can try to do, I mean, just keep your eye out as far as jobs, trying to, like, reach out to friends more. As far as the therapy thing goes, though, there may be, I was just telling the last caller, quote unquote caller, about this. So there may be options if you just need a more immediate help. Community service boards in the area, they may, like, you may make too much for it, though, possibly. And since you have insurance, I don't know. But, like, I have such a hard time believing that there's just one place that your insurance is accepted, unless you have a weird plan that's literally, because I know, like, some places, and I use the Kaiser example, because I know people who have, like, Kaiser insurance can only go to Kaiser, but people who have, like, Anthem, you know, or Care First, they can go to other places as long as it's accepted. So unless has, like, a really, you know, one of those weird kind of plans that literally you only have that one option, you may be able to find a different therapist that accepts your insurance.
Right.
Because waiting till, I mean, that's a long time to wait, especially if you need help now. I mean, that's a long fucking time to wait.
Yeah.
But I also know, depending on where you live, there also just may not be therapists. Like, I know where we are at, I've had clients who've been like, I've been looking for a therapist the past year and a half and couldn't find one, you know, because our country is really sick, overworked, underpaid, underappreciated, and just ill, right? And there's just only so many people who can help. But I would look into community service boards in your area and see if any of them have openings. It's just a like lower cost therapy for underserved populations typically.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that for sure.
You look snazzy too, man. I gotta say.
This is completely. This is just like almost a rude comment to say on my part, but I think maybe painting the wall white would help too. You know, I used to be in a room of black too. Shit you not, this exact shade of gray was my room in my basement at my dad's house. And they're like, oh, it's a cool basement color. I hate it. I don't know. It just like, you're already like sleeping all the time. You're waking up you're, you know, working from 3 a.m. to whatever, like maybe brighter, more natural lighting. And there's such a small, like insignificant thing, but just like, I just say that from, you know, I just like love interior.
I got a window.
Oh, okay.
My guess is Sig likes the dark, though. I mean, it's wearing like a full black suit with black tie, black curtains, fair. I'm just putting
wall. My own, like, paint that with big smiley face yellow and put a bunch of flowers on it.
The big Walmart smiley face, dude.
When I first moved in here, it was white, but there was like a brown and dirty stuff. So we just had some gray paint laying around from a project. Like, use it. It looks good.
I'm sorry.
And I liked it.
I fucked up so
No,
bad.
you're good, bro. You're good, bro.
Your words, dickhead. He likes his painted wall.
So, you know what?
He did it himself.
Fuck you.
He's proud of it.
I have a complex because I didn't get to like pick that color, and they were just like, you were gonna love this color. And they put it up. I'm like, I don't like it. And then my other bedroom, my entire room was painted this creepy blue color. And the only light was a blue LED light, and it illuminated on all the blue, and I felt like I was going fucking crazy in there. And then once I had like my own space where I'm like, I'm gonna make this exactly how if this is exactly how you like it, you've already done the first step of like making the space more yours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah. And keeping it clean, right? That's what
I also
I do that in the morning.
Everybody's touched on this, but I'm not going to discount it here. You're 24.
Don't ask him.
No, I'm not going to ask him how to brush his teeth.
Okay.
It's not that. You're a young guy, but you're in a job that is gonna fucking eat up your body if you don't take care of it, and
definitely
it's only gonna get worse in terms of your ability to bounce back. So
especially you're already coming off an ACL injury.
Yeah, ACL injury. You fucked up your ankle, and they're like, "Oh, take 1 day off."
Take a day in a Tylenol.
They're not looking out for your best interests, I don't think, and I don't think that type of workplace is going to improve by getting a full-time position there. If anything, you're going to be more invested in this company that doesn't seem to give a shit about you. Outsources its HR, which, let's be honest, HR is just there to protect the company. It's not there to help you at all, really.
That too.
And for a company that already seems to disregard its workers, I get the feeling that HR is going to be the type that like rats out the people that come to them. This guy's been talking to us. Give him a fucking hard time. Don't give him that promotion or whatever. I think I don't know your life position. It's your choice. I think one of the best things you could do for yourself is probably look for other employment somewhere else. And in that free time that you might have, if you're not working such crazy, erratic hours, pick up some extracurriculars, whatever that may be. If you're not religious or whatever, go to a fucking pumpkin patch or something. I don't know. I don't know what people do outside of, play video games with friends.
How's it so rough now? I feel like they should have like a. Can't you just do it in like remotely? Like you work from home, Don Tony. Like why can't you just fucking get a remote person? Like I don't understand why it's so hard.
Those should exist. The only thing would be based on the state. Like I know in Virginia where I'm at, you can do it remotely. I haven't been to the office in years. So
it's just talking.
there's also, but I think the insurance is the issue. Like, I would definitely look into that, because if you have like any of the basic ass ones like Cigna, Care First, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, any of those, you should be able to go anywhere besides a specific place. So that's definitely. There's also, I don't recommend them for a few reasons, but there's also like BetterHelp and Talkspace. I will say those places though, is it BetterHelp? One of them is being sued right now for violating HIPAA. I don't remember if it's Talkspace or if it's BetterHelp. One of them has like a massive lawsuit where they were selling. If any of you guys are on Facebook and you've noticed you've been getting a lot of advertisements for this place, it's because one of your friends is a client of theirs. They've been selling their people's information to advertisers.
Huge violation. That's crazy.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember which one it is though, so I don't want to get like defamation lawsuit or something. But it's public information. If you Google Talkspace lawsuit or BetterHelp lawsuit, you'll see it. It's out there.
Yeah, I do have Blue Cross, so I should be able to.
Yeah, you definitely should.
I didn't know that.
Look into getting something sooner, and
if you go to Psychology Today, .com, you can look up by state and by insurance also. So they have like one of the filters is what type of insurance plan you have, and it'll show up everyone in your state and in your area that takes your insurance.
Say the name of that one more time. Sure.
PsychologyToday.com.
Austerity. Just don't link that shit.
Yeah, there you go. So I'll put that.
For 1 second.
And it's great because you could also filter it by like even some, like more specific stuff, like the issue you have, the type of therapist you want, even the age. You can say if you want a younger therapist, an older therapist, all that sort of stuff is on there. So I would definitely.
Hot therapist.
Now you may still find out that you don't have any options, but yeah.
Cup size, I think there's cup size.
You can do gender if you want a female therapist versus a male. You can do that too. Yeah.
Shit. Moving my desk on accident.
Immersion ruined. Say I'm immersion ruined.
Yeah.
Anyways, I hope things get better for you, man. And
just take some action of some sort, dude.
Yeah.
The cycle you're in sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Honestly, reach out. Let us know if you are around in April. It sounds horrible, but try to find some sooner. But you have things to look forward to in it, and it's not forever. 3 years is a lifetime. Like when you're doing the same thing, and it might be another year or so, but you're still. I mean, you're like my age. Like we have a lot of fucking life left before we're completely decrepit, like some of these other guys. So.
Yeah. I'm almost 40. Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, that pretty much is like what I do on my free time is sit there and play a game. I'll do a racing thing with my wheels and whatnot I got laying around somewhere.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's about it.
Look, well, oh God, I feel like what a bad note to end on. Like, what kind of, you play racing games mainly?
I mean, I'll play anything, but I do like driving.
Hey, GTA 6, man, we got a new game coming out.
Oh, yeah.
We can play something positive where you can kind of get more social connections, like League of Legends. That's always a very positive.
Good community like Rust.
I've heard Rust is very welcoming of people.
I've made some friends on Rust. Okay,
hang out in this Discord
the train facts guy,
and play Rust. Yeah, and you will.
I met Poob on Rust.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
That's true. Actually,
that's a good friendship.
Yeah,
Mr. Wobbles.
Yeah, Rust can work.
Yeah, it can.
That's actually how I met like all my internet friends.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
it is. But I also didn't see that
no
shit
one
coming.
Guessed it.
Yeah,
no one would have guessed
it.
You don't see that shit coming until it happens.
Right? Yeah.
It might feel like it never will, but life has a way, Yeah. Things work out.
I mean, lately my mood has been like, so it's been up and down. But it's finally like kind of leveling out a bit.
Good.
But I still do feel like I could go find somebody, get help, and on top of that, I think I was diagnosed with like ADHD when I was a kid and stopped taking medication for that. So that probably doesn't help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look into maybe like you have that good insurance, schedule some other appointments. Well, you can. Well, in the meantime, see if you can get like just general medication that helps with shit you're already diagnosed with.
That's the only thing I know of right now. Is possibly the ADD or ADHD. I forget which one it was. But yeah. I don't know if that affects mood or anything.
It can. Yeah, so a lot of the times people who have untreated ADHD will have symptoms of depression and anxiety. And vice versa. So like I've had clients before who were traditionally treated as if they were depressed or anxious and nothing was working, and then they eventually found out, oh, I have ADHD actually. And then when that was getting treated, the other symptoms kind of went away. If you think about it, like if you have all these expectations in life and you have a hard time focusing and meeting those expectations, you may start to feel depressed, like I'm lazy, I'm worthless, I can't do what I'm supposed to. You're not that, it's that you're ADHD not being treated, you know what I mean? So it definitely could be, yeah.
Okay. I'll definitely.
Yeah, look into that.
Yeah.
Put that on your fucking docket, okay? You got next time you have a day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do some research, do some Googling, set some appointments.
I definitely will.
Play some League of Legends.
Yeah. There you go.
Play around.
Do some therapy on the Rift, Summoner's Rift. That's where I solve
Nothing
all
helps
my
the
problems.
mood like a bunch of racial slurs being thrown at you.
Yeah. Well, that'll get you chat banned now. So they have sneakier ways of
They fixed that. They got rid of them.
In Call of Duty, the new lingo is being overly nice until someone calls you a slur, then reporting them, and then you get it like instant. They've got a robot that goes through it. I get like 10 like.
Wait, they put a racism filter on Call of Duty.
Yeah, dude, what's happening?
What
in
is
this country?
happening? Yeah.
The Xbox 360 days. I remember those as a kid, and you hear the many bombs going off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you still hear them every game. You can just.
It's just your teammates are dropping like flies. Auto mod is killing them.
They don't even get banned. They just get muted. and then you can still unmute them. So you go into a lobby, there's like 10 people typing like unmute me, so you can hear this.
If someone's auto-muted when you go into a lobby and they're begging to get unmuted, you know you're just gonna get hit or something.
I've seen the clan tag like unmute before. I'm like, holy shit, this whole team has been they've been caught. Yeah, psychos. They've been caught. They don't unmute those guys on stream. Whatever you do. All right, Sig. Thank you. Thanks for coming on, man. Thanks for calling in, and honestly, best of luck, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Good luck, man.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, last
You just
one.
keep disconnecting them. I'm going to move them in here, or move them to their little...
I think he left.
No, I guarantee Sam disconnected his
I'm
ass.
trying to get this last guy, Oonga Boonga.
I have to piss so bad. Like, I can probably hold it if it's quick, but...
Well, I was...
Okay.
Hey, Oonga Boonga.
Hello.
Hey, feel free to turn on your camera and stuff, but can we go pee real quick? Just a quick little tinkle break.
I'll allow it for now.
Thank you. And also, thanks for patiently waiting to be the last.
Yeah, holy crap, yeah.
Last guest on here.
I'm not bothered. I don't got fuck all to do anyways.
All right, hell yeah. We'll be right back.
Be right back.
All right, yeah.
Hello, Stolt. I know you're here, watching me.
Super weird trying to pee hearing you talking to Stalt. I should have taken my headphones. I should have taken my headphones off, man. I'm in the bathroom just like, oh my god.
Oh,
good heavens,
okay.
so unprofessional. I'm so sorry.
Oh man,
how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Oh,
how about you?
You're the last client of the day, so we're gonna be real tip top here. We're gonna be real compassionate. We're gonna be on our A game. You know?
Yeah.
I hope it's not something really serious. You got like what kind of baggage you got for us?
I mean, I don't think it's that heavy.
The subject. What kind of dog shit you bringing to us, dog? Come on.
Tone
Do you want to wait for poob or?
Oh yeah. Do you want to?
I don't think it's that heavy.
Okay, not heavy. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's not that heavy.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to ask Poob a real quick question too for my sister.
Oh yeah. No. We'll wait for him if you want.
Yeah.
That is awesome that it's not real heavy though, because there's been some real emotional roller coasters in here.
No, I mean,
I honestly went into this thinking it was going to be lots of like silly, funny, lighthearted jokes because I've had a whole day of doing actual therapy, and then I was like, it's going to be really easy and lots of.
You just ended up pulling a double.
I mean, it's I mean, it's like it's something, but I wouldn't say it's gonna. I wasn't like beat by my dad or like molested if that's what you if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
No,
That's
it's
good.
just it's just some school stuff and stuff like that.
Good. Yeah, we can talk about it. I'm just gonna take a little nap here for a second until Poob gets back.
But the guy that was before me, he was like completely out of it before, like he got in here. He was like hankering to get in here. He was so over it.
Oh, his ass about. Oh, he has today off. Actually, never mind. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hello, Poop. Okay, Poop. I have a quick question for you.
Yep.
Do you have Botox in your forehead? My sister has been wondering this.
No. What? Botox in my forehead? What would that? What would that? Do people get that?
You notice it?
I'm curious. I just have like kind of Neanderthal like bridge line.
Okay, now that you pointed it out,
Botox. No.
I've never even cared to look.
Also, no.
He's gonna start wearing that hat like Devin. He's gonna pull that shit down.
I wear this hat already every time I'm online, but
I feel you, Poob. I have a very big brow, also, man.
I'm
I feel
curious
you.
what that would like. Why someone would get Botox in their forehead?
I don't know.
Flush out the wrinkles.
Oh, I don't have it. Well, I don't have any
Of course
forehead
you don't,
wrinkles
because you spend all your goddamn
Botox.
money on the Botox. Yeah.
No, I just have a very like angular face, like head, like down to the tip of my nose.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I do not have Botox in my forehead.
All right.
If I were gonna start getting Botox, it'd be somewhere different.
All right, I can shove that in my sister's face because she's been telling me that you have Botox in your forehead for ages for some reason.
She's like convinced. That's interesting.
She's really convinced. She said it's because your forehead doesn't move when you move your eyebrows and it's just really smooth. I think that's a compliment for you at this point.
Yeah, Sam, what kind of procedure did you get, dude? Forehead replacement? That shit is shiny and flat. No, I mean, I'm sure.
No, it's just homegrown.
Give me a couple more years of rigorous drinking. I'll have enough wrinkles to convince anyone in the world.
We should all get lip fillers.
Yeah, I don't need them, but you should probably get them.
We should spend our money on that shit.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah, you probably want to get BBL too, dude, but I'm good. I'm good off all that.
Yeah.
I've already got natural. Also, did we? Well, I was in. There's someone in the bathroom, so I had to piss outside. Sorry, it took so long. Did you say what brought you here today, Unga?
Well, Stolt brought me here today, actually. But what was it? So my issues kind of stem from my childhood. You know, at a young age, I was diagnosed with ADHD. You know, I'm pretty sure Brian knows what that's like.
Right, Brian.
I'm not diagnosed
yet.
So,
you know, I was kind of treated differently in school because of it. From a young age, I was always outside the classroom because I was considered a disruptive student. So I have big gaps in my education. I was sent to special ed with a special ed teacher that did not give a shit about anyone in there. She was just like a total dickbag to everyone there, basically. You know, I always just felt like, you know, ashamed when I would have to leave the classroom for certain subjects to go to special ed in elementary school.
And kids are brutal because it's like you're going to that class. Yeah.
I would get made fun of a lot because of it. You know, I had people ask me if I was stupid. I also had a lot of other issues, like with medication. I was put on really high medication by my doctor, and so I ended up losing a lot of weight. I was like 60 pounds in elementary school in like 3rd grade and 4th grade because of how like high the dose was. I just wasn't eating. And that, you know, compounded with I was having a lot of, you know, just like behavioral issues in the classroom, and, you know, students obviously really treated me differently. That made it difficult. And then my special ed teacher tried to get me diagnosed with a bunch of other medical issues like autism, ODD, basically like the entire spectrum, because she thought what I had wasn't it. And it took my parents having to get like a professional to like actually diagnose me, to go through a bunch of heavy tests to get her to shut the fuck up, basically. And then in 5th grade, it kind of culminated into sitting at a table with everyone there kind of like basically picking on me. And they went to the principal about this bullshit that they made up I did. Like, one of them said I closed the door too hard and it hit them on the foot. Like, I would fucking know that. And then, you know, one of them said I said fuck in elementary school, and that's like a big deal for little kids. And so the principal sat me down in his office for 2 weeks and interrogated me, saying shit like, I know you said the F word. I have been professionally trained by the FBI to know when people are lying, and I can tell you are lying. And I called him an idiot because I wasn't lying. And, you know, no one really trusted me.
Stand your ground,
he said the FBI.
Yeah.
No one really trusted me in elementary school like that. My teachers never really saw me as anyone but my, you know, issues. And when I went into middle school, I had huge gaps in my education because of it. So I was put in special ed again in middle school, and they wrote like huge reports on me about how I was such a troublemaker in middle school, and that all my teachers were like expecting someone different in middle school than what they got. What they reported, they said I was a really good student in middle school, and I got out of them in by like my 7th grade. But like just the initial like elementary school, I still think about that stuff a lot.
And you stayed in the same school system throughout junior high, high school, elementary, or no?
Yeah, I did. I went to a different middle school than what everyone in my class did in
from
elementary school. Yeah, but I eventually did meet a lot of those same students when I went to high school.
And was the connotation like they were still awful, or?
I think I mean, a lot of time had passed, so they did get better because it's kind of an age now where stigmatizing people with disabilities is not as accepted as it was back then. But like back then, like parents wouldn't let their kids hang out with me and stuff like that.
Yeah, that sucks.
How old are you now?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
I'm 19.
Okay, and what are you doing now?
I'm in college right now in my dorm room. That's why it's so fucking white and empty.
I kind of thought you were in a dorm. Yeah.
Yeah, my roommate is snoozing right now.
Well,
but
first off, congratulations on
you made it
college.
Thank you.
And that sick ass leather jacket.
I was about to say that. Were you wearing that in elementary school? Is that why they thought you were a bad boy?
Dude, I wish I had this in elementary school. I would have gotten so much pussy.
Yeah, in the special ed class. You kidding me?
Yeah.
Do you mind me asking what country were you? Because your accent doesn't sound like American. Which the FBI comment I thought was really weird. Like, did he come over here to like train under the FBI to find kids who are liars?
So I am in America. I'm in Virginia right now. I was born here. Yeah, I moved here this year actually. So I was born here, but my parents are from England. So I was raised by my British parents.
Makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, Virginia's awesome.
It sounds
Good
like
choice of a
America's
state.
school system, but your accent is deceiving.
I know, that's why I was so confused. I was like, FBI,
what
the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was just making shit up.
Your
motherfucker.
What ails you is just like the memories of your childhood, and
it's
like,
definitely
how
that,
you
and
were
it's
treated,
also
or-
it's definitely that, and it's also kind of a bit like, you know, since of how I was treated differently because of like my ADHD, it's not that big of a deal, but because of how I was treated because of it, it's like it does make me wonder like if it's holding me back or if there's something wrong with me, and if I, you know, what my life would be like if I never had it and stuff like that. It does make me, you know, kind of think about stuff like that, and yeah, it's not very fun, I'd say.
How's you're in your first year?
I'm in my sophomore year actually.
Sophomore year? How's it been going so far?
It's been a real struggle, to be honest. I had pretty bad depression my first year because I moved from California to Virginia for my college, and that's like, and it was such a short notice too. Like it was like I got like a week notice before I had to pack up all my shit and go to my college.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was just really late.
About as two different, you know, states as you can get to.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what part of Virginia. If you're in the northern part of Virginia, it's a lot more liberal.
I mean,
and it's
I mean, I'm in Fairfax right now.
okay. Yeah. We didn't have to say that. I mean, if you're comfortable, that's cool.
I don't give a shit, honestly. I mean, there's like a bunch of people in Fairfax. How the fuck are they gonna find me?
It's very large.
Who's the British guy? I bet you.
One British guy.
There's more than one British guy there.
And the leather jacket.
Well, not related to this. If you like really good Korean barbecue, go to Centerville. Centerville has some amazing Korean barbecue. It's the spot.
Yeah, that heals all wounds.
I don't live in Centerville. I don't live in
That's your
Centerville.
therapy for the day.
Yeah.
Get some Korean barbecue.
Go eat some K barbecue
until you forget all your woes.
Make it yourself on the table.
It's really good.
So
but,
is this year better than freshman year, or no?
It's definitely way better. What was so bad about my last year is that like I was just so far away from my parents and stuff like that, and I wasn't used to being away from home. I fell into a really bad depression, and I failed like 2 classes because of it. So I got like a 2 GPA, something like that, 2.5 GPA because of it.
Like,
that's really embarrassing.
Were these teachers right? Like, what's happening?
Yeah. I mean, some of them. No, I mean some of them were like. I mean, they were all right teachers. I was just a retard, basically. That's what it comes to.
I don't know. There's such a it's unfortunate that they're just not really be able to recognize what's actually happening and put you in the wrong classes. And then, I don't know. I feel like a lot of teachers don't have sympathy for like school social circles and how that can affect someone just by like the way that they treat special ed class versus standard class. And at least I mean, this is has so little to do now with it. I was going to say this if you were still in the same area. Obviously you're across the country, but college is like the ultimate fresh start from who you were in elementary, junior high school. It's a step where it's like you now have this independence. You can kind of make who you are a little more. It definitely is a term. I don't really want to dox or anything about my college or whatever, but I stayed in state, so I could still go back home if I needed. I'm sure that's tough. Would you go back one time in the last year or something, or have you been back?
My parents actually moved to Virginia this year, so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like a 2-hour drive from now, which is comparison to across the country.
Yeah.
But I only went once during the spring break, and that was to look after my dog when my parents went are gonna cruise and shit.
So you weren't even hanging out with them. Yeah.
No. I mean, I got to see my dog. That was pretty tight.
Yeah, that's good. What's your what are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in forensic science.
Oh, damn.
Oh, cool. Okay. So are you open to like, so I mean, it sounds like you're saying you worry, is the ADHD still impacting your ability?
Yeah.
Are you open
basically.
to like getting treatment or looking into like medication? I mean, for ADHD, medication's like a main go-to kind of staple, like the Adderall or Vyvanse or a non-stimulant version like Concerta or Strattera.
You're off medication currently?
I'm medicated right now, actually.
Okay.
It's just that, yeah, I've been medicated for like all my life since I was
more
basically
like a
diagnosed.
what if you didn't have it type deal.
Yeah, basically. I don't know how to explain it other than that.
Well,
I get
grass is always greener, you know.
Well, that's what I was gonna kind of say is like, you know, what is it? If it's and butts were candy and nuts. Well, I wasn't gonna say that, but I was just gonna say like you can spend all day wondering what if, but it doesn't change the reality that you're in, you know. And like you don't know where your story's gonna end either, right? So like. It seems really futile to like beat yourself up and wonder like what things could have been versus where they are now. I mean, you're in college. It was a rocky start, but that also could have just been an adjustment to a different environment, right? I mean, college is very different from high school, middle school, you know. I also didn't do super great in undergrad. I mean, I barely had a 3.0, like barely.
Oh, look at him, 3.0.
Well, grad school was a 4.0, but like undergrad, it was barely a 3.0, right? Like barely. And a lot of it's the adjustment of no one's holding you accountable but yourself. Like there's a whole lot of variables, right? That makes it different. So I would try to not beat yourself up too much. And I definitely wouldn't wonder what could have been versus what is. I mean, that's just like a futile, like,
it's one of those things that sucks that it's so much easier said than done too, because like don't, you know, it's like an irrational, like what could be, you can't change it, but you also aren't, it's not easy to just stop thinking about because it's your whole life, you know. You're gonna probably be having that question. But I mean, Don Tony's completely right. Like you're kind of like you're on the right path. You're doing well overall. You know, you're in college. You're in your sophomore year. 2 more years. I mean, that probably sucks if you hate school. But if you like it, do you have a roommate now, or are you single?
He's sleeping.
Yeah, he's sleeping in his bed right now.
Are you planning on going to grad school, or is it just undergrad and then you're gonna get in the workforce?
I'm thinking about it. There's definitely a lot of benefits, but my plan is to like go to grad school. No, not go to grad school. Finish my undergrad and probably get like a forensic science job in the police force and eventually be in the FBI for forensic science. I think that just sounds like really cool, so I just want to do it.
Oh, and you're in the right area for it.
You can ask about that teacher.
And you can be the guy that shows
you find out
up,
if that principal was actually
flash
trained.
your badge and be wearing that jacket. Be like, "What's up?" You know.
If you commit any crimes, I'll pull them from the record.
Yeah. Oh, that's also. I didn't want to really explicitly say it, but great to have a man on the inside. Because in this modern day, they can get you for anything. A little fingerprint, a little hair. What the hell?
The other thing to remember too, like if you're not trying to do grad school, C's get degrees, man. I mean, like, you know, it's all nice and good to brag about your GPA, but like if you're not going to grad school, they're not going to ask you that on your application for a job. They just care, like, did he go to school? And honestly, like most of the time, what college really shows is that you can stick with something for 4 years. Like a lot of people, now you're going to a very specific field where it does matter, but like as far as that you have a degree or not, but they're not going to ask you what's your GPA. They're going to be like, you know, did he graduate? Does he have the degree in the field? Okay, cool.
Is that program heavy on internships, or I don't know how forensic science works at all? Like, are you expected to get one in the next 2 years?
I don't think I think it's like you can get internships, but it's not a requirement
I would look
of it.
into on your own, like getting one, because then that even super, like if your GPA isn't great, but you're one of the few people that did an internship, that's going to stand out a lot more, you know, because you're the guy with experience versus the guy that's got a slightly better GPA and has never done it.
Well, and a lot of jobs require it too. Like I know for like psychology, I always tell people studying psych, if they want to actually do mental health work, you have to get internships because like they didn't tell me this in college, but like most of the jobs when you graduate require a year experience and a degree. And it's like, well, how the fuck do I get the year's experience? You know what I mean? Like, and they just don't tell you that shit.
Yeah, it's
so
like the expectation for applications right out of college. They want you to have a full resume, and it's like, well, I literally just went to college. But I thought this was the promise. I did college, and now I'm good. But just even like little stuff like that to set yourself apart, or joining clubs in college, trying to like, even if it's something fucking stupid, like being on a board of a club, like being the vice president of some fucking forensics team or something, like shit where you actually in the club don't have to do much, but it looks so good on on a resume. It's just, that's like all they look for is like, is this guy willing to do the shit? Did he try a little? I think you're probably on a good path already. And
I would also try to just like structure a routine. I know that helps for a lot of people with ADHD, like just trying to like really map out your day, you know, and like block off time to, you know, for specific tasks, as opposed, depending on what kind of variety of ADHD you have. For a lot of people that helps a lot, like blocking out. I know I have to do that personally. I have to block out like from 9 to 10, I'm checking my email. From 10 to 11, I'm typing notes. Now I have session from 11 to, you know what I mean? Otherwise, I'm not going to get shit done. I'm going to go on YouTube and go down a weird rabbit hole of weird random shit. And, you know,
little tip too, but even like to help segmenting time, my roommates bought like a digital little timer, and he'll just set like, I have 40 minutes starting now. I have to get this shit done by the end of it. And something as simple as that can really help, like, block away your day, like, okay, hour for this, hour for this, hour for this, help you do those tasks that are just like kind of the shit you already have to do, but it adds a little pressure of, like, I'm a very much like massive procrastinator, and something like, it's so hard for me without deadlines to do anything, because that's how I made it through college. It's like, oh my god, they got this deadline. Now we're podcasters. It's like, well, okay, we got to do a podcast in like a week. Like, oh my god, I'm not freaking out at all about that. Like, I have really no motivation to, like, I have a very hard time self-motivating, but even like I use this little timer sometimes. I'm like, okay, 40 minutes. I've got 40 minutes to do this. It still doesn't totally work, because it's not like there's a guy going to yell at me. The timer's just going to go like, dit. But
I try to like wake up and do the hardest thing I have to do in the day. That's the first thing I'm doing. But then once I get that finished, I'm like,
getting an erection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After I finish that
the hardest part of my day. Yes.
After I finish it, it's like the rest of the day can slide away from me pretty easily, because I'm like, I did that one hard thing. And so even those tips. Notice I wasn't even trying to interject during the whole education talk, because I'm fucking the most uneducated person here by a long shot.
Dumbfounded as fuck.
You know, so you guys are sitting there talking about little tips and tricks for college, and I was like, damn, dude, I can read. I learned how to read.
I'm gonna go back and get my GED
one day, dude.
Well, Sam, you've got a lot of things that I don't have, like a wife and kids.
Yeah.
You're also
you're also like 19. Dude.
Yeah, you're 19, and I've been wanting to say this, but I get the feeling you're a repressed homosexual.
Yeah, that same
What gave it away? I don't know what gave it away.
I've been finding a lot of those people and all these, a lot of these
British
clients today have been
British. They love their teas and their.
Yeah, I got a question for a British person. Why don't you guys love tea so much? Why don't your tea bags have strings on them?
An American-born British person.
Don't.
Oh my god, you don't even know. He doesn't even know. Okay, never mind.
No. I mean, I'm saying that because I'm like 90% sure that the tea bags that I use have little strings.
No, the strings that you use in America. They're
but he's from America.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, but like,
your parents
like people I've spoken to that are British that live over there. They get their tea bags. They don't have strings on them.
I'll give you a tea bag if you keep talking.
I'm like,
I was hoping this guy, since he lives over here but has the culture, maybe he might be able to be the perfect bridge to explain why the people that love tea so much, why they suck at making the bags.
Well, that's why we fought the war, Sam, was
for the little tampon
right
strings
liberty
on the bag.
We threw them in the water because we're like, where the hell are the strings? Get them out of here.
It was to teach them a lesson to put strings on the bag.
Yeah. Get them in the
string them.
If you had a string, you'd be able to pull this out of the Boston Harbor, bitch. You know.
The ones my mum buys have strings on them. That's Yorkshire tea. That has strings in it, so that's why I was just a little bit confused, Sam.
Well, maybe it's a
They got a stringless variety.
Even, cause I've heard even over there's like different parts and like probably maybe different microcultures.
Well, the better question is, why aren't you using loose leaf? That's the way to go. You shouldn't be using tea bags anyway. You should be getting the little
leaf,
like.
I'm gonna smoke it out of pipe.
Because
dude.
sometimes
that's too much
life
work.
is just fucking easier if you just get a fucking bag, pre-bagged with a string. Okay.
Okay, so do
All
you
you
make
gotta do
your
is get the
coffee
thing
in a
and clamp
little?
the thing and you.
No.
Trust me,
Dude, if they
loose
made
leaf, it's much better.
coffee
You make
in a
instant
bag,
coffee.
no, that's instant there. You pour it into the water. I want like a little bag. I think
It's the same fucking thing.
Coffee beans? You want to
Well,
put
okay.
coffee
Truth
beans
be
in a
told, I
bag?
don't make my own coffee. I go, Abby, can you make me a latte? And she goes over there to the espresso
Can you
thing.
make it even easier?
Yeah. She doesn't know this yet, but all of her Christmas presents are things for the espresso
my
machine
God.
so that she can make my latte more better.
Got you a bunch of baking
Fast.
pans.
She's gonna be so happy.
Yeah, she's going to be pretty stoked about that. And my lattes are going to fucking rock. But,
Got you 50
But to
new flavors.
backpedal for a moment. So
at
like
least.
you made a statement about, well, Sam, you have all this stuff I don't have. Yeah, you have a wife and all these things. You're
Sam's a
19,
fucking
man. You need to just
40-year-old man.
Yeah,
you
like,
have
you are
things
young
that
as
I don't have,
fuck.
though. You got good hair.
You can
You got
use-
a
you can
leather
work
jacket.
back.
Your
Yeah,
penis
penis
presumably
gun.
works.
Yeah, working
You
penis.
can probably
Killer
jump.
accent.
Yeah.
I can jump.
Yeah.
Americans love accents, man. I'm sure, like,
Better
yeah.
jacket.
You're
I
educated.
get more shit for my accent than I do love for it. So
Wait, are
From
you
women.
seeing a bunch of people with southern accents, or what's it like over there?
no, there's
it's
not a lot
funny.
of southern
Yeah,
accents.
I have to point at them and laugh.
in that part.
Yeah, it might be why you're getting picked on, but
Ah.
just a little bit.
We don't take too
there's no-
kindly to that.
You
There's no
British
big
always know how to start it. We know how to finish it.
Yeah.
Okay.
My family is like from the hick part of England.
Oh,
the
like
northern?
Newcastle.
Yeah, like my granddad was a coal miner, and my other granddad was
They mine
a
coal
bread
over
man.
there?
What the hell?
Yeah, they mine coal over there. He was in the
Well,
coal
that's what-
mines since he was 12.
That's why most people from the Appalachian Mountains all descend from the UK, and because literally your Hicks became our Hicks, is what I'm assuming.
I saw my
business.
Kentucky people up there, and they.
Probably, man.
Go
I'll
business.
tell you what, probably.
That's the originals.
You got to do that there
I ain't got no
DNA
British
test,
blood
man.
in me. I'll prove it.
Have you spat in the jar yet?
What?
Have you
What?
taken the DNA test? Have you spat
no.
in the jar?
Oh,
no.
Sat
I
on
thought you
it.
said sat on the jar like
BMX pain,
one
a
jar.
pain
By the way,
Yeah.
I do want to say I think yesterday it was the 10-year anniversary since the One Guy One Jar video.
Oh.
So
Lovely.
And also
that's
the
why Don Tony
I
brought
thought
it up.
that's why
whatever
he brought it up. Yeah.
No, it's because
The-
it's
the
been
British
5
are the
hours
huge
and I
fake
can't
tits.
maintain an accent properly anymore because it's been 5 hours. So
nah.
I'm gonna
That's
blame
why you
that.
His mind's
Leave all
frazzled.
your attention last,
Yeah.
I'm getting Swift vibes from you, British jacket.
British jacket. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
think Swift has a
You get high
jacket
all the
that
time?
nice,
I don't
though.
I don't get high at all. I like your Spider-Man shirt though. That's pretty sweet.
This you're the first finally. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Save it for last.
5 hours in.
It's actually a jersey. It's pretty dope, but
Oh,
it's
shit.
way too big, so I can only wear it in this format because it kind of hangs like a dress. But
Is that Tobey Maguire too?
it's 2002, I think, promo
That
jersey. Got this at the
thing's
thrift store.
fucking huge.
Where do you? Yeah, where
Thrift
did you
store.
get that? Is that
Oh, look at my-
okay? That makes sense.
Are you not wearing any pants?
No, it's just long. I've got shorts on.
Uh-huh.
You just
I hiked
okay,
them up
okay.
a little for that shot. So
Okay.
you're
I was like,
welcome.
you leave them in the bathroom when you went to go piss.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that a little fan service?
Yeah, just a little something for the patrons. little skin.
Yeah.
Alright.
So I'll cut that. I'll put it only in the patron version of this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
that
this is
5-second
for
clip.
you only. And my
Actually-
forehead. And
Yeah.
for the patrons, I did get forehead Botox. I love it. I'll never look back. And I
Yeah.
got BBL.
I actually subbed to the Patreon like 2 minutes before I was pulled in here.
That's so, dude, just cutting it
That-
close.
you
Yeah,
don't tell-
don't
Yeah.
tell anyone.
Yeah,
Next. I'll cut
don't-
that out. This guy's been a patron
Nice talking
forever.
with you. Get the fuck out.
His parents were patrons
learn how to game the
before he was
system.
Yeah.
born.
Yeah. The
Hand it down.
generational patron thing.
That's actually crazy. Wait. Do you think we get an influx right when we do these?
I don't know.
That'd be insane. We got to do these every month. We're gonna-
Yeah.
Well, my subscription's staying on. Yeah, I've got like income to now buy it.
That's what we want to hear. And you're not suicidal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yet.
Refreshing.
Okay, yet.
So we know
those are the people we like
$5.
for these therapy ones. Are the people that don't seem to have that bad of problems. No offense. Yeah, you're pretty
Don
normal.
Tony said I'm 19. I got my life ahead of me. I'm not suicidal yet.
That's
I never know. I never know.
You are a good like kind of positive beat to. It's been a little grim in here because like, real ass harrowing. In a word, who would have thought therapy would be real therapy that we're doing
Well,
right
I thought
now.
it would be stuff like my mom caught me jacking off stories or something.
Yeah.
That's me.
I got a story like that though.
Oh really?
My sister caught me jacking off when I kicked a hole in my wall because it pissed me off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you always close. I hate you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the story that's gonna make you go like, "Wow, this guy's adjusted," but it's funny.
How old were you?
I was like 16.
Oh.
So it's not that long ago. It doesn't make it any better.
So that wound's still pretty fresh. Yeah.
It's still pretty fresh. Yeah.
Why
parents took a lock off my door.
Why default to anger in that scenario? I wonder.
It's because my door was closed. I was in the dark. I was in the zone, and she came barging in.
Oh, poor
and
form.
you know, I was laughing, and then I was crying, and then I kicked a hole in my wall.
All the emotions.
Roller coaster of emotions. Yeah.
No, this can't be real.
Yeah.
I thought you were the Joker. What the fuck?
Wait, and they took a
Crazy.
lock off your door when you weren't even jacking off with a locked door. So.
Yeah, they took the lock off before because I stayed up too late playing video games.
Oh my god, that's so bullshit. That's the only thing I ever got grounded for was like, they're like, you're playing too much video games. I'm like, well, I'm doing like, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Like, I'm doing fine. They're like, no, we're grounding you from your Xbox. Oh my, I wanted to. God, Mom, GTA 5 just came out. I'm the fucking.
Have you ever seen that video? Like, I remember it getting passed around and people were saying it was so fucked up, but it was like a kid getting his Xbox taken away and he just full ass clocks his mom.
Oh god. Yeah.
And I remember seeing that and I was like, I kind of get it. Like my mom.
Person I know. I'm not gonna.
My mom took away my Xbox
I'm
and I was
rooting for that
like,
guy.
I remember feeling that anger. I was like, bitch, I have done nothing to deserve this. This is my life.
You know
What? You didn't do anything.
I mean, I fucked up a little
was
bit.
like a bad fucking kid.
I was a
There's no
bad
fucking
kid.
chance.
I didn't clock her, but I'm saying
I was
like
literally an angel, and they took it away for gaming too much. But the fucked up thing was
I'm enjoying the thing you got me too much.
They didn't know. Yeah, they didn't know how to properly
that's
do.
fucked
They
up.
just put it in another room. They're like, don't touch that immediately. You know, I'm like, well, put that back in, and I'd
grab
play
it.
classical music out of my room, like really loud, and be playing GTA like really quietly. And all my friends are going fucking nuts because it's going through the party mic constantly. Like, turn it off! I'm like, I did like button noises. And I told my mom I was in there studying and listening to classical music because it helps. And she's like, "Oh, what an angel!" Like, so good. Yeah,
My mom would take the
3 a.m.
goddamn the power cord, which was like proprietary for an Xbox.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
That's fucking
my
They
mom
take
also
the
didn't know
controllers.
enough. Yeah.
And then
That's
I
fucked
would
up.
steal them from my older sister when she was out like fucking her boyfriend. And then one night she came back and was like looking for it, and I was like fast asleep, and she barged into my room and it scared the shit out of me. So
I was jerking off again.
Yeah.
I ended up like, you know when you like lay on your back and you start kicking? That's what I did to her when she like woke me up and I
I thought you
kicked
meant
her in
when
the
you were
face a few
like when
times.
you're
Defense
jerking
routine.
off and you're on your back and you start
No.
kicking.
No.
Go back to that thing. You're like when you know when you're laying on your back and you just start kicking. What the fuck are you
Like
talking?
when someone's like fighting you and you're like,
Yeah, and you're like
You're
when you're
being
like
attacked,
5,
yeah.
and,
offensive
like
shell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like,
It's like the
seriously, the
older
Spartans used to
sibling
do that for defense.
protection,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
yeah, I was like half asleep when she barged in my room and I started kicking viciously and I screamed while doing it because I thought someone broke into my room, and I ended up giving her a black eye.
Oh.
I mean, it wasn't on purpose.
We need to talk about these anger
deserved it.
problems,
I mean,
actually.
It's
Yeah.
not.
You seem like you're quick to strike and thrash about.
He was almost diagnosed
They're
with
both
ODD.
foot-related
so.
incidents, too. You should
All
try
foot-related.
probably soccer in your blood or something. Football. Sorry.
Yeah. My dad would like that.
I'll never be like you, Dad.
How's
he's a
your
big sports person.
relationship with your father?
It's pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I
like the
get along
first
with him
person
fine.
today. That's awesome.
Yeah, no,
You don't have to elaborate.
my parents are awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a new
That's
thing.
good to hear.
Yeah, my dad was pretty cool.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he used to be in a band and stuff like that. He used to have really long hair. My mom used to dress like a hooker, stuff like that.
You got any pictures?
No.
All right. Well, it's been good seeing you, dude. And that's the end of this one.
No pickies? Okay.
Yeah.
No. Oonga boonga. Yeah, no, seriously, man. Good luck with college. 2 more years. And then maybe more if you have to do graduate.
You're going to be
fine.
so smart by the end of this. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, you'll be good.
You're going to show
And
them
if
all.
you ever need any
Mega
cool
Mind.
Northern Virginia food spots, holler. I know all the good Northern Virginia food spots. So
That
Yeah, I
means
was thinking
talk
about
to
popping
him.
in.
There's
Holler,
2.
by the way,
Yeah.
if you didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay. I
That's
was
a
thinking about
Southern
popping
thing.
into your offices sometime, saying hello.
Hey.
I work from home, but yes.
Yeah, go
that
into his
makes it better.
basement.
What's your
Pop
address?
into your
I know you
office.
do.
Yeah, what's your address?
He's going to kick down the wall.
And I'm not giving that out, but you can DM me, and I can definitely give you some good spots up there because amazing food in Northern Virginia, really good food.
Can use some food spots. I'm going to Japan this winter though, so
Ooh.
Oh, hell
I'll be
yeah.
here to enjoy
Very
it.
cool.
What part?
Yeah. We're going to like Tokyo and Osaka and stuff like that. And plus, me and my buddies are going there. There's 6 of us total.
Very nice.
I'll fuck around.
This whole thing is so cheap there right now because the economy
Yeah.
sucks.
I mean, the
It's
economy
like
has
talk about,
always
like, you
sucked
can get like a
since,
feast
like,
for
the
$5. It was but it
I'm
was
going to go there and
not
get
this bad. It's not this
Yakuza
cheap.
tattoos, full body.
Yeah, that was our plan. We're going to go harass the locals there is what we were thinking about.
You should troll them,
Yeah.
and you should live stream.
Terrorize them.
Yeah.
Fart on a guy's meal, see what he does. Probably nothing.
Yeah. See what he does.
I honestly,
Non-confrontational.
yeah. What would they do? That would. If you want to, that would be like an international faux pas. I think, if you made a,
You'd probably get arrested.
yeah,
if you
farting on Japanese kids' meals.
Oh, so I think you're missing an ingredient. Oh,
That's 100% like a feticide.
It bubbles. It bubbles up in the bowl.
Oh, we're missing some ogre wax. Yeah. USA, and England. Yeah.
Anyways,
Right.
yeah, it was good talking
Oonga
to you.
Boonga, thank you.
I'm glad
Thank you
everything's
for
working
calling
out for you.
Yeah. Overall, you got it. You got to go, and you're fine.
You went all the way from
You're
special
young.
ed to now you're in
You're
college.
fine.
You're a success
Yeah.
story. Your mind has been fixed by the
that
U.S.
is the ultimate
education
success
system.
Yeah,
We
the
fucking
rare
rock. USA
occurrence
number
of the-
one.
And you're in the right place for what
You're
you want to
living
do.
proof,
Also,
Virginia.
like if you want to do
Yeah.
any sort of like FBI, any of that sort of stuff, you're in the right place. So
Yeah. Yeah, the school I'm going to is like the top school for forensic science.
That's cool. What
That's
they
awesome, man.
teaching forensic
They're doing
science?
great.
Is it like blood splatter analysis or?
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's like
That's a
blood
dead
splatter
body.
analysis. There's a lot of like fire analysis. Like you can see whether fire has been like caused on purpose or whether it's like
Find
by
the
accident. by
origin
seeing-
point.
Yeah, origin point. There you go, Poob. You're smart.
I guess that's what it's called. But
Oh, yeah,
I'm
well,
kind
that's-
of a quick learner.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
in super ed classes, and they
Okay.
I'd play chess against a robot, and I'd beat it
who would
every
have
time.
thought where the fire started would be called the point of origin or the origin point? Who would have
Well, I
guessed
didn't hear
that?
you say it, Don Tony, so I get a point from this guy. So.
You know.
Yeah, but you learned you can calculate the time of death with the temperature of the body at the time.
And the bugs that are on it.
Yeah, the bugs that are on it
Yeah.
too and stuff like
Good
that.
point, Sam. You get a point.
Yeah, you get a point too.
You're winning right now.
I'm
Sam
gonna
Wall.
tell the GED people that I got a point from a guy that
Okay,
is
I
in
can go
college.
college.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got
It
the
said
bugs
bugs
on
got
it.
on body.
Yeah.
There's maggots. This is old. This is from a while ago, I think. There's no face on this body. Holy shit, this guy
It's,
died 100 years ago.
Bones are left. This is a very long time. This
This
guy
guy's
died
wrapped in-
months ago or something.
In mummy tape. What the hell is this guy? This guy died. There's no bugs. There's a scarab on him. What is this guy from?
Have you seen that thing where they did like a 3D print of like a mummy's
Oh,
vocal
yeah.
chamber? They're like,
Yeah.
this is what he sounds like, and he's just like, like it's like the most surreal noise I've ever heard.
Help! I loved all the memes of like it singing songs and stuff.
Oh fuck yeah!
Got my dick out, got
I
lotion
should
on
have
my
a soundboard one. Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah, thank you, Unga.
I'm ready for bed.
We're gonna move you down.
Yeah,
we fixed so many minds
Holy
today.
shit.
We're like superheroes.
We saved you. We saved you.
I've never felt better in my life. I'm a big fan of all of you guys. I love all your content except for Brian because he doesn't make any.
Yep.
Brian is funny though.
He's a funny guy.
That's it. Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Crucified.
Thank you.
Dude, engage once, Brian. Like, here's your opportunity. The guy gives you ups.
Thank you very much.
We should have put Brian in the hot
Thank you
seat.
very
Tony, you
much.
need to fix this fucking guy. He's like,
Coop, if you're looking for a
You
girlfriend, one of my
would if you
sisters thought
tried.
you were hot too. So
Yeah, well, is it the one that thought I got fucking Botox?
no, it's the one I kicked.
Oh, okay.
did you make her all ugly when you kicked her? Or
How hard did you kick her?
Yeah. A permanent black
One of her
eye.
eyes are a little higher than the other, but other than
Let's stay
that,
away from her. It's fine.
It's on her forehead.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Unga.
Thank
Have a
you.
great
It's been
night,
fun.
man.
You too,
Good
guys.
luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
All right, man. See ya.
All right. Whew. Now we got to take at least a minute to decompress, Sam, before you just fucking end it.
Yeah.
That was
Oh, should we end the
Should we
recording?
do like an
You wanna-
outro?
you
Like we
wanna
should
put a
probably.
little-
Yeah. Follow me on twitch.tv
He earned this fucking
/Don
shout out, dude.
God damn it.
Go to twitch.tv.
5 hours,
It's
10
like
people
Don
cured.
Tony. Lamb.
_lamb.
Lamb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the baby
Man.
sheep.
The world's fastest
Yeah.
therapist.
This is definitely gonna be like a 2-part episode, right? Like, there's no way Stalt's
dude,
gonna
the
absolutely
last one was
not.
5 hours. This
Yeah.
one's 5 hours.
Was it?
Stalt's
Holy
gonna cut
shit.
out probably not even the time we were like, Stall, please. Cut this out."
The guy's like, I'm fucking super scared of my friend. Cut this shit out. He'll leave it in.
Don't let him hear this or he'll kill Sam and then me. Honestly, thank you though for all the patrons that came. Sorry if you didn't get picked again. This one's clearly like less people. We'll probably wait. I mean, I'm just speaking for everyone, but probably wait a bit before doing another one. And I've seen some good recommendations for like bringing in multiple people at a time, whether it be like, I know we mentioned it.
Have them debate each other,
we mentioned
bro.
last time like talent show or like someone mentioned in the comments like doing like quizzing patrons or like, you know, something where quicker turnaround than this. This is
Quizzing would be good
quizzes,
too, yeah.
shit like that. Like obviously we can't. Someone's like, this is the worst day of my life. We're not gonna fucking kick him out after a minute.
Have them a rap battle,
and
debates,
rap
tests of
battle
skill.
patron episode might be the worst.
Yeah, that was
That'd be so fucking bad. Yeah, that
All
would
right,
be
we'll
wrong.
lay down the beat. We'll do a 3-part beat. Okay, I'll be the. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I'm the squeaky door. Every good rap song's got. Meow. Oh god, there's a cat on the other side of that door. That's but thank you. Thanks, Don Tony, for coming on and
Thanks for having me
sitting here
back.
for
You do this
5
for a
hours
living? That sucks.
I
I'm
do.
sorry, dude.
I do.
That's
on a much
draining.
more serious
How do you-
capacity, probably too. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, but no, I mean, I'm happy to
Now,
be here.
let me
And
like-
anytime you all want me back, you know.
Here's our therapy for you. You should get into a different line of work. Maybe something a little
Have you
bit
heard of
less draining
UPS?
on the soul.
Well, congratulations. You made it through the gauntlet. You're at the end of the episode. The therapy session is concluded. And if you're like me, then you're pretty much down in the dumps right now. At least I was when at the end of the day. And you can bet your bottom goddamn dollar I'm taking some micro doses tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I might double up. I might fucking triple up. I don't know. I might be trying to fucking take my mind out of my body. Cause this shit, it makes you sad to lift the veil. You know what I mean? Maybe the parasocial part of this relationship wasn't so bad after all. Maybe we lift the veil back down. But no, you guys are fixed. You're all fixed. You're all better now. Yep, that's the end.